Steel Toe Morning Show.
Hey, everybody. Good morning and welcome. It's a giant man in my face. Just kidding. No, leave it. Don't touch it. I was just making fun of you. I was just teasing you. I was just taunting you. I was just being silly. Don't touch anything. I promise it's okay. I saw your hands reach and I went, no. Let me make the big zoomed in man joke.
I was just,
What?
I just
Don't. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was
Don't
just
you
saying,
touch the... I'm sorry. Your turn.
I was just backing up.
Jig. All right, I'm sorry. Fire away.
Are we good now?
Yeah, I'm tired of it. That's my fault.
Right.
I wore it into the ground. Good morning, everybody. The Steel Toe Morning Show is here. We have a very busy show today. Did you know that I'm sorry I got distracted. I went over to the chat just to kind of have everything set up and ready to go for this morning. I saw a guy named Kobe Bryant's helicopter, and the first thing he wrote is, "Am I loved?" No, you killed Kobe Bryant. Nobody will ever love you. You've done a terrible thing.
A disservice to the world, technically.
I just love when I'm like, all right, I got lots of stuff to talk about today. Let me just switch on over and get all my stations set up here. And then the first thing I see is Kobe Bryant's helicopter. Am I loved?
I will say that is the best name I've heard in a long time.
It's a good one. There's a lot. Look, I think, who was it? Coltrane changed his name to like Queso Beetle or something. And that one was very funny to me. But Kobe Bryant's helicopter just innocently writing in the chat. And it's the first time I think I've ever seen him here. And just innocently writing the first time, "Am I loved?" Just, you know how sometimes stupid shit just hits you and it doesn't hit other people, but it's just the funniest thing in the world to you? Kobe Bryant's helicopter is right there for me. And I'm excited for this morning, man. There was a clip I had that Vito, Dick Masterson's co-host, had tweeted out there, and I loved it. It was one of these guys who does one of those comic book talk shows on YouTube, one of those very famous, popular comic book shows. I think it's not, I was thinking of the show named Freaks and Geeks. I think it's Gamers and Geeks, I think is the name of the show he does. And it's a clip of him getting fucking pissed off about a trailer from a movie a few months ago that made a joke about Batman being a fascist. And he got really mad about it. And I took the clip and I'm like, good, we're going to talk about this tomorrow. And then I went to click on it this morning out of the prep sheets to get ready for today.
It's gone.
And the tweet was gone. But that led to something. So I went, you know what? No, I really like this. In fact, I was going to clip it and save it as a best of clip because I know it's going to be fun to talk about gamer and comic book people getting mad about a Batman is a fascist joke when Batman is 1,000% the dictionary definition of a fascist. And I'm like, wait a minute. Did you gamer and comic book guys just figure this out now?
No, I don't think they figured it out.
Oh,
I don't think they're aware of what a fascist is. I think too many of them have played Call of Duty, and they just assume a fascist is the guy whose name is in red because you're the good guy.
I get, like, Batman says, suck my dick to amendments 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. He thinks they're all bullshit. Batman, like, skips lawyers and judges and everything else and just straight beats the living shit out of people without any kind of legal framework at all. He's almost the dictionary definition of a fascist, but it's why we love Batman. He's our dark fascist escape. Like,
he's our guilty pleasure.
He's our guilty pleasure. So I guess, I said, well, shit, I got to find a clip of this guy talking about the Blue Beetle Batman fascism joke. And I found so much more. Apparently, a few months ago, this guy was just going ape shit over everything Batman related. So I found a bunch more, like, comic book guys reacting to this. And I went, you know what? I think we can get a little more out of this than I originally would have with the tweet. It's funny because there was a time a few years ago, it was when Endgame and all that was really hot, where people thought, like, guys talking about comic books was going to overtake guys talking about sports. Like, oh, man, talking about comics and Marvel movies and DC, that's going to be, like, the new guy thing to do. And then we all had to watch these people, and we went, oh, no, these people have Asperger's syndrome to the max, and they're insane and crazy. And we all see the cartoon drawings on a page, and these guys act like it's a shoot.
I enjoy comics, but yeah, no, I still have a healthy connection to reality and moving on outside it. I think a lot of us just enjoyed the movies because the movies are fun in the moment.
Right.
And then we move on.
We love them the way as a child I loved the Ninja Turtles movies. If someone talks shit about Raph, I'm not getting upset. I'm going to promise you that. Right. I can promise you now until the day I die, you can shit on Raphael, Michelangelo, Donatello, Leonardo. I will not have a meltdown on the show if you talk shit about any of the Ninja Turtles. And that, look, there is
what if you diss Vanilla Ice's song in the Ninja Turtles?
Look, there comes a time in every man's life where he has to draw a line. There comes a time in every man's life where he has to plant his feet in the ground and go, you know what? I have to defend my friends on this one. But no, I think the comic book thing, the tweet getting deleted was almost better than
just having the tweet.
Because I found so much other stuff, and I'm like, holy shit, these guys really don't like it when you talk shit about Batman. If you make a joke about Batman, these people are going to fucking rage. Oh, yeah, P. Fletch also pointing out Batman really hates the Second Amendment, too. Yeah, I don't know if you heard this or not, but there was an alley one time, and his parents were in it, and a guy shot them. And also, no offense to Thomas Wayne, may he rest in peace.
Was he dead? I didn't know.
Yeah, you might not have heard. But no disrespect to Thomas Wayne. When you're a multi-millionaire / billionaire, maybe we don't cut out of the theater into a place literally called Crime Alley.
Yeah, it does seem like a questionable decision.
I'm sure there's a car service available to a guy like that. He would have been fine. Uber would have saved the Wayne family's life. If Uber had come around about 40 years earlier, we would have never had Batman. Think about that.
Well, if Uber had come around 40 years earlier, we don't have Batman. Then what's the point?
Right, exactly. Then where do we get our fascism? Hitler.
I guess Iron Man. But Iron Man's never fascist.
Iron Man's a fascist, isn't he? Iron Man's like a one-man gang of, like, I decide what international law and peace is, and it doesn't matter what the law is, as long as it's the law, I'll violently enforce it.
I don't know. He doesn't well, he just doesn't want to share his technology because he doesn't trust other people to use it with the power it contains.
Right. He's arrogant enough to believe he's the only one who can handle it. Therefore, he's unilaterally controlling all of this power. Like you think fascism, and you need a guy with a funny mustache and a swastika and all that shit. You see a guy who, this is why Iron Man is so dangerous, is because he is a fascist, but he's really funny and likable, and he uses quips. Is he not?
So this is why we're going to be under the Newsom administration next year. Is what you're saying.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get to, is that we cannot allow Gavin Newsom to become president. All right, let's catch up with the chat, and then I've got an old school 40s cartoon. Somebody sent me a clip of a Three Little Pigs cartoon where the big bad wolf is like really anti-Semitic.
Oh, Jesus.
So we've got that one today. We've got comic book guys freaking out over Batman. Of course, the title of today's episode, Oh No Rapinoe. Megan Rapinoe lost her shit. Or not lost her shit, lost her ankle. Her shit's fine. Lost her ankle in her last game. Let's catch up with the chat, and then we'll move on to all of the stuff we have for today. Oh, also, we got an estimate from Congress about how much illegal immigration costs us every year.
Yeah?
You guys aren't going to get mad today.
Not at all, huh?
No. There's no reason to. You'd be ridiculous if you got mad at any point in today's show. It's nothing but a barrel of laughs over here. Patrick Stool Servant. Why? I mean, at what point is it too mean? At what point are you just being too hurtful? Patrick Stool Servant says, Aaron, I'm going to lay down. It was a long night at work last night after Patrick had 4 jars of queso cheese and 6 packs of hot dog buns last night for dinner. It gave him an upset stomach. How can you tell? I feel like that would always be an upset stomach situation.
Ugh. It's just one giant angry factory churning out.
Yeah, I would not be happy if I were that stomach. Ever would I be. It's being abused.
Overworked and underpaid.
I know. You should be that. It should be reported to the authorities. Kobe Bryant's helicopter says, I'm changing my gender at 32 years old, enrolling in my local community college, and going to dominate all women's sports. Hey, you know what? People say that men don't have goals anymore. There's
Sounds
a guy.
very achievable.
Yeah, that's a guy who, he has motivation and he's going to pursue it. Good for him. Good for him. Toastmaster. Oh, where'd Toastmaster go? You're conflating a vigilante with a fascist. They may share some traits, but not the same. I mean, under Batman's control, the streets of Gotham do become like no trial, no due process, nothing like that. I mean, it's pretty fascist.
Yes, but I think the idea is like he's only doing it in response to a crime. He has a level he'll stop at. Like that's the thing that everyone trusts with these characters is that there's like, oh, well, it's fascism, but it's like it's fascism to a point. And then it stops when it's not needed. Like fascism would just be one-sided control endlessly. It's like, yeah, but that is what he has until he chooses to give it up. I mean, there wasn't a Caesar until someone appointed the first one.
So you're saying that Batman applies what we would consider a reasonable amount of fascism.
He applies an acceptable amount of fascism, but he does it with safeguards that prevent it from being a tyrannical takeover.
If we actually get into this during these clips instead of making fun of nerds, it's going to be the worst defeat in our show's history, where we're like, hey, guys, watch how seriously these retards take this. And then we go, no, you don't understand. The fascism he applies is an appropriate amount for the response to the crime situation in Gotham City. I have a feeling this could go badly for us.
No, I don't think it could go badly for us. I was just doing an example of what they're going to do. I imagine that's what we're going to have to make fun of.
Of course. Zio Gold says, Tony Stark saw what happened when bad people use his Iron Man tech to hurt people, and it further traumatized him. Well, yeah, there's that and the Obadiah. People don't know this, but Obadiah Stane molested Tony Stark when he was a boy for years and years. Howard knew about it and did nothing. That's the rumor.
Left a stain.
Oh, he left an Obadiah stain all over Tony's little cheeks. Oh no. That's why there's so much like tension and animosity between Obi and Tony. Is because
that's why his eyes went so particularly wide at the scene where he paralyzed him. He's like, oh no, not again. I remember where this ends.
It's like, oh no, I'm getting butt fingered again. Fucking Obi's gonna digitize my anus. And not in the way that, AI would do it. Batman needed Bane and Bane needed Batman, says Michael B. We're not doing this. We're not. I'm telling you, we're going to make jokes. We're going to make jokes. Dead Game becoming a Baby Boot member. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. Last night went very well. Thank you to Johnny for filling in. He got himself a bump on the next payday. You guys got him $40, and you got $50 into today's goal. So 300 is the number, and even 300. I have a good feeling about today. I think we're going to make it there just fine. Thank you very much, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Facebook, Twitter, all of you. Looking forward to hanging out. Scarface says, I've been suspended from PayPal for typing the word Hamas. What the fuck?
Boy.
Do you remember yesterday when he sent that in from PayPal?
Yeah,
and
he said, for the Hamas joke.
He said, this is for the... No, it was...
Hamness.
No, it was a movie, Hamas.
Oh, the Hamas pairing thing.
It wasn't Armageddon. Hamas and Con Air. We did a Con Air Hamas mashup, and he said, here's $5 for the Con Air Hamas thing. It was hilarious. He typed the word Hamas, and apparently PayPal suspended him for that.
How seriously are they taking every transaction with the word Hamas in it? Like, are the terrorists really going to be that open about it? Like, hey, fellow jihadists, here's our support for Hamas. Like, are people really going to do that?
Right, yeah. Hey, I'm giving you a bunch of money. You know what it's for? Terrorism. I feel like that, you should almost...
And that's such a small amount. Here's $5 for keeping the war going.
Right. What's
That'll
Hamas...
buy a bullet.
What's Hamas supposed to do with Scarface's $5? Is a sandwich? If that?
I would hope so.
Congratulations. Scarface aided terrorism by giving Hamas a 6-inch sub sandwich. Congratulations. Jack Burton says, wonder who runs PayPal. Oy vey. Well, I mean. Pudbounder with a great question. You and I actually talked about this. Haven't listened much since May. When is Corey coming back? Corey may come back and do a couple shows in December with Johnny.
Yeah.
That's what we're kind of aiming for right now is Corey coming back in December, doing a couple shows with Johnny, and then... I don't know. 2024 is definitely going to bring the return of a lot of different steel toe people. I just don't know how yet, and I just don't know in what role. But I do know when all of our shit we're working on now gets all figured out, we're going to be able to play around with a lot of different stuff. And so I'm very excited for 2024. We're gonna keep the legs churning and keep things moving this year. And then next year looks like it's going to be a big year for us, and I'm excited. Also, I rekindled an old relationship from this program, and we're going to be welcoming a new pal back on the show. Benny.
Really?
Yeah, the E-Cig Lounge is coming back.
Interesting.
Yeah, we just kind of got talking, and he's like, hey, I want to be back on the show. I want to be a part of it. I go, well, we certainly could use the breathing room and the support. We'd appreciate the shit out of that. And, so Benny's coming back. I think we're meeting this week or next week. And I think December 1st, we're looking to have those guys back. I know the E-Cig Lounge is very excited about marijuana legalization because now they'll be able to kind of deal in that. Right? I mean, vape shops will be able to. So I'm thinking all those
eventually when the laws get set up because again, the state is tripping over its own dick, figuring out how it wants to do all of this.
Right. Yeah, it's all those. If you're a successful vape shop now, and then once all the laws get figured out, you're going to be fucking killing it, I suppose.
Once you can get in the door, but yeah, there's a lot of little, like, I don't know, things that they're setting up where they don't want businesses to like grow and supply, and they don't want people to who have like pre-established businesses with CBD and stuff like that. They can't sell that stuff because theirs is legal already. Like they want it to be like a fair ground where they don't want it's a liberal wet dream where we don't have any corporate control and everybody's really kind of their own mess. And what they don't realize is, so this is going to be super duper hard. You need a middleman to put growers with sellers because neither one can be both, and they can't be like intermingled or related because
Yeah.
that's a corporate. They got to be, so it's
It's
gonna
fucking bananas.
2025.
Boy, they really went
what they
full
say.
hippie on that weed shit, didn't they?
They went completely stupid.
Sounds convoluted and dumb.
Yep.
They
took the Disney approach. They put a chick in it and they made it lame and gay.
Okay, they went Kathleen Kennedy on the weed law. Hobo Chili Recipe says, bring back April
Kennedy.
to life. I've got this pet cemetery near my house. Once you kill them, you're not supposed to bring them back, I thought. If I bring her back, it's going to be bad. I mean, I guess we can try tonight, but...
it would be spitting in the face of God.
I know, and I don't want to spit in the face of God. Not at all. The state doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, says the plane that crashed into the North Tower. Now, wait a minute. So now we have a Kobe Bryant's helicopter. Now we've got somebody who's the plane that crashed into the North Tower. So is today going to be a competition between people for the most offensive inanimate object nickname?
That could be an interesting game.
That could be an interesting one. All right, guys, let's go ahead and tear down that goal. And we'll do a half hour of overtime today. I do have the Opster for overtime today. We haven't talked about the Opster in quite some time, mostly because he doesn't really say anything. But the Opster this time decided to weigh in on the Bill Burr situation. And I watched this clip, and I was so impressed because Opie found a way, and I'm a big Opie and Anthony fan. Opie found a way to use the Bill Burr thing to trash the shit out of his former Opie and Anthony co-hosts. Look, man, I'm not shitting on the guy. It was brilliant. I mean, how you're able to take that and go, oh, by the way, fuck Jim Norton and Anthony with this whole Bill Burr business. I mean...
I don't see how they're related, but I'm interested to find out.
Opie, hey, let Opie guide you. Guys, Nia's last name is Burr. Her last name is not Gurr. So the person who changed their name to that in the chat, that is incorrect. Incorrect. Jesus. It's going to get bad today, isn't it, with the names?
It's going to be interesting. We've opened a door, that's for sure.
To the show is in the chat, people, that's going to be the chat show today. Is going to be what so far we've got the plane that hit the North Tower, and we've got Kobe Bryant's helicopter, and we've got Nia, someone misspelling Nia Burr's name is all I can say. All right. Dead Game says, don't visit dispensaries, go to a real drug dealer. Is that going to be the new support your local business?
I mean, kind of.
Yeah.
That's what you're going to start hearing. Hey, guys, it's legal now. We can still hang out. Come on over to my place.
I know. Drug dealers have to be freaking out a little bit, right?
Yes and no. I mean, now they have a lot less to worry about.
Is this their new, Walmart killed local businesses rally?
It will be eventually. I mean, depending on your dealer, most dealers have, things they're particular about, either how you contact them, how they sell, or what, or when they do it. Or so it just, when it's an actual business, there's just a lot of advantages to oh, you're a store with hours and I can just shop.
There's Sad Boy changed his name to the pair of skis that iced Sonny Bono's son. So put that one on the list. All right, let's get into our things today. Off we go. Gifted memberships are cool. PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo are cool. Let's all get... you know what I liked? I liked the way it went yesterday where everyone got retarded generous right at the beginning. And Johnny and I were like, we're on fucking cruise control. I promise if we do that today, OBS won't take a shit on us.
That'll be the hope.
I'm making that guarantee. I think Sir K sent me this one this morning. It's a Three Little Pigs clip from 1933. And this kind of proves that, when Hitler came to power in Germany, everyone's like, oh my God, that's where anti-Semitism came from.
No, we had plenty of it before.
Oh God, America, before Hitler came to power, the biggest concentration of fascists and Nazis, organized Nazi fascist parties were here in the United States. In fact, the whole Nazi eugenics plan came from college professors and doctors here in the United States. We were preaching the shit. We were sitting there going, oh, yeah, kids born with mental deficiencies, maybe we should give them the old Sparta and just chuck them off a mountain.
Germany really did just take a bunch of other people's ideas and meld them into one and run with it.
Yeah, Germany was the great fascist melting pot. You know? Germany kind of stole our gimmick. But so Germany stole all their fascism and eugenics from us, and then we stole all the really cool technology and the medical information that they got from Mengele's experiments, and we brought it over here. The Japanese, too. Like, the Japanese did horrible medical experiments on soldiers, and after the war, we went, hey, that was really terrible what you guys all did, and we're going to put you on trial. But could you turn over your research papers? We need to know what you found out. It's okay. Like, we didn't actually do the thing.
Why waste it?
Yeah, we didn't actually do the thing to the people, so it's totally okay if we use the research. I mean, we're not going to let it go to waste. I mean, there's a difference between protecting international law and a complete waste of knowledge.
Look, man, there's some money to be made here. We might as well do that part.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't use it, who will? So this is a scene that Sir Kay sent me from the Three Little Pigs.
And,
or Three Little Pegs. Or the Three Little Pegs. That was a rough night. I remember that one. They say little, but, I mean, it's all relative when it's going in your anus.
Three Little Pegs, poop and blood.
So you remember the Three Little Pigs cartoons where he would knock on the door and you come through the chimney and land in the pot of soup and go ape shit out the roof and run away. That kind of shit. Don't clip that. So in this scene, we get what some are calling an anti-Semitic Three Little Pigs scene. Let's take a look.
Who's there? I'm the Fuller Brush Man.
I mean,
that's a hell of a schnoz on that fella.
He is a wolf. He has to hide his snout somewhere.
So wait, you're saying he's a wolf in Jews' clothing?
What makes you... all right, yeah, no, I can't even hide. Yeah, that's just blatantly...
He's even got Jew hands. He's even doing, like, stereotypical Jew hands. Like, How are you today? Wonderful to see you. So the Fuller Brush Man is Jewish, the wolf. And this is bullshit because this is a terrible costume for the wolf. Jews and pork, they don't... The pigs could sniff this out from a mile away.
You would think so.
I mean, that and the tail. Jews don't have tails. Well, they do, but they're bifurcated. I couldn't help it. When do I get to use the word bifurcated in a joke?
Yes, congratulations. Your alliteration has taken to new levels. Just how you got there is very questionable.
The evolution of my comedy is still continuing. All right.
Oh.
Continue on. Hey, wait a minute. You're not a Jewish brush salesman. Where's your pitchfork? What?
I'm giving a free sample.
Okay, that's how I know he's not really Jewish. Too many dead giveaways in this. This is a terrible costume by the wolf.
Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway.
Free sample. Thank you. Now I got
It's a pig, not a savings bond. What?
I'm just saying he would have made that grab if it was a golden pig. I'm just saying.
You know what it was? He found out that pig had the ownership deed to Gaza. Was trying to grab it from him, but he couldn't quite get it. This is actually a metaphor for the West Bank.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, that's a hate crime. Oh no, Oh, it's nice of him to transform into something less frightening at the end. What? What did I say?
Now the tail doesn't seem to make sense.
What a fucking dick. Oh, boy.
Oh.
Hey, thank you, Matt Van Meter, for the $50. Appreciate that right off the bat today. Oh, what does that 35 put us? 265 away from today. Thank you, buddy. That's a very good start to today's show. All right. Oh, my God. Some of the names that are coming in, Johnny, before we get to everybody's comments on that clip we just watched. Sandy Hook shooter AR-15 says, "Hi everyone, what's this show about?"
That's just...
And then the Sandy Hook shooter's AR-15 also says, "Santa isn't real." Why would you be such an asshole?
You are killing people's dreams.
Oh, no. Adam Johnson's neck skate says, "Good morning, gentlemen." See now this?
I feel like that might be too soon.
I mean, really. Chris Benoit's electrical cord says, "Breathtaking." Why?
That man had a family.
By God. Gaza Strip baby barbecue. Oh, my God. Gaza Strip baby barbecue with $4.99 says, "How do you like your baby? Well done? Medium? Too soon? Also, please pass me the kosher salt."
Jesus.
So, I mean, you guys, I'm not judging by any means, but you guys, you go hard in the paint, you know?
I mean, yeah. Well, I don't know how you top any of these.
Oh,
I'm afraid to find out.
Yeah,
actually.
don't say that. Don't. This is good. It's going to get worse.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You know for a fact. Thank you very much, guys. 265 away with a couple of big drops on this show. We do appreciate all of the listener contributions. There's all the PayPal, Streamlabs details, and all that in the chat. 265 away from today, off to a fantastic start. So, I guess, I mean, let's go into do you want to go into the Batman stuff, or do we want to wait? You know what? I got a couple more things. I want to let it build, like the Bill Burr thing yesterday. Let's let it get good and juicy.
We should have a lot of strong opinions on both sides with our crowd.
Yeah.
There's going to be a couple people defending Batman way too hard, a couple people defending Batman's actions way too hard, and then the rest of us who are just going to make fun of them like crazy.
And really, that's where I want to be. I want to be in the everyone's silly and stop taking everything so seriously camp. By the way, thank you to Balls Deep for gifting a sub. Oh, no, he gifted a membership to Sandy Hook Shooters AR-15 of all the people who got a membership today. By the way, about 10 memberships away from that magical 600 number. I do appreciate that. Gift away. I'm fine with that. So, and if you become a member, you get access to all of our members-only shows. So now, do you remember when The Simpsons announced last week that Homer wasn't going to strangle Bart anymore?
Yeah, I kind of thought it was dumb. Just because you're changing a thing that's been there so long, does it matter now?
Right, and not only that, it's a fucking cartoon. Like, it's not like you're like, hey, I've got good news. George Jefferson is not going to strangle his children on the Jeffersons anymore. It's literally going, hey, we're not going to draw this guy choking this other guy in a fake cartoon show. It just seems so unnecessary.
Is it really teaching people anything? I mean, it's been going on for so long. Have we had even one instance of a guy just like strangling his kid? Just, I learned this from watching you, Fox. Like, I mean, that doesn't...
If Homer hadn't done this to Bart, my kids would still be alive. Like, we didn't hear any stories like that. Like, we didn't see the people out in front of the cameras going, I want to thank Matt Groening. It's better late than never. You know, my child would still be alive if Homer hadn't been strangling Bart all those years.
How are you going to defend yourself against this murder charge for your own kid, no less? I'm going to take the Simpsons defense. Oh, you mean the O.J. Simpson defense? No, the Simpsons defense. Yeah. I learned it from watching Homer Simpson. Couldn't control myself.
The last few Simpsons changes that they've made have literally been in tennis what we would call unforced errors, where nobody was really seriously talking about this. And it's really what happens when you get too much internet and not enough real life. You start to read things that nobody thinks, but you think it's real.
And you think a lot of people do.
Yes, exactly. Like, you hear all these people. I'm trying to think of an example of, okay, a lot of people talk shit about Ethan Klein, right? And you would think, based on the chatter on Reddit and YouTube and Discord and all this shit, that, oh my God, people really hate Ethan Klein. He's a piece of shit and he's a failure and he's fallen off. Every time Ethan Klein goes live, there's like 50,000 people watching him at one time. And then a million people watch his episode by the time it's done. The guy's doing... And I may not be the biggest Ethan Klein fan, but by any measure, the man's doing very well. Like he's really
Actually, yeah, I heard he's losing weight recently. So yeah, I'd say he's
and
doing
also
better.
getting healthier. So like you got to be careful when you read shit on the internet. You have to understand these are damaged people venting. Like they're just getting shit out. It doesn't make sense. It's the rambling. It's a school shooter's manifesto without the shooting. So you can't make changes based on what these people think. The classic example I go to is the Apu thing.
Yeah.
One Indian college student went, "Oh, I don't get it." And the Simpsons went, "Oh, well, then we'll change it 100% just for you. We'll get rid of Apu and this inspirational Indian character who's very funny and beloved by the entire country. We'll take that away from every normal person who thinks that it's totally fine and has no issue with it because one psychopath who doesn't go outside enough doesn't like it."
It's a stereotype. So what?
Yeah, right. Yes,
It's not.
It's a stereotype. Yes, I think we'll be fine.
But it's not like it's not offensive. We're not saying that's all they can be. And he's not even the show. He's a character, and it's inclusion.
Right. See, now, if that guy started bitching and he made this bullshit independent documentary, I'm making an Apu spinoff at this point. It's going to be called Quickie Mart, and it releases next year. You don't like Apu? Here's more Apu. That's what you have to do. You have to taunt and ridicule the internet.
You have to rub his face in the Apu.
Right. Yeah. You take the carpet with the Apu on it. You take the internet's face and you go, "Oh, yeah, you don't like it, huh? There you go." Because they can't do anything to you. They can't kill you. They can't end you. They can't destroy the Simpsons. But you know what they can do? They can cause the Simpsons to kill themselves.
Right.
And make
which they're doing.
Which they're doing. The Simpsons patriarch will continue to get aggressive with his son, said co-creator and producer James L. Brooks. Homer Simpson, who has often strangled son Bart for laughs on Fox's long-running animated series, seemed to suggest he would change his ways on the episode McMansion and Wife, which aired October 22nd. Homer met his new neighbor, Thayer, who noted Homer had quite a grip when they shook hands. "See Marge strangling the boy has paid off," Homer quipped. "Just kidding, I don't do that anymore. Times have changed." Perhaps not. Asked about that episode, Brooks tells people, "Don't think for a second we're changing anything." Good for that guy.
All right.
I like that. I mean, do you think that maybe for a second, and I hate to even suggest that this might be the case, that maybe people online panicked and overreacted to something that wasn't happening?
When has that ever happened?
It doesn't seem like them, does it?
No, it doesn't seem like 4chan in action at all.
It doesn't sound like a Reddit thing at all. So there could have been, perhaps in the show, they made the joke because Homer doesn't want to tell his neighbor that he strangles his son. Perhaps. Brooks, or they're making fun of the times have changed people. Brooks then showed an illustration of Homer strangling Bart, who was holding a smartphone with a headline that read, "Simpsons, no more strangling." Text in a word bubble showed Homer yelling at his son, "Why, you little clickbaiting?" So you understand that this all got so retarded that now showing an animated yellow man strangling an animated yellow boy is now like a Braveheart rallying cry of, "Look, we did it!"
Freedom!
What you people need to understand is both sides of this are fucking stupid. You can say that Homer still strangling Bart is a win. My argument is the fact that we've even had this conversation is a loss.
Is a net loss.
Yes. The fact that this became a fault line for American animated culture is retarded. It's as retarded as arguing about the word retarded. People can say the word.
Which we've done before as well.
There's no argument on this program. The argument doesn't exist. But, you made this thing where you went, "Hey, I'm not going to strangle my son anymore." And then people who are fans of the cartoon show went, "No, you have to strangle the animated kid." And then people who didn't want that to happen anymore went, "Oh, I'm so glad that you guys aren't strangling the animated kid anymore." And then the Simpsons went, "Fuck all of you. It was all clickbait. We're still strangling the kid." And half the country went, "Yeah." And the other half went, "Boo." And guess what? We all lost.
Because ultimately nothing changed.
Right.
This whole battle, we went nowhere.
It was all bullshit. and then 1 million more illegal immigrants came in, $1 trillion more dollars got added to the debt, and billions of more of your tax dollars went to another country to go kill people. Congratulations on the W, America. See, this is the difference between me and some of our more serious listeners. I get to this point and I just start manically laughing. And I go, it's too late to save it.
Right, but then I get angry because I'm living in it, and I'm like, oh, that's not fair.
You know what? Ultimately, we're going to be fine. You know why? Because about 30, 40 years from now, guess what's going to happen?
Well, I'll be dead.
We're going to die. So guess what? Ultimately, it doesn't matter. Unless we're going through the bread lines and the riots, which is going to suck. But even then, you're still going to die.
I mean, I'm just saying, for me, that's kind of depressing. I was, like, excited that we were coming to a close. You're telling me I got, like, 30 to 40 more left in? God.
You better hope for that ending to come pretty fucking quick. It better not be like a supernova where it all happens very slowly and the star dies a slow death. You better hope for, like nuclear explosion, like a splitting of the atom.
Bang, pow, and we're out.
Exactly. You got to hope for a quick one. Let's go. We got more people switching names in the chat. I want to see some of them. 199 from Hitler's Misunderstood Actions says, good morning. Am I loved? No, not at all.
I'm pretty sure your resentment is the best you can do.
Yeah. That's a terrible, you have no right to ask that question. Hitler's Misunderstood Actions. You are not loved, nor will you ever be. And I have to come out vehemently for this because a lot of people were thinking I was going to give the opposite answer. So, no, Hitler's Misunderstood Actions. You are not loved, but good morning. It was very kind of you to give us a nice greeting. And the $2. But it's kind of a small donation, though. Ironic for someone who doesn't like Jewish people. Just saying. Michael B. says, it is 2023. Why are the Simpsons still a thing? Yeah, the first 5 to 7 years were good, but who cares? Yeah, I mean, for me, like my age, we watched South Park and we never looked back. We didn't go back to The Simpsons.
Yeah, dude, South Park came into our lives and The Simpsons was like
gay.
It's like South Park was like doing cocaine and then you hung out with your friend. He's like, hey, I have some powdered sugar. Like, wow, that's cool. I'm going to go.
Adam Johnson's next skate says, or hear me out. Now they're seeing the reaction and they're backpedaling. But that's kind of my point, is that the fact that we're splitting the atom on the Simpsons cartoon guys choking each other is, this is what's wonderful, is America doesn't realize where their losses are. America starts arguing a stupid point and then goes, yeah, we won, but they don't understand that having the argument in the first place, that's where we lost.
Yeah. We won the battle. Yeah, but the point was we shouldn't have had the battle because we ended up right back where we started and we only learned that we're all stupid and now we're bloody.
Yeah, Papa Dan quotes Bo Burnham's All Eyes on Me. He says, you think the whole world's ending, buddy. It already did.
Oh.
That song is a great empowering song for just letting go. And just going, you know what? Fuck it. It's already over. It's empowering because it shows you that nobody can hurt you anymore. It's already dead. It's over. You guys survived the apocalypse, and now we build from here. You can enjoy the argument of the people arguing about the yellow people choking each other. Not those yellow people. Todd Pemper says, Aaron, could you raise your right arm when addressing Hitler next time? You mean like this? Or like this? Or like this? Or like, you know what my favorite...
Like this?
You know what my favorite Hitler salute was? And people can argue with me, and we can have this discussion on the program today. But you know what my favorite Hitler salute was?
What?
You know when he do like the shoulder high kind of femi gay Nazi salute?
Okay.
Do you know which one I'm talking about? Ladies, man, when I said that just LOL, what the fuck? This is a conversation we need to have on this program.
What's your favorite Nazi salute?
Okay, before I do it, does anyone understand the one I'm talking about? Yeah, Michael B says the flip. The Hitler flip.
Yeah, okay.
Do you remember what it was?
Where you just kind of popped up and it was lower?
No. Even gayer than that. I thought it was very stylish. It was this one.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Oh, the foppish one.
Yeah. Where he went, I liked that one. That was my favorite one. Like, the other one was always way too aggressive, and it seemed like they were reaching out to strangle a Jew or a gypsy. And I'm like, okay, guys, that's a bit much.
That one looks like he's waving them off, or like there's a bug near him. Like, oh,
Yeah.
stop.
I like the foppish kind of. That one seemed innocent, you know? That if they would have stuck with that one, it might have been better for marketing. But they went with the aggressive fucking. It's like, guys. You just look evil when you do that. But when you just go, yeah, it's a little more fashionable.
I mean, I'm just saying, you could have gotten a lot farther with yeah than
Right. This seems like more of a suggestion. This is an order. See, like if you're Hamas, you do this one, right?
They don't have structure or what?
Yeah, Hamas needs to learn from the past, I think, and not repeat the same. Although Hamas has definitely captured the hearts and minds of the youth, because all these fucking college kids who accuse everyone else of being a Nazi, boy, do they not like Jews.
Yeah. That's
Yikes.
really, really ironic.
Doorman says, if you get time, listen to audio of the Ole Miss coach laying into a player who skipped 2 weeks of practice and got cut. Do you want to watch a coach lose his shit on one of his players?
Yes, I do.
Cool. Guys, thank you very much, Doorman, for that. That's going to bring us to 2:45 for this morning. Thank you guys very much. Keep her going. We'll knock this thing out in no time. Great pace, kids. You guys are the best. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. I think, again, 10 or 12 more gifted memberships, and we hit our magic number. Reno Nichols says, this is the longest Aaron has talked about Hitler without doing an impression. Well, now you've put me in a fucked up spot, because you're kind of asking me to do the impression, but now I feel like if I do, I'm just being a dancing monkey. So what do I do? What do I do? Ole Miss coach yells at player. Lane Kiffin plus Ole Miss are being sued. Lane Kiffin leaked audio? Okay, let's check it out. Oh, Johnny, in this clip, they're saying he's in hot water.
Oh, really? Like hot tub hot water? Like boiling hot water?
Like the hot water that the three little pigs put the wolf in? Where's the actual... Okay, this clip doesn't have the actual audio. I need the actual...
Yeah, we want to at least hear him losing his shit.
Yeah. I want to hear Lane Kiffin fucking go bananas. No. I got to hear the actual Lane Kiffin. Everything I see online here, if someone wants to send me a clip of it... Oh, here we go. Everything else is everyone reacting to it. Here we go. I think this is going to be the clip.
Let me give the backstory before I play it. So DeSanto Rollins had missed, I think, 2 weeks of practice, and it was in the spring.
This is Caleb Calhoun and Dave Hooker. It's Off the Hook Sports with Dave Hooker, if you want to go listen to it.
And it was a mental health break, he said. Apparently, reportedly, he had been ghosting Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin, it doesn't sound like wasn't against him taking a 2-week break. Lane Kiffin just wanted to talk to him first. And
okay, so one of his defensive players wanted to take a 2-week mental health break. Here's my opinion, and maybe this is a little old school. Maybe I'm being insensitive. If you need a mental health break, you can't. No playing football.
Yeah, I feel like football's a bit much.
Yeah, it's a gladiator sport, and you got to be a little old school if you're going to be a football player. And if you've got a brain that is, gets overheated and broken and needs a break every now and again. That's for baseball players. And I say that
that's not going to do well under CTE.
No. If you've already got a brain that's a little busted, football's not the sport for you. Football needs to be played by people who can handle a shitload of adversity, a lot of pressure. It's there's nothing about football that's not intense. And if you can't handle that level of intensity, like I said, if I'm a coach and you come to me, I'm going to try to be as compassionate but as real as possible. If you come to me and say, Coach, I need 2 weeks for a mental health break, I'll go, look, kid, honestly, maybe you should just go ahead and tap out, because I don't know if you've already got mental health problems. I don't know what this 2 weeks is going to do for you.
Look, people say the hazing stuff was wrong and that we couldn't allow it. And I agree it probably got out of hand a few times, but I think it was pretty good at weeding this kind of stuff out. Like, I'm sorry, you don't make it to the pros unless you're willing to take a couple of pool cues up your bum, and then maybe you don't have mental health days, you know?
You want to be the varsity quarterback, then when you're in JV, the broom handle goes up your asshole. We all went through it. How do you think I got to be the number 3 pitcher in the Irondale rotation my sophomore year, huh? Exactly.
Rook, you're crying over the pickle challenge. That's pee-wee shit. All right?
They didn't do this to you in elementary school. Your coach was a no-talent pussy, but at least he listened. I did watch Varsity Blues last week, which, by the way, fucking solid flick no matter how old you are. I don't give a shit about the terrible Southern accents. That's part of the charm of the whole thing. John Voight is a great dickhead in that movie. James Vanderbeek, fuck his Texas accent. He's great. Amy Smart, Allie Larder, lovely. Am I not supposed
Who's the original quarterback that
Paul Walker.
Oh, God, that's right.
Yeah.
Paul Walker.
Paul Walker. And then the guy who played Tweeter. The fact that I don't know who played Tweeter, you guys, I should get a little credit for that. The fact
Look,
that
he doesn't know one.
Look, I don't know one actor who played a thing. The guy who played Billy Bob is dead now. You know what's sad about him dying is he lost a shitload of weight and then he died. Like, the guy who played Billy Bob got to a reasonable weight and then keeled over.
What happened?
Heart attack. He died. I think he abused himself so much when he was overweight. It's kind of like that thing where, like, if you pull the two cars apart, the person will split in half and bleed to death. Like, the only thing keeping them alive is the two train cars being smashed together. Same thing with Billy Bob. He lost all the weight, and it was such a shock to his system that it killed him.
That was literally the fat. It was keeping him alive.
The fat was holding him together. All right, I'm sorry, guys. To the Lane Kiffin thing, it's Rabbit Hole Tuesday here on Steel Toe.
Finally meets with Lane Kiffin, and this is Lane Kiffin, how he responded when they met, and DeSantorellis, apparently, it sounds like, secretly recorded him. Here we go.
Which in and of itself, man, I just say, when you're recording somebody, it paints you in a different light.
I agree with them. Like, if this defensive tackle was getting, so basically what happened was this defensive tackle wanted to take a 2-week mental health break. Lane Kiffin's like, can I talk to you first? I can't just lose one of my best defensive players for 2 weeks without having some kind of plan. Because the coach doesn't have to just think about you. He has to think about the whole team.
Yeah.
And
who he's getting to replace you? Because again, are you expecting to just come back in 2 weeks and just get your spot back that someone's been holding down for you? I mean,
right.
It's not really a fair deal.
So he wants to talk to this guy, and apparently the guy's been ghosting his phone calls. Lane Kiffin gets frustrated, and I guess he yells at the guy in this phone call. A, you haven't been talking to your coach, and he needs to talk to you. That's a shithead move. B, when you finally stop dodging his calls, you record him, which is a shithead move.
And you don't tell him about it.
Yeah, so the mentally ill football player surreptitiously records his coach, and we're supposed to think the coach is the bad guy. And I don't like Lane Kiffin, but the way this is all being set up, I feel like I'm going to be on his side. A, I have very little patience for the mentally ill because they make their fucking problem everybody else's fucking problem, and they pass all of this trauma. And you talk about people who trauma dump. The mentally ill trauma dump on people and fuck other people up just as much as they fuck themselves up. And so for this guy to start recording Lane Kiffin because his coach wants to talk to him about, hey, what's the plan here? He's a fucking dick.
At least he's proving he is mentally ill.
You know what? That's true. At least we can't accuse him of faking it.
It does.
When you're going out of your way to record somebody, that's a little nefarious in and of itself. All right, go ahead.
Good use of the
Tell
word
that to Philip
nefarious.
Homer. Sorry. Okay, here we go.
If you would have come here, when you kept getting messages, the head coach wants to talk to you, and you saying, I'm not ready to talk to him. I wasn't. Well, what world do you live in?
I don't see why you gotta be disrespectful, honestly.
Get out of here. Go. You're off the team. You're done.
Good for Lane Kiffin because this little fucker knows he's recording this shit, and he's doing that woman thing where once people are listening, they're calm, they're passive aggressive, I don't know why you have to treat me this way. When someone's already mad that you fucked them over, and then you go, I don't know why you have to treat me this way. You know that that's going to set that person off and make them angrier. This guy is not thinking about having an honest dialogue with his coach. He's thinking about getting a good recording.
Yeah, so it makes him look like the victim, so that way he can take whatever time he wants, maybe get a settlement out of it. I don't know. But it's really, really fucked up to be like, hey, I was hired to do this job. I got paid a shit ton of money to do it.
Yeah.
And not only am I like, hey, I'm not going to do it, I'm going to duck out. I'm not going to talk to my boss. I'm just going to kind of not show up for 2 weeks. I mean, anywhere else, you'd be done. Like,
I mean,
that's...
In fairness, this is a college player. So, I mean, I guess he is getting a scholarship. But
okay.
but still, you've agreed to play on that team, and then you totally ghost the coach. You're not allowed to do that.
It's a bad idea. Good luck with your scholarship now that you've
See ya.
lost your...
Go. And guess what? We can kick you off the team. So go read your rights about mental health. We can kick you off the team for not showing up. When the head coach asks to meet with you, and you don't show up for weeks, okay, we can remove you from the team. It's called being the It's called hiding behind and not showing up to work.
Do you call him a pussy? What was that one? Oh, I thought
it's called being a pussy.
I thought it was that or gay F word. If it was gay F word, I was going to be like, holy shit, Lane Kiffin goes hard.
No, he said it's called being a pussy. Then he said something else, and then he said not showing up to work.
Okay.
It's called hiding.
Let me go back.
To meet with you, and you don't show up for weeks, okay, we can remove you from the team. It's called being the
Yeah.
It's called hiding behind and not showing up to work.
Okay, so that's the
Hiding
whole
behind
point.
shit.
Hiding behind shit and not showing up for work. Good for Lane Kiffin, not being held hostage by a guy who goes, my brain hurts, then quit. Goodbye. You're putting the whole team in kind of a limbo right now. And it's fucking up my universe, son. By the way, thank you to I effed up my Buick for $5. Says to Daddy. Oh, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. 240 is the number for today. Great start to the show, guys. I really appreciate all the support. Let's see what the audience thinks. First of all,
them are moving.
JoJo thinks Tweeter is the best character. Great, awesome. Lane played this well, says Michael B. I couldn't agree more. He's getting a scholarship. He's still getting paid. Well, yeah, and now college players are allowed to profit off their name, too.
Yeah.
So you can do
But
that.
that's got to apparently add to the stress level. That's what he's doing. He's busy selling his endorsement deals for the last 2 weeks.
Sean says, guess I'll just sit here and be invisible today again. Well, if you were invisible, then you could just watch me in your room. If you were invisible, then you could tell me where I stand or tell me where you stand.
You'd have to. We wouldn't see.
You see, on today's show, mark it down. What are we? 56 minutes into today's show, I did a Clay Aiken reference. Hey, everybody. Union Jack says the man's trying to run a football team. Simple. Yeah, he's not your buddy. He's not your pal. He's not your dad who goes, oh, it's okay. You take your 2 weeks off. You take as much time. Like, he was expecting his coach to go, oh, you take as much time as you need away from the football team. It'll be waiting here for you when you get back. No.
Yeah, no, that's not how this works.
Nia, oh God, I almost read the name. That's not how you spell Nia Burr's last name. Says, I'm going to lay down, but I'll still listen. So is this laying down thing, that's not going away?
Apparently, yeah, it's going to be here for a while.
It's going to be here for a minute. She Dabbler says, I miss April. It's one night. She'll be back tonight. Everybody just calm down. And Johnny did a great job yesterday on top of the fucking terrible technical issues that we had. Michael B says, I had a wrestling coach tell me to, quote, not show up to practice as drunk as Monday. What does that mean? Did he mean like you're always
like you showed up drunk to practice and he's like, hey, don't show up as drunk as Monday.
Like you showed up on Monday drunk, or the coach expects you to be drunk on Monday, so don't show up. Your wrestling coach had a weird way of phrasing shit. I just want to say. You said the Rumble chat was moving as well. Let's go check out the fine people of Rumble. Tweeter was Scott Kahn, James Caan's son. Thank you, Scarface. You have no idea how much that's going to help me in the future and infuriate others in the future. Being able to play sports for a living for millions should make any mental illness disappear. Just play and be happy, says Scary Terry. Yeah, I mean, look, and if you are mentally ill and you need breaks, it's okay for some shit not to be for you. I mean, that's something we got to get back to teaching people when they're young, is that, look, not everything's for you. Because then we won't argue about stupid shit like The Simpsons, because people will go, oh, maybe that's it. Oh, he chokes his kid. I don't like that. I guess
it's not for me.
That show's not for me, so I won't argue about it. I'm so mentally fucked up that when I'm under pressure, I need to, retreat from the world for 2 weeks. Okay, maybe high-pressure Division I college football isn't for me. Just because you're good at something doesn't mean you have to keep doing it. If it's going to fuck you up, leave. But don't try to take people down with you. Bigot on Socialist Media says releasing the recording makes you a pussy.
Yeah.
I agree. It's a bad look for this player. I think Lane Kiffin is fine. Anyone who doesn't have Lane Kiffin's back in this or thinks he did anything wrong is just too sensitive for sports.
Yeah, but unfortunately, how many, and I hate to be one of those, the young people today, but how many younger people are just going, no, you need to understand he was having mentees. He needed his time. Like, no,
Yeah.
you don't get it. That's not how the world works.
I think
There's a whole group of people that don't understand that that's not how the world works. Like, pull your shit together and do your job, or at least handle your shit responsibly and communicate with people.
Right. Somebody said in the Rumble chat, they says, if you need time, you still need, Bigot says, if you need time, still need to be a professional and communicate properly. Yes. Scary Terry says, NCAA are basically pampered pro athletes. If he's that unwell, these football schools have the best resources. Yeah, so he gets to use all the resources and he doesn't have to play football. What a deal.
And again, all of this fighting stuff could have been avoided if you would have just talked to the coach when he's like, hey, what's going on?
Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Ole Miss is the 13th ranked team in the country. Are they going to make the playoffs? No, but I kind of get where he's coming from. That being said, he still coaches in the SEC, so screw him. A lot of people hate the SEC, Johnny. It's they don't like him because the SEC is a really good conference. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, Aaron hit me over the head with a very blunt object. I'm going to go lay down. I'm very tired. It's my fault. Access too much back sass. Thank you, Hobo. Thank you for understanding who was at fault in that whole charade. 235 is the number today. There's the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo link in the chat. Super chats and gifted memberships are very cool. Rumble rants are awesome, too. If you want to become a subscriber on Rumble, awesome as well. The 600 or 700 of you that are in here right now, go ahead and hit thumbs up, hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate the algorithm help. Anybody can use the algorithm help. Algorithm hell is what we're in on YouTube. Rumble loves us. So everybody throw us a thumbs up. We appreciate it. 235 is today's number. You guys are doing great. All right, comic book dorks.
Okay, here we go.
We got done with the Simpsons stuff. We got done with the thank you. Who was it who sent the Lane Kiffin thing in? That was great. Do you remember?
God, I don't even remember.
Thank you very much to whoever sent us the Lane Kiffin story. I felt that was some really good stuff. So anyway, comic book nerds. Now, every time I mention one of these guys, because you got to remember, I'm not in their world, so I don't know who they are. But anytime
Right.
I just laugh at somebody taking their comics or anything too seriously, people go, oh, shit, don't talk shit about that guy. He has... You know what happens when I talk shit about any of these people?
Nothing.
Nothing. I go to the grocery store. I go to the gym. I go to pick up the kids from school. I don't hear anything about it. Nothing really happens.
In fact, I would say some of the worst things you can do is actually respond. Like, I mean, we generally paying us no mind is the right sign.
Yeah.
Right way to go.
Otherwise, you're just going to drive yourself nuts. By the way, thank you to Nicholas, my golfing buddy, for the $5 over on PayPal. Very generous of you, sir, bringing
Thank
us to 230. Thank you to everyone who contributes to our stupid little program. We appreciate it. So, but like we talked about that As guy. Remember that when he goes, "Quit commandeering us."
Yeah.
Because you were allowed to pick like a trans person in a game or something.
You could pick your pronouns.
Yeah, you could choose your pronouns in a game. And what this guy didn't understand was this doesn't affect any of us at all in the least. It literally is the game extended a courtesy to people who are, yeah, sure, a little wonky, a little nuts, a little overbearing, a little obnoxious. But it's literally a courtesy they extended them. I've filled out shit in video games before that ask if I'm Mr. or Miss. I don't get pissed and I go, "I have a cock! You don't ask if I'm a miss! Quit current yearing us!" It's not something that affects me. But when we did that, they went, "Oh, man, don't say anything about Az. Don't say anything about Az, man. He has fans." Good. Call me an asshole then. I don't give a shit. Like, what are you going to do to me? Beat me up? Are you going to find me and give me a swirly? But they keep saying about these guys, like, "Oh, man, don't say shit about that guy." They fucking talk about comic books and video games all the time. I'm sorry for my lack of intimidation. So this Ryan Kinel guy, who's actually been in our chat before and kind of like shit on us, like was kind of a cunt. And this has nothing to do with that, by the way. Somebody posted a funny clip of him from a few months ago. And I really found it hilarious. I enjoyed it a lot. So apparently a few months ago, this trailer for a movie called Blue Beetle came out. Now,
oh yeah,
I don't know about you, Johnny, but when there's stuff that comes out that looks uninteresting to me,
I don't pay attention.
I just don't pay attention to it. I don't act like I'm fighting a grand crusade for the culture, because I don't think Blue Beetle is moving the needle at all. God forbid. I'm sorry. I probably just don't get it. But apparently there was a throwaway joke in this trailer where somebody called Batman a fascist. And comic book guys got fucking incensed about a joke calling Batman a fascist. Now,
well, when you grow up your whole life idolizing an imaginary character and you've got his symbol tattooed on your ass cheek and a bunch of his shirts, you don't like hearing that he's a bad guy and a meanie head.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Queso Donkey says, "Starfield is the game you're referring to. I literally thought about it for 2 seconds when asked in the game. It's so dumb." Yeah. That's it. And Kevin Brennan's wife's baggy meat sleeve echoes the point that I'm going to get to in a little bit. Batman literally is a fascist. And look, I love Batman. I think Batman's great in the context of he's a fictional character whose story I really enjoy. And he is a fascist. And you know what he is? He's a vent to, this is the beautiful thing about movies and stories is that they can appeal to a part of us that we maybe think didn't exist. And in Batman's case, he is all of our inner fascist. Batman is us going, "God, if I could just take fucking criminals who get away with crime and shit and just beat the living dog piss out of them without a trial or anything else, that would be fucking great." Guess what? That makes you that's a fascist belief you have.
But he's not a fascist because ultimately he puts the criminals and he lets the cops arrest them. He's making sure that due process is served.
Without the authority to do so. He unilaterally decides who's guilty and who's innocent, and he beats the living dog shit out of them. Let me tell you this.
He's a rich white man and the other people are too stupid and poor.
So, I mean, yes, Batman absolutely is a fascist. And you know what? It's part of the fun. It's why I like Batman, because he's a fake fascist on a TV screen, and it's a bit of an escape. But this guy, so somebody, Vito from Dick Masterson's show. And look, man, I don't know this Ryan Kinel from Adam. I guess he doesn't like us very much. That's totally fine. I don't mind. I don't know the guy from Adam. I wish him all the best. I hope his show does well. I just thought it was funny that this guy went on a rant about how you can't call Batman a fascist. And I thought, look, you know that conversation we had about The Simpsons where if you just have the argument, you've lost?
Yeah, we're there again.
If you get pissed off about a trailer that called Batman a fascist, first of all, let's try to keep this in perspective. Number one, Batman isn't real. So we can sit here and go, Batman's a fascist, Batman isn't a fascist. Batman is also fictional.
Yeah, it's not like Robert Pattinson is going to be knocking on your door going, hey, man, you're calling me a fascist. What the fuck?
Yeah, could you
not
fucking
how that
chill
works.
out? Val Kilmer, what are you doing here? Sorry, it sticks with me after all these years. But you have a lot bigger problems, dude. So Ryan Kinel, there was this clip that was posted on Twitter, and Vito retweeted it, and I thought it was hilarious. And then I went to see the clip today to use it for the show, and it got deleted. So I'm like, well, I'm glad. I ended up very happy that it got deleted because I found more rants from these comic book guys from a few months ago about this simple, it's a 2-second joke in the Blue Beetle trailer of one of the characters who I guess is an insufferable liberal cunt going, Batman's a fascist. And these people, Batman is so important to them that they couldn't tolerate this, not for a second. Now, God bless this man. He has 284,000 subscribers. He seems like he's doing wonderful. I hope he continues to make lots of money and do incredibly well. That being said, let's laugh at his take on a Batman joke.
They know a good way to push away the fans. New Blue Beetle trailer ends with George Lopez's Uncle Rudy saying, Batman's a fascist. And if you thought it was just a throwaway line, well, they've had...
Wait, time out. Stop. It was. I saw the trailer before this. The guy's literally just some hippie laying in bed going, somebody says, oh, it's like Batman. And the guy goes, Batman's a fascist. So he's like, hey, if you guys just think this is that's him trying to get out in front of people going, dude, you're being kind of a bitch about this.
You're kind of really chomping at something that isn't there.
You know what it is? These comic book guys have built these comic book YouTubers kind of built their careers on like, their whole thing is the wokies, the left, these progressives, they're bullshit. So like it's kind of the whole, if you're a hammer, the whole world's a nail thing. You got to find these little things and blow them up so you have a little grist for the mill, if you will.
Yeah. But I mean, this is also the same group of people where if Blue Beetle was a chick, they'd also really lose their shit.
Yeah, and put a chick in it, make it gay. When they put a chick in it and make it gay, Johnny, you know what I do?
I don't watch it.
I just don't watch the movie.
I do watch it.
But these rants, you just right, guys. If a woman superhero comes along, just whack off to her and call it a day. Maybe you won't be so stressed out. But when it comes to stuff like this, like it makes me believe that these people's outrage is as fake as the people they criticize. It feels like you're putting this on to rile people up, to drive the views and everything else. It's
because that's probably what it is.
And is it really Ryan Kinel's fault, or is it the internet's fault because that's what they like? That's what they click on. Ryan Kinel is not giving these people anything they don't want.
Right.
So
it's kind of the voting situation. You know, why do these politicians suck? I don't know, maybe because the people suck.
Right. Is my perspective on this and my approach, you know, my belief in how we should approach these things, is it going to lead to a healthier society? 100%, I have zero doubt in my mind. Is the Ryan Kinel as approach going to just divide us more and make us pissed off, angry, hostile, and childish? Yes, 100%. But Johnny, the tribe has spoken. What do people want?
They want to pick a team and go to war.
They want the Ryan Kinel Aspos. I mean, Ryan Kinel has 250,000 subscribers. I'm barely over 10. The tribe has spoken. They don't want hey, that sounds reasonable. Just you go that way, and we'll all just enjoy art the way we want to. They want conflict, war. And then, unfortunately, these Ryan Kinel people have to live in a constant state of outrage while complaining that everyone else is too outraged about shit. It's just, it's a weird universe to occupy.
Actually already addressed this. Blue Beetle's Batman is a fascist line isn't just a throwaway joke. Can't wait to see how they delve into that. And I'm not going to pretend like the whole trailer was garbage or anything. I know some people said that. I think the trailer looks kind of mid. I don't think there's anything incredible about it. I really like Zola Maridueña. I think that I loved him in Cobra Kai as Miguel. And I was interested to see him as Jaime Reyes. And there is a cool part. There's a couple cool parts of this trailer, like what the suit can do. Check this out.
You can't imagine.
But here's my problem, Johnny. We're grown men.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really cool what the suit can do. Check this out. It's not a sentence we should be saying.
Well, you know, they've spent their whole lives going, oh, if only I could be magically linked up with a alien tech super suit to become a superhero. I'd be so happy. So now they're watching someone live their dream. I mean, just look at this. He's watching it, and I don't know, maybe it's because of the size on the screen. He kind of looks sad, like, I wish that was me.
That's my thing. Like, this thing has him so worked up and so angry. The Batman is a fascist line. It's like, just watch your movie. Like, just watch your movie and enjoy it.
I can create.
Let's party.
I mean,
All right, no offense. Looks gay. But I'm not going to...
It looks like an anime movie. I'm
Right.
sorry. That's... They took everything that people liked about Iron Man, and they're like, hey, how can we steal from it and not do it blatantly?
This is the coolest movie for 7th graders. If you're in 7th grade and you think this is the coolest shit you've ever seen, bro, I get it. I got you.
come on. Like, this is pretty cool.
Nice choice.
I don't.
Okay, then maybe we don't let a throwaway Batman joke ruin it.
Okay, come on. This is pretty cool. If you're that entertained by this, then why are you worried about the other shit?
Isn't it funny? It's almost like he's arguing with himself.
Yeah. He's trying to be mad about it, but then part of him's like, well, if you just step back and look at it, with
All
a
right.
fresh pair of eyes, maybe it has a chance.
Well,
Oh.
let's see when he gets to the Batman joke.
No, I don't mind that part. That's awesome. Seeing the capabilities and a little bit of stuff we've seen from other genres, not just DC Comics, obviously. But then this is where they decided to end the trailer with this line.
Did you see that? Did you see where his face went? He was so happy. He
was enjoying himself.
He liked the tech and the Blue Beetle suit. I think that's wonderful. Enjoy your movie. Like your little film. It's gonna be fine. And then he goes, and then his face just turned sour. And he went, and this is where they decided to end it. Dude, you like the suit. Look at the suit. The movie's going to be about the suit. It's not going to be about the fascist Batman thing. And it's also a DC movie, so DC is poking fun at themselves.
Which is one of the reasons why you should be in favor of this, because not being able to take themselves seriously, or taking themselves too seriously, I should say, excuse me, is why Marvel is taking a huge shit.
Right.
Like they can't poke fun at themselves. They can't, like, they're like, no, we got to put 3 chicks in it and make it a super femme squad. It's like, yeah, but you can't make fun of the fact that, like,
yeah. Meanwhile, one of the biggest moneymakers is Deadpool, and there's all kinds of shitting on Marvel references. He refers to Brolin as Thanos and all this other shit. It's fun.
half of the fun of Deadpool is his breaking of the fourth wall and being like, hey, all this shit that a lot of us think when we watch these movies? I'm going to say it to you.
Right.
That's why people love the character.
It's like Batman stuff. Batman's a fascist. I just want to rap.
That's it. That's all it was. Now, am I the dick? Yes, of course. Am I the dick for saying maybe these grown comic book men with YouTube channels are maybe being a little too sensitive? And which is fine. You're allowed to be. Nerds have been sensitive for a long time. Dorks are the most sensitive people in the world. But they got into this space where they insisted on being seen as cool, like people who talk about football and MMA and shit like that. You guys aren't. You have to pick a lane. Either you're a fucking dweeb and you talk about dweeb shit all day and you get worked up about dork shit, which is fine. There is nothing wrong with that. That's a great lane to occupy. You'll make a lot of money. But you can't sit there and go, dude, everyone else is so triggered over this movie and the libs are so blah, 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 this and that. You don't then get to spurg out over a 1.5 second line about Batman in a movie trailer.
Plus, you don't get to act like you're that alpha male. You know what you're like, at least with like the MMA stuff, if the people talking it start being about it, they're getting in a ring, they're fighting, they're training, whatever.
Right.
If you stop talking it and start being about it, well, let's go to a store and stand in a dark corner.
Right.
Flip.
I mean,
Flip.
I
Those
just,
tits.
there's something about, and I'm starting to feel this way about people who identify as right-wing in general. I can't watch these people anymore do the same exact thing that they rail against and claim to hate and not call it out. Like, you guys, I've said this a long time about right-leaning people. you're just as sensitive as the people you bitch about. You're just sensitive about the opposite shit.
Yeah.
Like, why you guys can't understand each other when you're the opposite sides of the same coin? It's like Democrats and Republicans. It's all one corporation. You guys are all outrage merchants. You guys all deal in the same thing. Anger and hostility towards the other, towards the thing that's different. Whereas normal people, the touch grass people, go, it doesn't look good. I don't think I'll watch it. And maybe they'll make a joke about it. They'll make fun of it. But
I'll be honest, I'm enough of a nerd where I'm like, the special effects look cool. I'll give it a look if it's free.
Right,
if it's like
exactly.
there.
Yeah.
Batman's a fascist. Now, it's just a joke from George Lopez, right? But one, what the fuck is he talking about? Nobody in this world knows anything about Batman. They don't know who he is. They don't even realize he exists. Most people don't even think he's a real person. So
he's not. I know he's talking. I know he's talking about the movie, but it's just so funny. He's hopping up and down in his chair, and it's like, bro, the meta thing about this, he's not a real person.
You're doing the same thing.
Right.
He's not real. A lot of them don't even think he's real. They think it's an urban legend. I mean, they wouldn't be like, Batman's a fascist. You realize you having this argument is the same as them.
Well, he's like, in the movie universe, they don't even think Batman's real. They're not even Batman. I'm going to tell you something that my mother, father, aunts, and uncles told me when I was 7. It's just a movie. It's just a movie. They can reference Superman. They can reference Caligula. They can reference fucking Julius Caesar if they want to. It's a cocksucking movie. All right?
Dude, Deadpool literally references Marvel and DC. There's talk of Grant Gustin doing like a cameo as the Flash or something in the movie. So,
and this, again, for people who, like, I'm obviously not swaying, and when we put this up as a clip, I'm not convincing them of anything. I'm not shitting on your boy. I'm not saying he's a piece of shit. I'm not these people. I'm not the people who get angry and mad. I think this is funny. As the British say, I'm taking the piss out of the guy. I don't think he's bad. I know he's very uptight. He's very sensitive, or I hope it's just a character. But I think it's funny, and I hope he can look back at this one day and go, oh, that was, I probably should have fucking chilled. Do you know how many moments on this show where people clip it, and I look back at it, and I go, that was really kind of a cunt back there. You know?
Yeah, I really kind of came out of the left field swinging.
Yeah. I mean, how many times have I done that literally right after the rant on the show where I'm like, Johnny, I was being kind of cunty back there, wasn't I? I'm like, yeah, a little bit.
It happens.
You were a little cunty. And that's the
Why
thing.
we have the HR department.
These video game and comic book guys, they're like the kings of doubling down. You know, they take this shit so seriously that if you like just poke fun at a reaction they had, they're like, no, I have to defend it because I'm fighting for the culture and the thing and the stuff. And that, no, you're not. You like a movie. These other people don't like your movie. It's okay.
This is why you need to have your own things. Like too many people have the, like, this is my one thing and this is what I hold on to. It's like, yes, but then when you lose that one thing, you have nothing. You got to have other stuff. You can't, no, man, comic books are my thing and I'm very passionate about. Right. But what happens if comic books become a world you don't like anymore?
Right. That's like being a sports fan is a good example. Like if you follow 4 or 5 different teams in 4 or 5 different sports, you've always got something to look forward to. You know, it's not like the Vikings fucking suck. This is horse shit. You're like, well, no, first of all, it's just a game. No big deal. Second of all, the Gophers will play. The Timberwolves will play. The Wild will play. The Twins will play. There might be
but they're all Minnesota teams. They fucking suck.
Terrible example, right? There might be a fight on this weekend. All kinds of stuff. All right, so let's watch the hostility build over the, again, 1.5-minute Batman joke.
The idea that they would throw that line in there tells you who they're listening to, who they're pandering to. They're pandering to, as I put earlier on the reaction we did for Geeks and Gamers, to a new audience. A new audience that in all reality doesn't exist, that don't buy comic books. That's who that is for.
Yeah, a bunch of fucking freaks and weirdos and losers. Don't buy comic books and don't... Guess what? Most of the people... You can't have it both ways. You can't say that you love that these movies are popular and then shit on it for not having stuff for comic book fans. You know who are the people who made these movies profitable?
Not comic book fans.
People who have never picked up a comic book in their fucking life. And you should be thrilled about that because it made people like me who liked these movies actually not read the comics, but read about the comics and learn about some of the lore and shit like that. But these people are so autistic that they don't even like that part. Bunch of fucking posers, bunch of goddamn carpetbaggers coming into our comic books. Fuck you. Like, you guys wonder why your shit doesn't get more respect. It's not the art form. It's you guys.
Yeah, the community's a dick. And it's the same with games, too. Gamers and gaming communities are notoriously dickish and unwelcoming to new people. And so as a result, it's just like, oh, we like everyone to be about our thing, but we're going to shit on you if you come in here. It's
right.
It's conflicting.
I compare it again to sports fans. If we see a person from the other team wearing another jersey, we're not like, you fucking libtard, you piece of shit. We tease each other about each other's teams. It's good-natured. It's fun, whatever. Maybe we get drunk and have a fist fight, but we apologize afterwards. But no, this stuff is just like, it's impossible to keep these people happy. Again, because their channels and their image grew on anger, on rage. So if they did a trailer talking about how much they liked something and how good it was and gushed about all this stuff, not as many people would watch it as if you went on a 5-minute rant about a fucking Batman is a fascist joke.
And it almost seems like maybe they put it in there just to piss off some people. And in fact, the reality...
No, you did that yourself.
Yeah. You pissed off yourself.
You pissed off yourself. They didn't do that going, oh, man, I bet you Ryan Kinel, his tats will bubble. Like, no, they did it because they thought it would be funny in the movie. And do you know why the Batman is a fascist line is funny? We've talked about it before.
He kind of is a fascist.
He's kind of a fascist. In a cool way. I love Batman. I think Batman's great.
He's the people's fascist.
He's the people's fascist. What's your what's your lawyer's name? Well, my lawyer's name. It doesn't matter what your lawyer's name is. He's the people's fascist. He doesn't give a fuck about amendments 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. He will fucking destroy you with no due process. He's totally a fascist. He's the jackbooted thug of the jackbooted thugs. If the cops are the jackbooted thug of the state, Batman is the more jackbooted thug of the jackbooted thugs. So, but he's jackbooting other thugs. So we like him.
Action from the director himself would tend to indicate that, because the directors actually responded very directly, no pun intended, to something that I said. A lot of people were very up in arms at my reaction over the Batman is a fascist line. George Lopez saying Batman is a fascist has this motherfucker riled up.
Right.
I need more lines like that from the movie if they're freaking out like this.
Okay, this isn't the win you thought it was, Ryan. This is
That's him saying it's getting more attention for the movie and it'll make the box office bigger because you're dumb.
They're also teasing you for losing your shit over a throwaway line. They're saying, oh, this Batman is a fascist, has this motherfucker riled up. Okay, where's the lie? Where's that guy lying? And then he's saying...
And where does that prove that it's more than a throwaway line? Because that's what we were at here.
He's literally...
Show us.
Yeah, he's making fun of you.
May as well play this. This is my reaction earlier.
At the end, the Batman is fascist at the end is just, this is pandering to these stupid fucking 20-year-old furry profile picture, she, them, don't know what your fucking gender is, don't buy comics, don't have money to go to movies. That's who that fucking shit is pandering to. Batman is a fascist. Fuck off with that. That's so...
So what did you guys think of the trailer for the little kids comic book movie?
Buddy, it's just a joke. You can move on.
Hey, Ryan, real quick, before I go, knock, knock. Who fucking knocks at the door? We have Ring doorbell cameras now. Knocking is intrusive.
So wait a minute. Why is it...
Or Orange, you glad I didn't say banana? Sorry.
So wait a minute. Did he lose his shit and trash his studio?
What do you mean?
Because that's the before. That's the after. Why is his wall completely blank?
I don't. He lost his mind and he
just starts throwing his shit.
He just turned it into a rubber room because Blue Beetle pissed him off so bad.
Stupid.
And that was a lot of people's reaction to that line being thrown in there at the end. Well, someone decided to reply, Angel Manuel Soto. Laughing emojis, well, my job's done. This is the director. This is the director for Blue Beetle.
Yeah, he's making fun of you.
His job is to generate buzz about the movie. Guess what you're doing right now?
Yeah, a guy with 200 some odd thousand subs went on a giant rant about Blue Beetle, which, by the way,
That's why we're talking about it.
I've never heard of it, Ryan. And I'm the majority. Like, I'm most moviegoers. I don't read comics. If I play video games, I play Bannerlord and Madden. Those are the only two video games I play. I'm a very, very low level into any kind of games. And I'm the majority of people who will go watch this shit. If he got you all riled up and it got people talking, that is a good thing. Another thing, Ryan, there's no way you're an amateur. Don't read your fucking replies and get worked up about them. It's fucking Twitter. Just everybody relax.
He idolizes cartoon characters in books. I guess telling him about definitions between reality and might not be good.
I guess you're right.
It's funny that you think that pissing off people who clearly, where this joke is coming from, this complete ignorance of the character of Batman, and that you've told us already, that some of the stars have told us that it's not just a throwaway line, it's really how they feel and how these characters feel about these different superheroes in the universe.
I have to admit this. And this is actually more frightening to me. He's not putting on an outrage thing. He's literally bouncing up and down like he's popping
he can't take
popcorn
this.
kernels.
This is bothering him.
Don't do that. Like, I actually kind of feel bad for this guy where I'm like, don't let this be the way you live your life. Don't let this shit get to you so much.
Have you ever seen that they do a multiple, Ryan, have you ever seen they do multiple Batmans? I mean, you ever notice they kind of redo it? They kind of shape things. How about we just this is flexible, and maybe sometimes they do one I don't like.
Right. Yeah, you're allowed to not like the movie, and it's not the wokies ruining my movies. But my movies. But my superheroes. I mean, I'm giving these guys a lot of leeway for being this passionate about Batman into their 40s. I'm letting that go.
I mean, we did lose our shit about the Ghostbusters thing.
But did we?
Well, you did.
Did I really? Because I feel like with the Ghostbusters thing, I more went, well, this is going to be shit.
Well, we agreed it was going to be shit, but I feel like we did get a little passionate about the Ghostbusters thing.
Well, then you know what? Again, I'm a cunt when it comes to Ghostbusters. But that's the difference. I can look at you in the eye when you say that, and I can go, Johnny?
Then I'm a cunt.
I'm a cunt about Ghostbusters, and nobody should take me seriously when I get upset over a fucking Ghostbusters movie.
Well, the point I was going to make, though, is this is a different thing. They're not redoing Batman and calling Batman a fascist. They're making a different character and using that character's universe to paint a different image. So this is literally one of like, oh, you don't like that Batman's a fascist? Then don't go see the movie.
Right. Oh, Ryan, if you don't like that guy that made a throwaway joke calling Batman a fascist, you're going to hate this Bane fella. He actually goes and breaks Batman's back. What a dick.
Right? It's funny that you're laughing at that now. I wonder if you're going to be laughing if this movie flops at the box office. If all the fans that you could have had, instead you decided not to have those fans and pander to a group of people that clearly have shown they will not show up. Again, just like I said in that little...
And then we're probably going way too long with this clip. Here's my point. If you're going to be a fan of this shit, you can't get so worked up when someone makes a joke about the comic book guy, about the man in the moving pictures.
The guy who pretends he's a bat.
Right. And again, let's make sure that we clarify this again. Batman 100% is a fascist, and it's totally fine.
And plus, pandering to the furry community, I mean, the guy does think he's a bat. It's really why.
That's true. I mean, I don't mean to upset the Geeks and Gamers crew, but Batman is technically a furry.
Yeah,
I mean,
technically him and Catwoman, that is yiffing. That is yiffing all day.
Batman and Catwoman are yiffing, and Batman is a yiffing fascist furry. There you go. Make the Blue Beetle sequel. Perfect. And I'll be honest, I've never heard of Blue Beetle before. Comics, movies, nothing. Now I know. Kevin
Sounds stupid.
Kevin, yeah, it sounds really liberal and gay, bro. Batman is literally a fascist, people are writing. Yeah. Now, some people say he's a vigilante, not a fascist.
Well, but then you're splitting hairs. I mean, a vigilante is literally just a fascist that doesn't go too far, has some sort of like personal code of conduct. But if that code isn't something you're comfortable with, how's that not fascism?
Also, and if I may, while we're having this Batman as a fascist argument, may I also posit this argument? Still just a movie. Still just a guy trying to entertain you for a few bucks. That's it. That's all we need to know. Kevin Brennan's wife's baggy meat sleeve says this is not why he is a fascist. He uses the combination of his corporation with the police, the state, to beat up bad guys. Fascism is the blending of corporations and the state to fuck over people. It's way more than that, but yes, you're right. That is one of the facets of fascism. Fascist facets. Woo. Tridio with $5 says Batman is a fascist. Vito has a PDF file tendencies. Dax Herrera likes being pegged. See, now I'm getting into people I don't know. Nick Rekieta loves watching his wife ride trains in Jamaica. That is not true. Nick Rekieta, dare I say, is a friend of mine. I've met him. We've hung out. He's a very good guy. He's been in my home. He's a good man. His wife is a lovely, lovely woman. How dare you say these things about...
What's wrong with riding a train in Jamaica? Public transportation is what is there for.
Oh, see, you know what? Then it's my fault. I took it the wrong way.
Mm.
That's my fault.
No idea what you're talking about.
Pool Scam Sam says, I disowned family members who are into superheroes and comic books. Yeah, I mean, can't we enjoy this thing from a healthy perspective? Okay, now I'm dead. Now I just got murdered by 16 gamers for saying that.
Oh, I've been on the you can't take this shit too seriously for a long time, because especially in the DC universe, I'm like, dude, one of your big guys is Superman, whose big disguise is a pair of these. This and this are apparently all you need.
But you know what my counter argument to that is, and I think it's going to become my universal counter argument to all these nerd takes. It's also just a movie. Whatever device they use to hide his thing, it's the movie. There you go.
I know. I'm saying people always take shit too seriously, and then they ignore the parts that, if you're going to take things too seriously, this should be a glaring problem.
Yeah.
But it's just, no. You only want to take the parts you don't like too seriously.
When it's the fucking libs and the pronouns, bro. First of all, if there's going to be anything that's accepting of like trans and pronouns, it's going to be like comics and anime and shit like that, because it's for soft dweebs. It's for dorks. You don't get to be in a dork universe and then get mad when they do soft dorky shit. Like, you can't go, hey, wait a minute, that anime thing with the 14-year-old face and the 30-year-old tits and the tiny little waist, they're doing genders that aren't technically real.
Well, I mean, dude, that's been going on in X-Men for a while. Mystique can literally be a dude, girl, a guy, a bear.
Some of the cartoons you watch get fucked by squid. You're not allowed to be the arbiter of what's real.
Hey, Fisherman's Daughter has a thrilling story with an amazing twist conclusion.
I apologize. You know what? I have to be the one to be self-aware and realize when I've gone too far. And bringing up tentacle porn is about the goddamn limit. You're right.
Now you're just chumming the waters for provocation.
So yeah, I don't dislike this Ryan guy. I will never find it not funny, double negative, when gamers and comic book people fucking lean into their shit so hard that they get mad at a 2-second joke about Batman. That is a funny joke because it's rooted in truth. And again, may I posit, just a movie. KF Sage says, speaking of autism, and he throws a Rumble clip up, then throws us $5. What's
Thank you.
Oh no, we'll play this a little bit later. Jake Hudson made a video shitting on Zen Rhino. You know how I call myself a nobody and everyone in the podcasting world is kind of a nobody?
Right.
So what do I call Jake Hudson attacking Zen Rhino?
Well, I can't say. I don't mean this. I don't mean this in a bad way. I know it's going to sound that way, but it's two insignificant people having an argument online.
Okay, so
Although I don't know it's an argument because right now it's only one-sided. If Zen is offering a retort, then we have we've got a debate.
If Zen says something back and gets serious about it, then we've got ourselves a beef. But if he just goes, "Oh, silly Jake," and moves on, like I kind of taught people how to deal with this with the Melton stuff. Like if one person's raging about you and going like, "He's gonna get divorced, he's a piece of shit, I fucking hate him," and the other person goes, "Haha, you're chubby and you can't wipe your own ass," that's not a beef. That's just one guy being silly and the other guy losing his fucking mind, which is nice.
The problem is with the comic book stuff, because it just reminded me of this. This really is kind of like Galaxy Quest really pointed this out. Hardcore fans for this sci-fi stuff, they think it's real. And they'll tell you to your face, "No, dude, I don't think it's real. I don't think it's real. I don't think it's real."
Right.
But then if someone tells you it's real, like the scene with Tim Allen where he's sitting there talking to the guy on the communicator, he's like, "And I know it's just a comic book and it's not, or it's just a TV show and it's not really real." And he's like, Stop. It's all real. I knew it. And he didn't take any convincing. He immediately just turned. It's all real. I'm in. Yeah. And so, yeah.
I also kind of feel bad for the gamers and comic book YouTubers because in a way they have to be outrage merchants, so they're kind of slaves to their audience. If they don't just get mad and angry about shit that's going on, people will abandon them. And so you kind of have to keep feeding the beast in a way.
Well, again, that's where we made this problem. We're horrible people, and the only thing we like is garbage, so the people that give us the garbage become the big thing.
Yeah. Drunk Engine. By the way, go follow Ryan. Go watch his stuff. Maybe if you're one of our fans who's like, "Dude, I love that fucking conflict shit," then absolutely, you'll probably really enjoy that. I just think the Batman thing was really funny.
Just jump in and be like, "So this Batman joke thing, I mean, what's the big deal?"
Drunk Engineer says, "Ooh, Aaron is way smarter than all of us guys because he hates both sides." I don't hate both sides. I lament their existence. There's a difference. I'm sad for my culture. And in that sadness, I had to either come out of it with rage or I had to laugh indifferently. And for my own personal, to be the defensive tackle from Ole Miss for a moment, I had to come out of it laughing. Sorry. Sean says, "I wonder if Batman came out after the Mothman era / beginning." See, I'm not dorky enough to know what that means. This guy's fans are totally coming after you, says Union Jack, LOL. Jake L says, "You should have heard my Uber driver's raging rant about Han Solo shooting first in the remastered version of the original Star Wars trilogy." Whew. Johnny's like my conduit to nerd shit. So like he has to be the diplomat who takes their message to me so I can be educated. And that one actually made him cringe.
That's the stupid Han or Guido shop. Who gives a shit?
Right.
You know what happened? Han lived, Guido didn't.
Yeah. And you know what we never talk about in this discussion, and Ryan Kinel maybe can address this. That name Guido's fucking racist.
It does seem like it is.
I think in the next version of Star Wars, they ought to change it. He's not Guido anymore. He's Italian-American.
You know what I want them to do? I want them to go back and I want them to make Jar Jar Binks the Sith Lord a reality. Like the idea that the dolting idiot was all along the guy behind the scenes manipulating shit would be the best thing in the world for me. It would justify that character's existence so much.
All I want is Lucas to admit that the junkyard owner's Jewish. What?
I mean, what about him sounds Jewish? He runs a tight business with small margins, so he has to watch for the profit. He just flies around with a giant elephant. Oh. I'm starting to see it.
The plane that I'm just catching up with the chat over this. Somebody says, "So upset over nothing." Yeah, I think so. The plane that crashed into the North Tower says, "I see Ryan is menstruating, it seems." That could be it. Stevie J says, "Devil Pup, you just incurred the wrath of all historical war gamers with your hot take about paint colors. Be careful, they're vicious." H says, "People who think Batman is a fascist are the same people
Greedo, We're wrong.
Oh, did you say Guido and it's green? I think it should be Guido now. I disagree with all of you.
Yeah.
H says people who think Batman is a fascist are the same people who support Hamas. Oh. Dead Jester says smart tactic. You ignore it and you get subverted. You point it out and you're chastised. Yeah, you got to kind of ride a line. Mr. Q says more people watch this video about the movie than the people who saw the movie. Yeah, how did that movie do?
What, the Blue Beetle movie?
I've never heard of it.
Is it actually out? I didn't know what.
Yeah, I have no idea if Blue Beetle even came out. I completely lost the chat, and I can't find it anymore.
Yeah.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, I want to see Jar Jar Binks sound like the Hodge twins, a.k.a. the Runaway Slave Trio. Jesus. All right.
Wasn't it bad enough with the really bad Jamaican accent that he had? Like I said,
yeah.
The problem is when I found out, or at least heard the rumor that there was supposed to be that turn, like, well, that makes sense. Then this is a great character. It's a hilarious, like, gag on the audience and everything else. But yeah, to just be like, no, never mind. We're just going to subtly write him out. And, well, now it's stupid.
Colorful Glasses says YouTubers like Kinel started off talking about politics being used as a shield for horrible writing for nerd shit. Then they leaned into this stupid shit. Yeah, look, man, I get it. There's a huge market for it. It just, I don't want to be going like this, yelling about a Blue Beetle trailer. You know, it's just not like I want to laugh at people who do that, and not in a malicious way, not in a way where I'm like, this guy's a piece. Because everybody, if they make fun of something, like you have to pretend you think that guy's a piece of shit. I don't. I'm sure he's very good, but I don't want to. I always want to find this funny. I don't ever want to look at this and go, hey, seems like a reasonable man.
Yeah, but you can't be bouncing in your seat over one line.
No.
That shouldn't be all you need to lose your shit.
Right. All right, guys, let's move on. I agree with the chat. I'm sorry. I went way too long with that. That's my fault. Oops, I got to update properly. 225 is the number for today. Thank you for all the super chats and whatnot during that segment. There were a couple more clips of people freaking out about that I wanted to play, but I didn't realize how long we'd go with that. We went like 45 minutes on that thing. That was a long time, guys. We have a bunch of good stuff today. I'm very excited. We're not even halfway through today's show. Thank you for the super chats, the PayPals, the gifted memberships, the Streamlabs, the Venmos, all that shit. You know, we're not far from making a move to be just about in striking distance for today. So if you want to go ahead and, keep finishing.
Did you get Veldrain's?
Did I miss
$5
Veldrain?
super chat?
Oh, shit. I'm sorry, Veldrain. Where'd it go? I'll scroll. Scroll. There we go. $5 from Veldrain said, when Gavin McInnes was on Friday Night Tights, one of the first things he asked, do you guys just sit around and talk about children's movies? Then just silence. That is pretty fucking good. I don't know, man. I know he gets a lot of shit, but I think Gavin's genuinely hilarious. I do find Gavin really, really funny. 220 away from today. Thank you, Veldrain. And Johnny, thank you for spotting that for me.
You're welcome.
Because I did, I lost the chat. Let's play this. I want to play this Jake Hudson shitting on Zen Rhino thing. So somebody sent it in, and Jake apparently did a fox emoji filter thing and talked shit about Zen Rhino. Now, I like Zen. He's a great supporter, great fan of the show. He clips shit.
I've always enjoyed Zen Rhino.
I enjoy Zen Rhino a lot. One of our ROTC crossovers. And, you know, we've been dealing with Jake for what, 2-3 years now?
Yeah.
Longer than anybody else. And except maybe Bubba. And with Jake, and yes, I did just give his video a like. You need to do a lot to make Jake a fan of you. You don't need to do much to make Jake a mortal enemy of yours.
Yeah.
Jake gave my address away to people who wanted to swat me. April still won't even look at Jake's screen name in a chat because of this. I've been doing this a little bit longer, and I can go, look, I understand people. I understand how all this shit works. Water under the bridge, whatever. I also know that Jake's going to turn on me and has multiple times since then. That's what Jake does. He comes back. He thinks you're the greatest. He makes you a song, and then you don't respond to one of his DMs, and then you're the biggest piece of shit who ever lived, and you're done with him. I think right now he actually hates Gino Bisconti. And I don't know how Jake's going to
And what does
live.
he hate Gino for?
For the life of me, I have no idea. And
you know, after meeting him and seeing him in person, I have to say, I'm remarkably surprised at anyone that hates Gino.
he's literally
That's more work than it needs.
he's one of the most likable human beings on planet Earth.
And if you don't like him, you can just move on, and there's literally no problem.
Yes, he's one of the most ignorable human beings out there as well, because he doesn't follow you around if you don't like him.
Unless you try to give him water, then Jesus Christ.
Then you're the mortal enemy. So Jake has some kind of problem with Zen Rhino, and he made a video letting Zen Rhino know that Zen is on his shit list. Here we go.
Right.
And for those of you who think, oh, Rumble views are fake, you're full of shit. This has 39 views, and I got to tell you, that's just about right. Can't be fake.
I'm going to say this, though, positive. I like the filter usage.
You do? You'd
'Cause-
rather see this than his home?
Well, it's just he has this weird thing with camera angles where he feels the camera works best if it's like microscopically zoomed in on his forehead.
Okay,
And,
but okay, that's fine, Johnny. I understand, and I take your point, and it's good. What does the camera have to work with?
I'm just
You're saying this like there's a good angle.
I'm just saying it's a plus to realize that there's a better method of presentation that gives your message a better chance to be received. And he did. He found a better presentation.
Fair.
What's up, guys? It is your boy Jake yet again. Like, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you don't miss an upload. Zen Rhino, what the fuck you do?
I kind of want that as a drop. Zen Rhino, what the fuck? All right.
Send me the link. I can have it back to you in a couple.
All right, Jake.
Oh, well,
Jake, strong start. Jake's off to a good start here. Zen Rhino, what the fuck? Good question.
Rhino, what the fuck? You do videos about MERS, you video about other people, but you don't do videos about me?
The fucking nerve of this guy.
this just got even better. So you're pissed at Zen Rhino because he does videos of like Mersh and other people, but so you're on Mersh's level?
Mersh, when Mersh goes live with Royce on Revenge of the Sis, there are about 4,000 people watching them at any given time on Rumble, which is, look, it's not a massive show number, but it's a really good number.
It's better than ours.
The space that Revenge of the Sis occupies is kind of a weird space that nobody occupies. They're above all of us low-level guys, but they're still under the radar enough that they're not one of the big, kind of kept an eye on, fucking, evil, get these guys. I mean, for
Didn't
YouTube,
they get their channel struck from YouTube and had to resort to Rumble?
For YouTube, they were. But Rumble was a better place for them anyway because Rumble promoted them instead. They're kind of a bigger version of us where YouTube strangled their reach. YouTube struck them. YouTube completely tried to cut them out. On YouTube, they were purely kept alive by word of mouth and people being loyal fans of theirs and searching them out. And then they went to Rumble and they found out, holy shit, we do a really good show. Way more people watch us over here because Rumble doesn't restrict us. We're allowed to be watched by the people who want to watch us and who may enjoy us. And our numbers grew.
So they're on Hudson's level.
So Jake's problem with Zen Rhino is that Zen will make clips of Mersh and of us, but not of Jake Hudson. This should be the person most offended by this video should be Mersh. That he's been put in this rarefied air.
But then we reach the same argument we had with the comic book thing. By just simply involving himself in this, Mersh is lost.
That's true. Yeah. You guys got to let this one go.
Videos about MERS, you video about other people, but you don't do videos about me? Zen Rhino, you are on my shit list.
Oh!
I don't love you, Zen Rhino.
Oh, no.
Go to hell.
Fuck.
Bye.
That it? There's 4 seconds left.
Now, how
He's
you
figuring out how to turn it
how
off.
do you turn this off?
Oh, I was joking and I got it right.
I gotta listen to the end of the last 20 seconds or so of that again. How do you turn this thing off? I love that he's like, fuck you. All right, bye. How do I turn this thing off? Jake's rage flame burns really, really hot and subsides quickly.
You video
Oh, wow.
about other people, but you don't do videos about me? Zen Rhino, you are on my shit list right now.
Oh, yeah?
I don't love you, Zen Rhino.
Yeah?
Go to hell.
Whoa. No, here we go. Give it a wait.
Now, how do you turn this off?
He's a goddamn national treasure, if you ask me. He's a goddamn national treasure, this guy. $2 from Queso Donkey. He says Zen needs to be prepared for a swatting. Fucking Jake.
I'm gonna need that video link later. I gotta.
Okay, if somebody feels really technologically inclined, if you could do a "What does the fox say?" and you go with Zen Rhino's a piece of, like, just put Jake clips in between the yif shit. I'm here for that. I'm totally here for that. Is Zen here today? He might not be here today. I really wanted him to see that. Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says classic end. Oh, yeah, for sure. Nia says, Zen Rhino, how do you feel about not having love from a... Well, I say that word, I'm going to get swatted. Mr. Approachable says, Aaron, you should call Jake right now and talk to him about it. I'm good. I'm okay. Oh, man. Well, Zen will probably catch the show later today. I really hope that he sees that Jake is none too big a fan of his. He does not have a lot of love for this Zen Rhino fella. In fact, he's on the shit list. Bye.
You just made the list.
You just made the list. Zen Rhino sent me his response.
I hate gay people.
Wow, that, you know what? Hard in the paint. Hard in the paint. The next
That is an accusation, sir.
The next clip we have for you guys is it's a college campus, so you know it's going to be good. It's a college campus where one of the professors decided during their math class it would be a perfect time to go on an anti-Israel, pro-Hamas rant. Why do these people keep picking the absolute worst places to have these conversations? Like yesterday, you remember the story, there was a charter school where they decided to shit on Israel, ask the venue that they had the school in to take down their Israeli flags, and then told the students at the school during class that Israel was committing a genocide. While they were
like a kindergarten.
While they were hosting their elementary school class inside of a fucking synagogue, a conservative synagogue that the Jews let them rent out to do their show. Or to do their school, I'm sorry, their show.
Yeah, same difference.
So now an MIT math professor who's supposed to be teaching these kids like really high level, like the highest level math shit. For example, this guy that's teaching this class is basically Gerald Lambeau from Good Will Hunting. That's what Gerald Lambeau was doing, was MIT math. So right. Gerald Lambeau decides that we need to talk about Israel and Palestine while we're doing our mathematical proofs. I can't imagine this going poorly at all. Just imagine. And I wonder if you are surprised if you're a student. Or, the unfortunate part about this is, as a student, you may actually be used to this, and it doesn't shock you. But, like, if I'm sitting in
that's worse.
Yeah, if I'm sitting in a math class, and my teacher starts going into a Hamas rant, I'm like, what? Did I fall asleep? Did I sleepwalk to my next class? What are we talking about? Like, I see the equations and shit on the board, but I don't. Why are we talking about the Middle East right now? Is there a physics equation on like throwing rocks at Israeli soldiers and the reaction to which I don't understand?
Well, I need you to proof this equation. Apparently, one group of Israelis plus one group of Palestinians equals -2 Palestinians. How does that add up?
Seems very rudimentary for MIT. I mean, a group of Palestinians get together and a group of Israelis get together. What's the result? And one kid goes, 75,000 dead children. Correct. A touch indelicate, but correct.
Professor, question, how many wooden doors are in this equation?
No, we're not talking about that mathematics. Just stop. That would be funny. Like during this rant, one of the kids goes, excuse me, if I were baking cookies and say I had to bake, I don't know, I'll throw out a random number, 6 million of them. How many cookies would I have to bake every day in order to get... All right, and what would happen to my oven if I put a wooden door on it versus the traditional metal and fiberglass? You know what? Never mind. Let's go ahead and watch this MIT. Is this a professor? This looks like a young fella.
Yeah, that looks like a student aid.
This is a math class this morning at MIT. This is state of learning and free speech at our top universities. It would not be happening without a failure of leadership at MIT. Holy shit, it's $250,000 to attend MIT? Shit. It's a lot to learn some math problems. All right, let's check it out.
Times B plus mu times B prime. Yeah, I'm just going to finish this line. Can I just finish this line and then I'll give you the time, right? C and D, all right?
Is this jittery fuck a student?
Apparently.
Okay, I'm seeing.
Who's the one that's giving the talk? Him or because it looks like we're about to hear from the dude in the hat.
Yeah, this guy's giving the talk and he's trying to teach the equation and everything else.
Well, you're going to see that this is, well, by linearity, that's going to be D times lambda A plus mu A prime plus C, minus C times the rest. So minus C times lambda D.
So is C Jews?
You getting any of this?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, are we solving for Jews or Palestinians? I'm not sure how the equation is
Well,
supposed
people
to
have
work.
proposed solutions before, and let me tell you something, my friend. It did not end well for them.
We need to come up with just one solution, just solve it for good, just a final.
What this math problem needs, you're right, is a final solution to it and just be done with it forever and never have to talk about this math problem again.
B prime, and you find the formula. Yeah, go ahead.
Can we please find a kid that's still awake and pin a fucking medal to his chest? Because I'm falling asleep here just listening to a guy talk about equations. Because I'm a fucking dummy.
As we witness the ongoing genocide of Gaza in MIT silence, I'm joining hundreds of students citywide in walking out of class along the center.
So the fucking professor just went Linda C minus Linda times X plus Y equal blah, blah, like really heady math problems. And he goes, all right, son, go ahead. And he's like, all right, this is proof that MIT is complicit in the Hamas genocide and we need to walk out for the...
Well, no, I thought he was saying Gaza genocide. He's on Hamas's.
That's what I meant. I meant
side.
like the genocide.
Right, yeah,
yeah, you're right. But it's just funny that it came right after a math problem. Like as a teacher, you've got to feel so hopeless. You're like, I just poured my heart and soul into something really complicated to teach it to these kids. All right, son, go ahead. And he goes, the fucking Hamas. And he's like, God damn it. Guys, raise your hand if you got any of this. Like, should I? This is where sometimes I do feel bad for teachers and professors. Like I do have sympathy for them sometimes. And it's when they actually give a shit and try and the kids are like, and Hamas and the Jews. And you're like, oh no. And you know
I'd love it if one of the kids was just like, and could you shut up? We're busy.
Well, see, here's where I think that the professor should take some responsibility. And he should go, no, get the fuck out. Get out of here. No, we're not doing this. Are you shutting down my free speech? Yeah, in my classroom, yes, I'm shutting down your free speech to sit here in a math class and fucking talk about Israel all goddamn day. If you're having your walkout, go ahead and walk out. Nobody's going to stop you.
Actually, if I were him, I'd be like, all right, and then put a really hard equation on. You could talk about your shit after you can solve that, because that's what we're here to do. So prove you can do what we're here to do, and then we can waste 5 minutes fucking around with your garbage.
But, if he lets this kid go on this entire minute that we have left in this video, I'm putting some of the blame on the professor. You got to cut this shit off right away, because then it'll teach these other nerds that, no, we don't do this in his classroom.
Yeah, we don't fuck around. We're kind of here to learn and do, whatever that math is.
You can have the protest and the hammer, or you can walk out right now. All right, you choose. I just want to walk away. All right, good. Now you go tell your classmates you do not fuck around in here, okay?
We stand for the liberation of Palestine against the active genocide perpetuated by MIT, Israel, and the United States.
So wait, MIT is doing genocide too?
I have a question. This is really weird. I don't understand. Does genocide just mean when you just go at a group of people?
Genocide is supposed to be the systematic elimination of an entire race or group of people.
Well, the thing is I'm not trying to be mean here, but the race of Palestinians, I mean, that's prevalent all over the region. So, I mean, I'm just saying, if you're an Iranian or a Palestinian, to me, it seems like that'd be like, well, I'm a Minnesotan or I'm a Nebraskan. I mean, how different are you?
The Israelis are not rounding up and killing Palestinians that live inside of Israel. They're bombing the West Bank and Gaza, or just the West Bank, wherever the fuck they're bombing. They're just.
It's not really genocide. It's just a war with massive amounts of collateral damage and innocent casualties.
Yes, that you can say. You're like, oh, Israel really is indiscriminately bombing where civilians live. Yes, absolutely, 100%. That's not what a genocide is, though. Let's go ahead and listen to the rest of this dipshit's statement here.
Free, free Palestine! 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 Free, free
None of those kids look like they're even listening.
I know. They're like, can we get to our next math problem here? Because my autism is tingling.
Free, free Palestine! 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 Free, free Palestine!
Okay, so I have a question. Is the professor doing the right thing to just let these guys walk out of there chanting? Or should the professor escalate this and yell at these people?
I think if they're leaving, let them go, because at least it's done and you can move on.
Yeah.
Because I feel like yelling at them and escalating it is just going to make it a discussion. I mean, if any of those people, as much as I would love it, had like, chimed up and been like, because he's like, oh, they're complicit in genocide. Hey, you're still here. Hey, somebody get them. Like, if, just then I'd be like, oh, this is funny. Fuck with that guy. But then you're going to create, again, another problem.
Chef Nation writes, I'm going to guess this guy failed the class. Poseidon MGTOW says $100,000 well spent. Yeah, just free me. People are saying just free me out of this protest. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I dare to say that person might not really be in that class.
You don't think so?
I think that person might be attending some classes there, maybe, but I feel like it was more of like we got a group of people and they just went, all right, so we just moved from classroom to classroom and we're doing this.
It must have been a surveys course. Yeah, it was surveys. Yeah, it was a good course. You should check it out. Yeah, I think I remember that course. It was right between recess and lunch. Fucking stupid. Chef Nation says that's what a $250,000 education looks like. Glad I went to culinary school. There's part of me that doesn't feel bad for these professors because your ilk made these people. Like, this is what you wanted. This is what you created. And this is kind of what I like about, like, what the Democrats are going through with, like, AOC and Ayanna Pressley. And who's the chick who said the shit that got her censured? About the Jews and Palestinians. Rashida Tlaib. Thank you. Rashida Tlaib. I love that these establishment Democrats are now having to deal with the lackeys that they created, because the corporate Democrats who just want to make a bunch of money and then funnel it into stocks and do insider trading, they're full of shit when they preach really progressive stuff.
Right.
The problem is they create people who buy in and they become loyal soldiers, and then they become Congress people, and now the Democrats have to deal with them. And they're like, we didn't think this far ahead. It's like, no, of course not. Republicans, same way. Remember when corporate Republicans in the early 2000s preached lower taxes and lower spending and budget responsibility and all this shit? And then all these Tea Party people took them seriously and thought they meant it. And then all of a sudden, all these Tea Party people get elected into Congress and elected into the Senate. And the Republicans go, won't these Tea Party people just shut the fuck up and let us run this thing? And they're like, no, you told them not to. Like, you created these monsters. Fucking deal with them. I kind of like it. I kind of like that these professors now have to deal with the brainwashed zombies that they created through the fucking meningitis infection in a lab that they injected into these fucking dimwits. And now they have to deal with them interrupting their classes. They have to deal with them interrupting stuff with chants and protests of shit, by the way, that these kids are painfully ignorant on.
Well, I wouldn't say ignorant. I definitely think that particular person with his in that group with their formed opinion, they're definitely informed, but they're only listening to what they want to hear. Is the problem.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Egg Picker Wins says MSO's not going to win today. MSO equals twink. Egg Picker, do me a favor. I really like the support you throw at this show and how passionate you are about it. And thanks for coming back. Send me some information. We got to hook this guy up with either an S key or get him a new keyboard or something like that. Because all of his S's are dollar signs.
Right.
And we got to get this guy a keyboard. Unless he likes it, unless he finds it kind of charming and fun, then.
Is it a forced error, or like does he have an S key? Or?
No, his S key is busted. It doesn't work right. By the way, MSO now firing back at Egg Picker, calling him Ass Picker. I don't know if MSO is aware that that's not his name or if he's mocking him. So now we have MSO equals twink. The retort is Ass Picker. We'll see how this goes. And all of this ugliness starts over people not, agreeing whether or not we're going to hit our funding goal today. And I just think that's terrible ugliness. By the way, $20 from, Crescent Mount Coffee throwing $20 at us on Venmo. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. 205 away from nailing today's goal. We are looking good. If you guys want to keep contributing, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants. You guys have been teasing and tickling our balls on this 600 member number. Why don't we go ahead, gift those, and just slam right through it? I appreciate that. And if you want to chip in, there's all the links in the chat. Again, not very far away. And again, if we hit it before 9:55, we don't have to bring this thing out, just like yesterday. So at any rate, Stevie J says, MSO, you're safe in the YouTube chat. We like you here. I'm excited to see this MSO Egg Picker feud continue, to be honest. I want to see who ends up ahead in this ugly developing battle. Let's check in with Washington, D.C. Let's check in with our nation's capital and see how things are going. You see, Johnny, yesterday we checked in on Washington, D.C., and we had the Secret Service firing at a carjacker who tried to break into a Secret Service vehicle that was protecting the president's granddaughter, Hunter Biden's daughter. So as we check in with D.C. today, maybe I have a yin and yang kind of a story for you. Maybe I have, hey, look, maybe shit's not as bad in Washington, D.C. Maybe things are getting better over there.
They pulled to San Francisco, cleaned it up overnight.
I could tell you that, but I also believe in being honest with this audience and not telling them lies. Images are now popping up on social media of empty store shelves in Washington, D.C., with the poster bemoaning the absence of paper products that had stood there and ridiculing the photo frames that now sit in their place. The shelves are inside a CVS store on H Street Northeast in D.C., where pictures of paper towels and toilet paper products line the shelves, and there's a buzzer button shoppers press to summon a store clerk to retrieve the product from a back room where they are safely stored.
We can't handle toilet paper?
They're
Yeah.
stealing too much toilet paper and paper towels. They have to keep them. They have to keep them like Blockbuster used to keep the videos. Remember, they wouldn't have the DVDs actually on the shelves. They'd have a case for the DVD.
Yeah, and you had to go up and go, hey, here we go. And they put the thing in the thing, and there you go.
And then they'd grab it for you. Yeah. That's what they basically now have to do with ass wipe and paper towels, is you have to push a button. They come to you, and they go, yes, can I help you? And you go, yeah, I'm about to shit my pants. I really badly need some toilet paper. And they go, well, allow me to go in the back and get it. It's like, why can't I just take it off the shelves? Well, because a lot of people just come in here, grab it, and then leave with it.
I told you I need to poop.
Yeah, that poor guy probably lives in D.C., and he went into a CVS. He's like, yo, man, I got to poop. And you're like, sorry, we got to go in the back room. God. I mean, we can't keep toilet paper on the shelves in a CVS pharmacy because people will steal it. This is like when you go to that Walmart on the bad side of St. Cloud and you go to buy like underwear and it's under lock and key.
I can't go in there. It hurts me. If I have to go to Walmart, I'll go all the way to Sartell and I'll just do it up there.
You know, where you can actually get, you know, a nice ball satchel and you don't have to ask somebody, hey, can you unlock that? Yeah, get me the bigger ones. I've been letting myself go. Roots Calhoun says, that's actually a hilarious joke. Tell him it's he's talking to Hobo in the chat. Hobo says, Aaron sent me a card that was blank, and it was a gift card to Olive Garden that had no balance. Yeah, I do think that's a good bet. I think so. Hobo Chili Recipe says, first of all, why are you buying underwear in Mogadishu Jr.? Well, I'm not saying that I'm buying it. I'm saying that I've been to that Walmart and they have the underwear behind lock and key, which of course means that people have been stealing so much underwear that they had to lock it up. We got the feud.
Where's the feud?
Feud between MSO and Egg Picker, or as MSO calls him,
Ass Picker.
Ass Picker, of course. Egg Picker says, MSO wishes I would pick his ass. Oh, shit.
Shots fired.
He's accusing MSO of wanting to be digitally penetrated in the asshole by Egg Picker. It's like one of those snake toys where poop just jumps out of the box and hits the roof. So slack. But I don't do sloppy seconds, let alone sloppy 99ths. Holy shit, man. Egg Picker going hard in the paint on MSO.
Some allegations have been levied.
Yeah. A lot of butt fingering and shitting and gay and straight. I can't keep it all organized. Egg Picker also says, I think MSO doesn't want to fight now. I feel mean. Well, see, now that's called instigating. This whole thing. I look, man, if you're keeping your toilet paper and your paper towels like in the back and you're putting photo frames up here, I'll show you the picture. They're putting up photo frames of toilet paper and Bounty and Scott. Like, they're even keeping the cheap shit behind closed doors. I mean, that's the step before you decide to close up shop, right?
Yeah, I feel like if we have to, lock down the toilet paper so none of you guys decide to just steal it.
Yeah. And how about the fact that if you want to have a store there, this is how you have to operate. Otherwise, you're just going to get robbed into closure.
I just don't understand how, as a person who goes shopping, how do you feel good about where you live and everything if that's where it's at?
Not only that, you're robbing a place. How about how stupid are the criminals in D.C.? You're breaking into a place that has an unlimited amount of prescription drugs on them. And when you break in to steal shit, you steal toilet paper and paper towels.
I'm guessing they don't break in to steal it. I'm guessing the theft is more of just a walkout thing. And the business was like, well, we could go through the process of putting those weird removable tags so the alarms go off like every time someone leaves without paid for.
You have to put the same ink tags that banks put on money on fucking toilet paper at CVS.
Why is all this toilet paper red? I didn't get out clean.
Oh, God, I thought it was poop and blood. Those familiar with the situation who asked not to be named said that people experiencing homelessness, when are we going to learn that the soft language just breeds more of the thing you're using soft language about? Bum. The word is bum. Use bum and you're going to see less bums.
Or just homeless. Just call them homeless.
I think we've gone too far in one direction. We have to overcorrect because that always works. And Batman told me that, but then again, he's a fascist. Whoa. That's what we should do. Every time we say Batman's a fascist, we should put up our dukes. Just go, oh.
It should just be a new thing.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to make a sticker for that now on my show. Batman's a fascist. Boop.
So apparently the bums have been running off with toilet paper and paper towels without paying. Outside the store, on a block transformed by newly built apartment buildings, passerby acknowledged the recent rise in retail theft. It seems to be a case that people don't care about laws or respect that anymore. In the United Kingdom, we are seeing shops closing down because they're losing so much money from people shoplifting, which is obviously having an impact on the economy in general, said Mark Davis of Yorkshire, England, a visitor in D.C. from the UK. Great. We make fun of how, like, going to shit the UK is. And the UK comes over here and goes, oh, this place is fucked up. This place is...
We did the same thing. Didn't work out well for us. Looks like it's about to go bad for you.
Yes. Corn Diff, thank you very much for becoming a baby boot. I'm finding far too much of you in my stool lately. But I guess it's better than blood diff being found in there. The shit you have to wipe with now at CVS, you might end up getting a little chafed.
You're gonna give yourself a septic system because you're gonna cut yourself with the paper and...
How do we... Let me ask you a question. How do we fix this? Is there, do you, without going like Mad Max, RoboCop, fascist Batman, how are we putting the robbery genie back in the civilization bottle?
Well, allowing the cops to arrest people for shoplifting would be a big start.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
Be helpful.
It would be helpful if the cops were allowed to do their job. Or if the CVS was allowed to report shoplifting. Or if the CVS was allowed to have security that just knocked people out. Or if we could hire the kid that throws the 2-liter bottle of Diet Coke. That would be good. That guy seemed like he had his head on straight.
Yeah, but it's going to be hard because, like, if he's fully armed for war, like, he's carrying, like a hand truck full of 2 liters?
Yeah, I guess if he's going to try and...
rolling them in there. All right, it's on. He's going to need someone, like, loading him.
See, now our fans are saying, Sean just wants to skip it. He goes, oh, I just vote Mad Max. Well, see, but a lot of us, we don't want that. We'd like to be able... What we want to do, Sean, is we want to bring it back from the brink. We don't want to go to Mad Max. We'd like to kind of bring it back to normal where it used to be.
There's some of us that are heavily reliant on our first world society, and we wouldn't do well in the Mad Max scenario, so I'd like to avoid it.
And also, by the way, Sean, you wouldn't do well in the Mad Max scenario. This was one of my biggest problems when The Walking Dead was big, was all these people going, here's my strategy if I'm in the zombie apocalypse. Dude, you don't need to develop a strategy. You'll be dead in, like, the first wave. Like, you're gone day one. You don't have to worry about, oh, man, I would form a phalanx with my friends, and then our phalanx the shields would keep the zombies back, and then we'd stab them in the head with a spear, and then we'd be like, no, but you're dead already. There's no reason for you to plot this. By the way, I have to be very fair about this. The reason I brought up the phalanx thing is because when I was really heavy into The Walking Dead, I may have Googled whether or not using a phalanx was an effective strategy against zombies. So I will completely own that back in the day, 10, 12 years ago.
You were that guy.
I was 24. Look, I didn't have a lot going on. All right? Union Jack says, my strategy would work. You're right. When I was talking about that, I meant everybody else, clearly.
Right.
Not you.
My strategy is just rely on the frozen north and the winter to solve your problem.
They
won't move very fast.
Go live on an island.
That'll work.
Nia, spelling Burr's last name wrong with $2, says, but Aaron, that makes too much sense. We're going to die making sense. We're all going to that's our role in this whole thing. We're going to die making sense. Thank you for the $2. 205 is the number today. I think we're looking real manageable at the moment. Thank you guys very much. One more little push, and we should have this thing. It's like delivering a baby, hitting that goal. The big goal today should be keeping this thing out of the game like yesterday, because when it comes out, that's a win for MSO. We made that new rule. Now that we're hitting goals a lot easier, MSO gets a win when we bring that thing out. So thank you very much. Citizen M says, you should have kept up with The Walking Dead. Look, I'm going to pick it back up eventually. But it just went on so goddamn long, man.
I just got zombied out. Everything is zombie. Well, not everything. Everything was zombies for a while. And I was just like, all right, I'm good.
I said, what is this? The Cranberries?
No, I don't know. Am I supposed to do something?
You see, because they made a song called Zombie.
Oh, okay.
Cranberries.
I'm actually proud of myself for not getting that. That's actually a win for me.
As you should be. Optic Nerve says about my Walking Dead thing. He goes, wow, that's pretty gay, Imholt. Look, what are you going to do? Argue with a guy when he's right? Jesus. Kraken Slappin says, The Walking Dead used to be so good. Shame it turned to crap. Well, look, man, that's all your favorite shows. They all turn to shit eventually. Dexter, Walking Dead, Game of Thrones. I think there's very few that didn't. You
either end too early or you play out to just turn into shit.
Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, they did very well. And they stayed really good. But that's a rarity, man.
Sopranos
stayed good. You're right about Sopranos. Concrete Pete says The Walking Dead got zombied out. Zombies weren't the villains. We are the Walking Dead. Holy shit. Kevin Brennan's wife's baggy meat sleeve says, I checked out on The Walking Dead when they got to the long-haired, blue-gummed female brother ninja. Are we talking Michonne? Magic 8 Ball. No, Magic 8 Ball is calling me the walking bread. No. That's not very nice. Why would you say that? That hurts my feelings. Optic Nerve says Mad Men. Yes, Mad Men's another one that never got shitty. That was a solid show from start to finish. It's a controversial one, though. A lot of people think it's gay. A lot of people are bothered by my fandom of The Walking Dead. But look, believe me, I understand.
Your fandom of The Walking Dead. I thought it was the one.
Fandom, not phantom of The Walking Dead. That's one of the spinoffs they're doing.
Okay.
Familiar Human says, boo at my cranberries joke. He said, that is literally the hackiest joke I've heard on this show. Bravo. And gives me a golf clap. Very nice. Egg Picker over in the Rumble chat must have sent you the Zen Rhino.
He sent me he has a clip of it or whatever on this jump share thing. It's a really short 2-second audio clip. It's not bad, but it's just I want the actual video so I want to pull it apart and boost the audio to make sure it comes through clearly and stuff. I want to play with it.
Alcoholic Ape says, no, I was saying Sopranos, it slowly tapered off, becoming slightly shitty towards season 5. April's Parents Hobby Farm says, Steel Toe used to be my fave. Went along with the Walking Dead. Well, thank you. Thank you. Hobo Chili says, who said the walking bread? Well, damn you made me spit out my drink. Well, there you go. Hobo Chili liked the walking bread joke. They found some pictures, or the Daily Mail has released the photos of the investigation into the White House cocaine baggie.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, but as I look at the photos from this, horse shit that you didn't have any cameras on this. This is like the Epstein suicide. I do not believe you that there were no cameras or no recordings of whose cocaine this was, where it came from, and that there's not video evidence of who put it in there. Like after I've seen these photos now, I knew it before, but it's like a confirmation of what I already knew. Horse shit. Now the photos of cocaine found in a phone locker in President Joe Biden's White House this summer can be revealed by DailyMail.com for the first time. The Secret Service included images of the bag of white powder that was found in a cubbyhole used to store personal belongings near the White House's West Executive entrance in response to a Freedom of Information Act request. Cocaine was found in locker number 50 on Sunday, July 2nd, while the Biden family, including son Hunter, were spending the weekend away at Camp David ahead of the 4th of July holiday. Now, Johnny, I'm assuming that they took the helicopter or Air Force One to Camp David and that they all probably met at the White House beforehand.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, I don't think the helicopter is just going to run around like a taxi and land in streets and pick people up.
Or, maybe Hunter was there for an event before they left for Camp David and, maybe he left it there. But I'm sorry, you can't tell me that nobody saw this or there was no video of it in the goddamn White House executive entrance. It was Hunter Biden's cocaine. It almost feels it's too insulting to our intelligence to just not come out and tell us it was Hunter's. It's not like we're going to do anything to him. It's not like there's going to be any legal repercussions for that being his cocaine. Just do what you always do.
We're watching our country like literally buddy up to China, and just out of the blue, all of a sudden, none of us are, why is this happening? Oh, I don't know. We're keeping diplomatic lines up. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Honestly, you see it in San Francisco. This country gives a shit more about China than it does its own people. Yeah. So you can tell us that it was Hunter Biden's cocaine. You've already beaten us down to the point where we're not going to do shit about it. Like, at least be a dick. If you're going to have all this power and wield it over us, be an asshole about it. Go like, hey, yeah, it's Hunter Biden's cocaine. The fuck you going to do? And we'll be like, oh, nothing, but I guess it's, it's nice to know. But yeah, we're not going to do shit. Just thanks for telling us. Yeah, no problem, you fucking pig. Yeah, I'm a fucking pig. Documents obtained by Daily Mail also show the deputy director of the FBI, Paul Abate, was involved in the investigation, which clouded the Biden administration in scandal this summer. I'm assuming that the deputy director of the FBI doesn't typically get too deep into investigations, but he was handling this one.
It would seem like he would be a little more busy. That's a bit of a micromanage. I mean,
yeah,
unless it's like a high-profile, important case that. But then to come back with, whoops, don't know. Why are you the assistant director if you couldn't figure this out?
Yeah, I mean, we got some of the pictures here. Let's take a look. There's the cocaine baggie. There's a couple of Tootskis in the cocaine baggie. There it is sitting in the locker. There's locker number 50. Now, as we zoom out and we see more of this, it's going to be where I come up with the conclusion I come to that there's no way this isn't on camera somewhere. There's the lockers. Again, in the White House, there's not going to be cameras on these lockers seeing what people are putting in there.
And so what? You just walk up to a locker, use it, and then take the key?
Yeah.
And then leave it when you... I feel like you'd have at least the video on there to make sure people are putting back the keys.
Okay, look at this. This is like the entryway, or this is like behind this photo is where those lockers are. Bullshit, there's no recording of this area. There's no security cam footage of this area.
I mean, if there isn't, then you just showed everyone how to sneak into the White House.
It's the fucking entrance to the West Wing. The president's spot. And, yeah, I'm sorry. It's just, again...
it just happened in a completely camera void area. If there are no cameras in that area, then it is specifically because, this is where our clandestine shit happens, so we don't want anyone recording it.
Is this an old clip of Corinne Jean-Pierre snapping at the press for asking if the coke was Hunter's?
Maybe.
I want to watch it.
Looks like an older hairdo.
Yeah, you can judge by her hair. I think they're going to play an ad first, and then we'll
as an organization
jump into this. You do look like you're growing, that's for sure.
To grow into. Sorry to bring up cocaine again, but
I never apologize for bringing up cocaine again. It's fine. Whoop. There we go.
There was a question yesterday during the press gaggle with Andrew Bates that was, I guess, he said that he was avoiding it because of the Hatch Act. I'm just asking again, can we just say once and for all whether or not the cocaine belonged to the Biden family?
So,
it's a fair question. And Johnny, why is everyone laughing?
Because we all know the answer.
Right. We're all laughing at Corinne Jean-Pierre because we're like, yeah, because even the media is like, can we just put this behind us and you guys can fucking admit it? Nobody's going to, like, we all think they act like Hunter Biden has this sterling reputation that can't be damaged. And we're sitting here going, no, just tell us it was his. We know he's a fuck up.
We know he's a drug-addicted piece of shit.
Yeah.
We've seen the laptop stuff.
We know he's basically being used as the laundering mule for the Biden family. So just tell us it's his fucking blow and we'll leave you alone about it. It's like anything else. Just tell me the truth and we'll move on. Why are you digging in?
A couple of things there. He mentioned the Hatch Act because the question was posed to him using Donald Trump, and so he was trying to be very mindful. Okay, I hear you, but you're asking me a question, so I'm answering it for you. And so
I love when girls get passively cunty with each other because they're both getting a taste of their own medicine. It's like, well, I'm just asking a question. I know, and I'm answering the question for you in that elevated speech pattern. I love that. Because guys get to sit back and they just get to go, see, isn't that fucking infuriating? We get to go, see, don't you hate it when people do that? Isn't it way better when they just scream aggressively?
that's why he said the Hatch Act. So I would, have you read the transcript and read the transcript fully. So
yeah,
you
you
can see
dumb
exactly
bitch.
what he was trying to say. So that's number one. So we're not avoiding the question. That
Number
is not
one.
true. We've answered this question, litigated this question for the last 2 days exhaustively.
Yeah, you dumb whore.
There has been some irresponsible reporting about the family.
You're taking a long time to say yes or no.
Jesus Christ, I just wanted to know if it was Hunter Biden's. Whenever I hear someone, if I go, hey, man, is this your cocaine? And someone goes into this long of an answer, I go, oh, so it's totally your cocaine.
Yeah, I really, I don't know. In the past few years, I've yearned more for the press corps to get, aggressive with the White House press correspondent.
Mm-hmm.
Not physically. I mean, verbally aggressive, call them out. So just, when she's sitting there going through, oh, so that's a yes then. So it's Hunter. Okay, Hunter's cocaine. Just write that down.
Write that down as a yes because, hey, Johnny, I'm going to be the press secretary. And let's say the truth of the matter is it's not Hunter Biden's cocaine. Go ahead and ask me the question. In the universe where it's not his cocaine, this is how you deal with it.
So we've asked this question before. It kind of got evaded earlier with some stuff about the Hatch Act. So I just want to ask it one last time. Does the cocaine belong to the Biden family?
Oh, no. We just brought up the Hatch Act because they brought it up in the phrasing of a campaign, and we can't do that. But no, it's not Hunter Biden's coke.
Wow, it seems really easy to do.
Right. Now, if it was found out that it was Hunter Biden's coke and me saying no could leave me at some legal liability, then perhaps I would give a long-winded diplomatic answer to the question.
And so I got to call that out here. And I have been
Call
very
it out,
clear.
sister.
I was clear 2 days ago when talking about this over and over again as I was being asked a question.
I mean, you can't be shitty about that. I mean, it's kind of a big deal to just find coke in the West Wing of the White House. I mean, just sitting there.
And media outlets reported this. The Biden family was not here. They were not here.
That's not the same as saying it's not theirs. Hey, Johnny, ask me if say, Aaron, we found some cocaine in your house. Is it yours?
Aaron, we found some cocaine in your house. Is it yours?
I wasn't here.
Can I have it then?
No, it's mine. I mean, yeah, sure.
They were at Camp David. They were not here Friday. They were not here Saturday. They were not here Sunday. They were not even here Monday. They came back on Tuesday. So to ask that question is actually incredibly irresponsible.
Okay.
And
you know what I find irresponsible? Not answering it. I love that. You know what would have been a great answer? If she would have went, of course that's not Hunter Biden's cocaine. He brought it with him to Camp David. So that's very irresponsible of you guys to ask such a question. Dragon Model says, funny they mentioned it was found in a high traffic area. I guess that means it wasn't Hunter's then. And again, if it's in a high traffic area, then that means it's filmed. It's on tape. Ambivalent Bastard says, we answered this question. That's all she ever says. Yeah, he's What's her face? Corinne Jean-Pierre.
Corinne Jean-Pierre.
She's like Jerry Lundegaard from Fargo. Ma'am, I answered your question. All right, fine. You want me to go do a cocaine inventory? Fine, I'm going to go do one right now. Are you serious? Oh, you're darn tootin'. I want to be in full compliance here. Zen Rhino says, but they can't admit it because that would mean the FBI and the Secret Service covered up a crime, and that can be used as an article of impeachment. I'm at the point now where I don't think this administration gives a fuck.
Yeah, I don't think the Democrats or the Republicans, except for, like we talked about earlier, the ones who, drank deep the tea and believe the message.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's actually going to do anything about this administration and what's going on. I think too many people are making money off of it, so we're going to sit here and hope to Christ that we can get something done about it in the election, and even then.
Yeah, somebody changed their name to St. Floyd's neck pillow. Another good one today. Another good one. He says Rube Waddell would get distracted if they brought dogs, though. Yeah, or if there was a fire. Rube Waddell would totally get distracted. 100%. I'm just scrolling through the chat here to bring up some good ones. Toastmaster says, I would write it up as they mostly confirmed it by dancing around it instead of saying no. Right. I don't know if they're just over-lawyered in politics and that they're like, hey, man, just always stay away from any definite answers. But if is it your cocaine? If it's a no, then it's a fucking no. There's no, we don't need to dance around and discuss it because you don't need to legally protect yourself if you know it's not yours because you can go, no, it's not my cocaine. My cocaine. You don't need to over-explain it because if it's no matter how much digging or investigating they do, it's always going to be no.
Right.
So the fact that they can't just say no, like we're dumb. I should stop saying the American people aren't stupid. They fucking totally are. But they're not that stupid. They can smell bullshit.
Yeah, but I mean, they got Biden elected, so it's like, well, we got this one across the line. How far can we push them?
Right? We dragged this corpse to the finish line. How much more do we have to cover for? Dragon Model says, oh my God, these people in the White House. I mean, who was the fat lady who's the governor of Arkansas now? Under Trump.
Fuck.
Huckabee Sanders.
Yeah.
Was Huckabee Sanders this bad? I remember her being good.
No, she was not this bad. Like Huckabee Sanders, and I hate to say this, but because I hated her. Jen Psaki.
She was good. She was really good at her job. She was a bitch. She was like that Huckabee Sanders. They're both just a couple of cunts in a good way. I mean that as a compliment. Oh, Sean says she's getting divorced from her girlfriend, by the way, and they have a kid. Oh, yeah. If you guys want to follow up on gay marriage, some of the statistics are coming out. Not good. Higher than average divorce rate. And they haven't been married as long as straight people have. Higher than average divorce rate with gay marriage.
It's almost like when you guys hook up in the moment and it's really fun and you're sucking and fucking and oh God, it's great. And then you're like, let's get together and make this a lifelong thing. And then you realize, no, we just like the honeymoon phase. And now I want to go do that with that other guy.
Yeah.
So.
I miss having eightsomes, It just sucks that we don't get to do it anymore. And then one of them's like, yeah, but we got married. We can't go and fuck other people now. And they're like, oh, I didn't know that. Well, then I'm out of here. Yeah, they've got, what is the gay divorce rate? I read one time that it was like 60%. As a result, the correct findings show a 2% divorce rate for same-sex couples, the same as opposite-sex couples. There's not a 2% divorce rate for same-sex couples and opposite-sex couples. That's bullshit.
Yeah, it's way higher than that.
Way higher than that. Oh, 1.1% annually, 1.6% for gay couples. Oh, they're saying like 1.6% of all gay couples that get married every year get divorced.
Oh.
So like
within a year.
Of all the gay couples that exist, 1.6% of all of them get divorced, meaning like every gay marriage ever. 1.6 get divorced every year. So it looks like it's about 0.7% higher than straight. So straight couples are at 0.9% and 1.6%. So that would be almost twice as high
You know what it is? It's because guys are well aware that, like, you know what? I got you, and it's just more work.
I got to get back in shape. Fucking hell. Thank you very much to our buddy Sid Saraf for $30 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. That, MSO, that puts us inside a 200 with well over an hour to go before this thing even comes into the picture. So 175 away. If you guys want to throw into PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, gifted memberships, etc., please do. We appreciate it. People were saying Jen Psaki's the best and worst at her job. I think, yeah, people who don't like the Biden administration, like, begrudgingly say, like, oh, she did a really good job, which means she did a really shitty job because she was shit on my people and this and that. And, yeah, I think it's very healthy when people can admit, like, this person, this president I don't like, this person on his staff does a really bang-up job. I think that's a healthy thing to admit. Somebody saying in the chat, I think it's Aristocock says, Root says, I thought Psaki was hot.
Yeah, that one I can't go with you on. No.
Now, McEnany was a cutie. But the rest of them, yeah, usually pretty beastly. I mean, yeah, but think about it. You got to be a bitch. So, like, are you really worried about how hot you are?
Well, I don't know. I'd say it seems like Corinne Jean-Pierre takes a lot of time to make sure she looks awfully pretty.
She's weird looking in a way I can't define, though. Like, I can't put to words how weird she looks to me.
Is it the diet, maybe?
It's not the diet. It's just, like, her facial features are all fucking inconsistent. Like, if you squared off sections of her face, you go, oh, there's a skinny girl. Oh, there's a fat girl. Oh, there's a person with a perfect jawline. There's a person with a weird jawline. And then you throw the hair on top of it, and she kind of looks like prime Shannon Briggs. Like, I don't know. What I'm saying is I don't see the benefit in discussing it any further because I'm just going to sound like an asshole. Anyway, what I was trying to say was, thank you, Sid Saraf, for the $30. Thank you to Shut the F Up, Karen, for becoming a member for their 17th month. Says, goal will be made today. Great show as always. Well, we're only 175 away, so fucking smoke them if you got them and throw a couple of Lucy's our way, if you will. Hulkamasha Baby says, play it, bitch. All right, we got a clip. Let's take a look. What's the clip? Eightsomes, you know? It just sucks that we don't get to do it in eightsomes. Oh, you know what? You clipped that too late.
Yeah.
You probably could have grabbed that clip at a better spot. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's not the most wide open I've ever left myself. Put it that way. All right, guys, let's continue on here. This is going to make you mad. I hope it makes you mad in an entertaining way. I want to point something out. Whenever I bring up stories that enrage you or upset you, I'm never doing it solely for the reason of upsetting you. It's if you're someone who still takes politics seriously and thinks this country can still be saved, consider this immersion therapy. You know, because I laugh at everything, and I'm like, aha, look at how fucked we are. I'm trying to immerse you in, the depressing, dark, mucky shit so that you go, oh, hey, this is just the way things are, and why don't I just enjoy myself?
We're screwed. It's all over.
I'm trying to help, yeah. I'm like Louis C.K. in season 1 of Lucky Louie, just sitting there with his daughter, and she keeps asking why to every question, and it finally gets to, because God's dead and we're alone. Have you ever seen that clip?
Yes, I've seen that episode in the show. I love Louis, man.
Lucky Louie, God is dead. I want to see if I can find that. This is such a funny fucking... This show was so underrated. It was just such a good, weird sitcom.
Papa, can we play outside?
No,
Why?
because it's 5 o'clock in the morning. It's too early.
Why?
The sun hasn't come up yet.
Why?
Because the sun comes up later.
Why?
Well, the Earth goes around, and when it turns a certain amount, the sun shows on the horizon.
You know what's funny about this is, as a parent, you can relate because your kid just slowly, with the question why, reveals to you in real time what a fucking idiot you are and how little you know about anything. Because they just go, why? And you already feel the stress of, I'm running out of shit I know.
We're running out of road, man. I can only give you so much.
If you ask me why any more times, you're going to be heartbroken to find out that your dad's retarded. Just stop asking why.
Why?
I don't know.
Why? Why don't you know, Papa?
Because I didn't pay attention in school, okay? I didn't listen in class.
Why?
The defeated look.
Because I was high all the time.
It's just, again, this is just your child at an early age. And by the way, the child at an early age is learning their father's a fuck up, but it's her fault. Like, this is on you, kid. I didn't do this to you. I would have kept this a secret from you the rest of your life. But you kept...
Would have never known.
They drew first blood. She kept pushing, sir. It wouldn't be nothing if it wasn't for that king shit kid. All I wanted to do was eat my bowl of cereal. But she kept pushing, sir. Dude, and it wasn't a laugh track. It was a real audience.
I smoked too much pot.
Why?
I didn't think it would matter.
Why?
I just figured my life would come together on its own. But then I met your mom, and you came along. So now I work at the muffler shop.
Why?
Well, it's too late for me to pursue a career now, and since your mom has a job with benefits, I stay home and I take care of you, because what I make is pretty much just a joke.
Why?
Well, the service economy replaced manufacturing. There's no real jobs in America anymore.
Why?
We had good jobs for a while, but it's just because we were lucky, and now we're unlucky.
Why?
It's just the way it goes.
Why?
Because God is dead and we're alone.
That is one of the better cold opens in the history of that show. And then Jim Norton smacking the pizza out of Louie's hand because Louie decided to go up and pay for his pizza like an adult. Where, like, Jim Norton was, he goes, I'm going to show you guys how to get a free slice of pizza. And he pretends to be a retard. Mm-hmm. And they give him a free slice. And he's like, can you believe it? These fucking elitists giving me a free slice just because I'm retarded. Like, that's going to somehow help my retarded life. And then the other guy goes, oh, I know how to get a free slice of pizza, and I don't even need to do all that. He just goes, yeah, give me a slice. And they give him one. They go, that'll be $1.50. And he just fucking walks away. And then Louis goes and gets his slice. And he goes, I'll have a slice of pepperoni, please. And then they go, that'll be $2. And he goes, there you go. Thank you. And he looks at his friends and goes, see? So then Jim Norton just smacks the pizza out of his hand onto the ground, and they just laugh at him, and then the credits roll. It's wonderful. It was a remarkably underrated show. I say that to say this. The migrant crisis, the illegal immigrant crisis that we're having in the United States officially now has a price tag on it, Johnny.
Okay.
Would you like to throw in a guess? How much will illegal immigrants cost American taxpayers this year?
$3 trillion?
Jesus Christ. Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess you're going to feel better. Question mark. You got to remember, we spend about $5 to $6 trillion annually.
Oh, shit.
The entire federal government spends. We bring in about 4.5, and I think we spend 5.5 to 6.
Okay, so
that would be half the fucking
drop that
budget.
back down. All right, so let's move a few decimal points. All right, let's knock it down considerably. Say about 330 million.
330 million. Okay. Roots Calhoun guessing 42 billion. Jake in the Hudson says $500 million. Roots Calhoun already read the article. You fuck. So oh no, he didn't read the article. He actually just had a really good guess. Biden's migrant crisis will cost taxpayers $451 billion a year. So your $3 trillion was ridiculous, but it was closer than your $500 million.
No, yeah.
Unfortunately. So 451. Oh no, it wasn't closer, but it was. You get the idea. Aaron's a fucking retard who can't do math. It'll cost taxpayers $451 billion a year as a new staggering Republican report lays out how much is spent on health care and accommodation as they target Mayorkas for impeachment. Mayorkas is the Homeland Security chief, who's ultimately the buck stops with him on the border. I mean, shit, somebody should be fired over the border. Actually, I don't even care if they fire somebody over the border. Just fix it. If this Mayorkas guy
I
can
hate
fix
that I'm
it.
asking this.
Yeah.
But does Mayorkas maybe have a friend by the name of George?
George Mayorkas?
No, George
Floyd
Soros.
Oh, George. Holy shit. How did I not? Hold on a second. Let's see. Mayorkas.
Early life section.
Fuck you, man. If they end up being connected to each other, I'm going to be mad. Soros op-ed sounds like vacated Mayorkas. Mayorkas. Oh, fuck.
What? They met in passing? Went to the same whatever.
I don't. I promised myself I wasn't going to get mad. Why did you have to bring that? Why did you have to bring this up, you asshole?
Because it just seems really, really weird that the guy in charge of the border is like, let's make it worse now than ever before. Everybody from from the ground floor in Texas to the high rises in Chicago screaming, this is a problem and we need to do something. Democrats are finally going, you know what? These Republicans in the southern border, they got a point. And so I'm like, all right, it seems like a really concerted effort. And for once, there's actual bipartisan desire for movement, change, and action. Why are we so gridlocked? It's almost like somebody wants it to be that way. And I know Biden isn't the hand at the wheel. So I was like, well, who else could it be? And this
is from WashingtonExaminer.com, September 15th, 2022. Top Biden official met with Soros activists ahead of border crisis discussions. Do you know who that top Biden official was?
I'm going to guess it's Mayorkas.
Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas held private meetings with border activists linked to liberal mega donor George Soros just before commiserating with Texas Border Patrol agents last year over the out-of-control migrant crisis.
I called it and I ordered a pizza.
I'm not having fun anymore. I'm not having a good time. Why do I tell you that I go, hey, you know what? I laugh at this shit. It's over. What are we going to do? Why do you then all take it upon yourselves to go, let's break him. Let's bury him. Let's see if we can get him to cut that shit out.
Because you're quintessentially the gleeful bunny. Fate does not allow you to survive.
I have to have my head smashed on a rock to teach me obedience. 175 away for. Hey, Jake in the Hudson, I love you, buddy. I have to remove that comment. I hope you understand why. I can't fucking keep that in there. Oh, boy. So $450 billion is the number that illegal immigrants cost us in housing, health care, every aspect attributed to supporting them while they're here. $450 billion. You know what the real bitch of it is? If we eliminated all of it, every dime of that cost, it wouldn't even cut our deficit by a third. Because I think we're running a 1.5.
We don't have anyone else that
I think we're
needs
running
that
a
money.
$1.5 to $2 trillion budget deficit at this point. So cutting $451 billion a year, dog shit. The 49-page report comes as House Republicans push to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. George Soros will never allow that to happen. For allegedly failing to constrain the record number of migrants arriving at the U.S. border. That's the shitty part about impeaching someone is you have to find like a crime they committed. I wish you could just impeach someone for not doing their fucking job.
Yeah, I feel like any other job, you can get fired for just sucking at your job. Like, hey, we're letting you go because you're not performing.
Right. But with this, we have to go, look, did he commit a crime while he was fucking up? No, he just fucked up. Well, that's not enough. He's allowed to fuck up. I mean, for God's sake, if we just threw everyone out in federal government that was fucking up, we'd have nobody left. What's a guy supposed to do? Mass illegal immigration accelerated by Mayorkas under open border policies, now represent a massive cost to the federal government and state governments alike. I mean, that's true. We sent what? We sent a couple busloads of migrants to New York City, and now they're flipping the fuck out.
Yep.
Or what's the other one? Chicago, like all the black people are going to city council meetings and bitching about all the illegal immigrants there. And you're like, uh-oh, Democrats have to choose which one's their favorite.
And then the illegal immigrants themselves, especially in Chicago, are kind of like, you know what? This sucks. We're going home.
That's actually happening right now. Is that migrants are actually going back to where they came from, some of them, because they're like, yeah, there's no opportunities here. Like we're literally.
It turns out, like, I'm going to just be living on a street here. I'd rather do it at home with my family.
Dr. Climate Abortion says the border wall would have cost $32 billion. So that's fun, right? I mean, the border wall would pay for itself 100% in less than a year, in like 2 months. The border wall.
Hell, we can have the people showing up help build it. They're always over by Home Depot.
Sean says $450 billion would pay off half the debt on the interest on the debt every year. It's no fun to do math when it's our budget. President Joe Biden's administration has grappled with record numbers of migrants. No, they haven't. I hate this idea that they're like trying. You know, like, oh, the Biden administration's trying to figure out immigration. It was figured out. Before you got here, we had it figured out. The last guy had it nailed cold. So
we were doing pretty good.
You just have to do what the other guy did. But we can't do that because the other guy's a Nazi. You know, he's such a fascist, we should call him Batman. Since Biden took office in 2021, U.S. border agents have made more than 5 million arrests of migrants making illegal crossings. That is, not through a controlled border station. Many claim asylum at the border and travel north looking for work in such sanctuary cities as New York City, Washington, D.C., and Chicago, which are reeling from spending hundreds of millions of dollars on the new arrivals. We've got to end that asylum shit. This country is not the world's, ollie oxen free.
Yeah.
This country doesn't need to be the floor is lava couch for the entire world's problems. So I'm sorry, no more asylum. If President Imholt gets in office, asylum is done. You either come here legally or you kindly go back home and you work on getting here legally. It's not my your life is shit, not my responsibility, not my pig, not my farm. Your country sucks. Fix it. Our country sucks. We've got to fix it. I'm not fucking moving to Canada because then you got to go fix that shithole.
Yeah, someone said on my show yesterday, just push them up to Canada. I'm like, yeah, but then we've got to like move them through here to get them there. How about we just stop being like, because that's another part of this problem too, is every country along the way in that little corridor, if you come up through Central America, they all just keep going. That's where you want to go. Like, everybody's passing the buck. I don't want to do it.
Up in Canada, super cool to immigrants. I don't know. SH says, yes, I saw last night a family is going back to Venezuela because he can live on the streets here or there, but at least he has a family in Venezuela. Dude, they're going back to a communist country because we fucked up so bad. Yay.
It almost seems like we're in a lot of trouble between that, the credit rating thing being like a negative outlook. It just seems like maybe it's not so awesome here.
It would seem like we're in a bit of trouble here in the United States.
The immigrants are the proverbial canaries in the coal mine. They're like, dude, this sucks. We came from a third world shithole. We're going back there.
Yeah, I got to go back to my communist hellhole because, got to be honest, you guys are a bit of a bummer here. Also, by the way, 175 away from today. We're in the 9 o'clock hour. We've got about 50 minutes left, so I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at. Let's rally up and let's knock that thing out before we even need this little offering plate here. 175 is the magic number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, whatever is easiest for you. Let me open up these 7 o'clock hour stories and talk to you about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. You know, All Care does a great job of picking you up quicker than anybody else. So if you're in central Minnesota, you're one of our OGs, All Care Towing is the place to call as the weather gets colder, the roads get more slippery, and you might end up in more situations where you need someone to come help you out. Even if you do something really stupid, like lock your keys in your car, All Care is going to take care of you. And not only is All Care going to take care of you, but All Care is not even going to tell your friends what a dipshit you are for locking your keys in your car. So that's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203, allcaretowing.com. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go there this Saturday for the live music. Go there Sunday night for the Vikings game. I would, maybe even go for the 3 o'clock games and stick around for the Vikings game. Have one of those awesome Bloody Marys that are, oh God, I had one. Did I have one at the anniversary show, or did I have one when I went there with Gino and Keanu one morning in April? Either way, I had one. I get it. They're fantastic at Stoney's Bar. That's downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's today, but make sure you head there for a party this weekend. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Our friends at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, ammunition, you name it. You can either go to their store in Foley, in downtown Foley, Minnesota. When they don't have gun shows, which they don't this weekend, you can make an appointment to meet them on Saturday to talk about your gun needs. Or you can go to midlandarmory.com and order whatever you want off that site 24 hours a day at midlandarmory.com. That's midlandarmory.com for our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. And finally, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Of course, if you want April's Magic Bean Coffee or Steel Toe Morning Show Coffee, get it at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com for Steel Toe Coffee or April's Magic Bean. At checkout, you can choose the subscribe option. You'll get your order every single month, and you'll also get $1 off a bag for each order. So that's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com for the best coffee there is. I love it, and I hate coffee. That should mean something. Trucker 18-wheeler with $2 over on Rumble. He's got a clip for us. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. It's not the most wide open I've ever left myself. God damn it. Even when I'm saying...
No matter what you do.
Right, even when I'm saying that I'm not doing the thing, I'm unfortunately doing the thing. You guys are good. Real good. Oh, my God. Sid Saraf says, I'm feeling froggy today, so let's take a leap. 125.
Holy shit, Sid Saraf. Thank you.
That's a lot, buddy. That leaves us at 55. Guys, let's put away the plate for today. What do you say you guys finish it off? Sid Saraf has probably thrown in about 150 so far today. Is Sid Saraf quickly becoming the new owner of Steel Toe?
He might be the next Steel Toe Incorporated partner.
So David Chandler usually goes on a crazy run on this show, then takes a couple of weeks off.
Mm-hmm.
This is his second week off on the David Chandler schedule. But I think if Sid Saraf keeps it up at this rate, him, Cheetos from Stoney's, I think they're going to become the new owners of Steel Toe.
Come back and find out your office is now a boardroom. You're a member.
I know. I'm going to have Gray Duckling, Dan. I mean, we might have to consider David Chandler might have to be open to being part of a board of directors rather than just omnipotent dictator. Oh, boy. Nebo says, Aaron is giving people money to donate to make it look like there's people chipping in. Hey, wait a minute. What?
Right.
That's elaborate. Hand check. They're right
Mine are
here.
Right here. I gotta put them together because we chopped my camera down.
All right. Well, thank you, Sid. $55 away from today. Hey, somebody pretending to be April is in the chat. I made it very clear last night that I murdered her.
Yeah, she's dead.
Yeah, April's dead. So that's gross. Whoever logged into her account, whoever hacked into her account to pretend to be her.
That is disgusting.
That's fucking sick. Because I put an axe right in her face and I watched her die. I buried her. So
whoever's on her Twitter posting pictures of her holding today's newspaper, I hope you burn in hell.
That's really shitty. You're a fucking asshole, man. MSO's feeling a little salty today. He says, April is Sid. Now, wait a minute. No, 55 away, guys. Let's put MSO out of his misery. What do you say? You got about 50 minutes to do so.
I don't want to agree with him, but have we seen April and Sid in the same place at the same time? Maybe we always do.
Oh. M76 says Chandler was pissed about Ray. No, what? Ray? What? Who? Huh? What?
Man.
Who gives a shit? Rusty Grammar says that would be dumb. Lose 30% on each transaction plus have to pay taxes on top of that. Here's the wonderful thing about being a corporation, Rusty. You don't have to pay taxes if you lose money. Oh, that's the secret. I mean, you still pay the payroll taxes and everything when you write checks. But one of the wonderful things about, you know, in the movie Dodgeball, where Peter LaFleur goes, how's my lovely little tax shelter today?
Yeah.
The reason he calls it his lovely little tax shelter is because the losses he incurs on the gym, he gets to write off on his income taxes. So he's just basically a piece of shit running a failing gym. He's my hero, to be honest with you. All right.
That is just a great movie.
It's solid, man. That era of comedies, man. That kind of mid-90s SNL crew, when they started making movies, great. And then like the mid-2000s, like 05 to 2012 or so, just
was
lots
Dan
of...
Fogler one of the ones on Dodgeball?
No, I don't think Fogler was in Dodgeball, was he?
Well, not in it, but like the whole reason that he got Balls of Fury was because he was a big writing talent behind a lot of these movies.
Oh, you're right.
And
yeah.
so then he kind of got his one thing.
The film stars, they keep sending me to Balls of Fury.
Yeah.
When I type in Dan Fogler Dodgeball. Maybe he might not have had anything to do with it.
Perhaps not.
Dan Fogler writing credits. But you're right. Dan Fogler wrote a lot of really good stuff.
That's the whole reason we got Balls of Fury.
Which, again, another underrated movie.
Well, that Christopher Walken, choose that scene like he's choose that movie like he's Al Pacino.
He really is. He's the man. Fogler was on The Walking Dead for 17 episodes.
Holy shit, he was a zombie?
Good for him. Good for him, man. He was Luke in The Walking Dead. He was on The Goldbergs for 14 episodes, The Offer for 10 episodes. This is just him as an actor. Okay, so he's staying busy as an actor, too.
Good for him.
As a writer, no, he barely wrote anything, according to IMDb. Hysterical Psycho, Malarkey, Don Peyote, Heavy Metal Presents Wonderwork.
Well, that's the bone, because I hate to brag, but I have, like, you know, the special edition Balls of Fury, and like in the behind the scenes featurette stuff, they talk about him being big involved with like writing and helping shows and being like a bit player in
maybe
some stuff.
He could be uncredited.
That could be.
Yeah. I guess if you're on the writing staff of a movie, you don't get the writing credit. Ultimately the head writer gets the credit. He was in Sharknado 5 playing himself. So he has that.
Now I actually want to see Sharknado 5 just for that cameo.
Well, here's the problem. You have to catch up by getting, you have to watch Sharknado 1 through 4. Otherwise, you miss key plot points.
I've seen the first 2.
I have 2. Which one was Kurt Angle in? Was that 2 or 3?
I'm guessing that's 3 because I don't remember Kurt Angle.
Okay, Kurt Angle played like the fire chief in one of them. So, whichever one Kurt Angle's in, that's the amount I've watched up to, is that one. Hey, good news. America faces a government shutdown again this Friday. Here's what it means for you. You know, I love watching the federal government shit their pants over like the debt ceiling or funding or a government shutdown, because every time we're getting close to a government shutdown, by the way, everyone in the chat claiming to be Sid Saraf right now. I love it. Gordy, by the way, is saying that it's actually him. Gordy is the one operating April's YouTube account right now, saying, Dad, Mom is really cold when I lick her face and I have to potty. Oh, no. Gordy, she's dead. That's why she's poor Gordy. I'm so sad for Gordy. I didn't think about that when I drove an axe right through April's face. I had no fucking clue that I was. Oh, no. I didn't know the dog had those kind of cogent thoughts. Son of a
I'm
bitch.
amazed he can operate the phone. Gordy, call for help.
If I would have known the dog was this advanced, I never would have killed April with that hatchet. Oh, that's terrible. I just thought using an axe wound to kill a woman was just far too fitting.
CPS shows up at your door. Gordy called him. Chewini Protective Services.
Oh, God, I almost said the gay F word. $5 from Sage. He says, Dan Fogler was ahead of the curve on the trans stuff. All right, let's play this clip before we get to government shutdown stuff.
Yeah.
Boy, this is a versatile show, is it not? Nerds, politics, fucking Dan Fogler, comedy, whatever. It also puts us just $50 away from today's goal. Gordy, as April says, why won't mommy feed me, daddy? Oh. You know, this breaks my heart. You know what I have to do to rectify this situation?
You have to kill the dog.
I got to find a new April quick so that the dog feels taken care of.
Where did you order the first one from?
Ukraine. You can't tell by the accent. That's why I paid so much.
No, dude. They are good.
Let's see Dan Fogler ahead of the curve on trans stuff. So that's just Dan Fogler dancing as a girl. All right, so... Ew, I don't like unbearded Dan Fogler. He looks creepy.
Yeah.
Also, we're playing a typo negative song, so we're going to get popped for that one for sure. Thanks, Sage. At least we got the video, right? We're good.
There we go.
All right, so back into this shutdown stuff. By the way, only 50 away from breaking MSO's heart, which is awesome, and 40 minutes to do it. I think you guys are looking pretty good. Let's all team up and handle the rest of our business. So with this government shutdown looming for Friday, I always root for the shutdown because if only the American people get so scared by the media frightening them over government shutdown. I've been through government shutdowns before, and I just want to tell these people, like, look, it's going to be fine.
It's actually really good.
Yeah, when the government shuts down, guess what? You're going to find that a lot of your life is still very much livable. Because you know what they do? They still send out people's Social Security checks. They have to do that. They're mandated to do it. The federal government still runs. They just run at a skeleton crew. It's just like, hey, if we don't raise the debt limit, everything will shut down. Not true. We'll just have to spend what we can. We just can't take on any new debt. It literally forces the government to only spend up to what we take in. And I'm sorry, but when you're $33 trillion in debt, not raising the debt limit is like dad taking away the kid's credit card. It's a kindness.
It's kind of something that actually needs to be done because our credit rating is going in the shitter. Like, we literally are spending to the point where they're like, hey, guys, so America's credit is still AAA. But, yeah, it looks like that's not going to be the case for long.
I've got bad news. I actually, to stop you there, I don't think it is. I think we're AA+.
Are we AA+?
Yeah, hold on.
I thought we were AAA with a negative outlook.
You know what? You're right. That's what it. Oh, wait, no. S&P downgraded the U.S. from AAA to AA+ during a fiscal crisis in 2011 and has maintained that level since. In August, the Fitch Ratings Agency joined S&P, downgrading U.S. debt from its top rating of AAA to AA+.
Okay.
So all of these debt service agencies are telling us, I think Moody's still has us at AAA, but they've downgraded us to negative outlook. But all of these places are trying to tell us, like, dude, you guys are headed for a fucking cliff. You got to cut it out. Yeah, Moody's is the only one of the three major credit rating agencies to assign the U.S. AAA. Standard.
And we probably won't have that for long
because they have a negative outlook on our
Yep.
debt. So Fitch and S&P both have us at AA+, and Moody's has us at AAA. Well, Moody's is nut hugging. Kevin Brennan's wife's baggy meat sleeve says government shutdowns are a libertarian's wet dream. We do love them because, again, it shows the country like, look, we don't need these fucking people. Let them shut it down. Don't let them scare you with this shit. Let's kill the debt ceiling. Let's shut down the government. Let's see how much money we can save. We're in a spot now where we need to stockpile cash.
Right.
Here's what happens in a government shutdown. Millions of federal workers won't get paid. That's fine because as far as I'm concerned, federal workers are welfare recipients.
Some of them especially are just there literally to just occupy a space. They
Right.
don't do anything.
They don't create anything. They don't contribute to the economy. They just take our money out of our pocket. Federal workers, it's a very cannibalistic concept. We should have as few of them as possible, and we should privatize as many things that can be profitable as we possibly can. For example, the post office. Delivering mail can be a for-profit business. It can be profitable. Look at UPS. Look at FedEx. Privatize the shit. End the losses. Kill the losses. It sure would be nice. What's another one? I mean, some libertarians go crazy enough where they talk about privatizing fire and police. I don't know if I'm there yet, but some people want to do that. Privatizing education would save us a shitload of money.
The difficulty I have with privatization is accountability in terms of fire and police.
I mean,
more so police than fire.
Right. You would hate to have private police because then they could do things like maybe kill people they weren't supposed to, but then everyone in the company clams up and doesn't say anything and covers up for the bad guy. I mean, we don't have any of that now.
Yeah, we don't have any issue with that already with, thin blue line or nothing, I'm sure.
Your argument is, like, don't make it worse.
I'm saying privatization for certain services worries me solely because of, like, it's incredibly flimsy and might even just be a facade at this point. But there, with government currently, there's a level of accountability. There's someone you can go to about a problem with a thing.
So your perspective,
of,
your perspective on privatizing police, if I understand it right, is it's not great now, but you shouldn't think that it can only get better.
Right.
It can get worse.
Where I'm at with privatizing police, I'm like, if you're talking about privatizing police, then I'm talking about we need to start saying people should just be responsible. People should just be, armed.
Well, here's the compromise you can make with the super hardcore libertarians. How about we localize police as much as possible? Like
that, I'd be all for.
Remove the federal government from it as much as we can.
Back to the beat cop walking the beat, being part of the area, like knowing the people. Kind of a thing, there's got a little skin in the game.
Instead of the cops being the military overlords that seem like occupiers almost, make them part of the community.
Yeah. Then they, like I said, you're not just busting some person who's committing a crime. You also know that guy and that he's going through shit or whatever, or maybe that he's trying to get his life together. Be like, this isn't helping, man. This isn't helping.
May I give you an alternative idea? This one coming from Mo Green in the chat.
Okay.
Dig moats. We haven't tried it for hundreds of years.
And we have, but then I suppose if we dig moats, they are known to keep the Black Knight at bay. So that'll at least solve some of those problems.
You know what I've learned in certain communities? There's no keeping the Black Knight at bay. When it hits, it hits. Jojo says, Hobo, my best friend is a mail carrier, has been for over 10 years. She makes maybe 45 grand a year. With benefits and with pension, and the government pensions are nice. It's a sizable, when you consider a lot of people pay for their own insurance and pay for their own retirement, those federal government jobs, the benefits are almost as good as the pay. I mean, for a lot of normal people, it would basically double their salary. But when it comes to all this government shutdown stuff, let's go through the list here. Let me put it up on the screen. This is what happens in a government shutdown. Millions of welfare recipients, federal workers, won't get paid. Staff will be sent home and furloughed. Hey, vacation for our lovely overworked federal employees.
Can we make sure they're not paid too?
Right. Flights delayed because of TSA worker shortages. I mean, you want to talk about something I'd like to privatize again because it was privatized when I was a kid and then we had one bad day and the government took it all over. I'd like to privatize airline security again.
Yeah.
Because
the TSA sucks.
Like the airport used to fund its security back in the day. Like MSP would pay for its security. And then the federal government came in and said, hey, what do you say we take this cost off your hands? And of course, airports, it was right after 9/11 and airports went, fuck yeah. You know how much we spend on these security guards? Hell yeah, let's make it a government thing. And it's not like the government has really prevented 9/11. I mean, we almost had the shoe bomber. The only reason that didn't happen is because the guy couldn't light his shoe on fire. And then whenever they do those tests of like who can get weapons in, it's always like 90%.
Yeah, I don't know that the TSA has really done a good accounting for itself. I certainly wouldn't. The one thing I like about it, and maybe they're not even related, and this is one of the things where, again, thank you, news media, for making things super clear and obvious. Are air marshals part of the TSA, or is that a whole separate thing?
I think they're part of Homeland Security for sure. Under which umbrella?
That's one I want gone, Homeland Security, but I do think the air marshal thing wasn't necessarily a bad idea.
Why can't Delta hire its own air marshals? Do you know how many retired military
I'm not
there
against
are?
that either.
Yeah.
I'm just saying in general, I'm just saying I like the idea of the air marshal, of someone being able to be like, hey, shit's getting out of control and I got to lock this down.
Like Delta could afford like guys who were overseas CIA level clearance, special ops guys to be theirs. And then Spirit Airline would just have that batshit crazy Marine that still keeps the haircut and wants to kill everything that moves.
I was about to say, you realize though, if we make this paradigm shift, there's a much darker side of it, which is again, Spirit Airlines, because the funding won't be there. So the security won't be there.
Look, you take risks when you get cheap flights. 10,000 young children could lose access to Head Start programs. Let me tell you something about public education. This is going to sound terrible. My boss in Litchfield and I had this conversation once, and he totally turned me on like special ed and stuff like that, where we go, if we ever said this on air, we'd sound like the worst human beings alive. But we're educating way too many kids. Like there's a lot of kids, you look at them and they're like, nothing's going to happen here. This is clearly just daycare for this kid who's basically brain dead. Like there's no reason for them to be here and taking up a space and taking up money and resources that could be going to kids who can actually learn. And the look on your face tells me that you know I'm being a piece of shit, but I've got a good point.
But you're right. No, but this is the thing. There's, and I hate to say this, I don't see it very often with men, but I see it very often with women. And I guess it's just because of the situation. Most mothers of special needs kids and stuff end up really being like, no, I've got to be there for my baby. That's great. That's awesome. But the idea that the rest of the world has to take up the slack of chud here is kind of a problem.
Well, it's not the kid's fault. I mean, you should have to be with the kid all the time. You should have to be with the kid all the time. It's your rotten womb that made the kid in the first place. So
that's what I'm saying.
Take responsibility for the shitty oven you baked that cake in.
You feel like there's always potential. Like, no. All the opportunities available to everyone else are available to my kid. And nah, but they're not, though. One, they consider crayon a delicious flavor, and that is a problem.
The brown ones are pretty good, though.
Plus, when those come out, you can't tell. The problem with eating crayons is the confetti poop. Am I right?
It's really the fact that you look like you're shitting Play-Doh, and it scares the hell out of you for a minute. Hey, I have a question.
Is that rainbow toilet paper? No, I just wiped.
With my rotten womb joke that I just made, I had kind of a realization, and I need you to help me out in figuring this out because I'm having an attack of conscience. Do you think I'm a misogynist?
Just a little bit.
Really? Shit.
Yeah.
Kind of smacked me in the head out of left field. More things that will happen during a federal government shutdown. Delays at passport and Social Security offices. Fine. I ain't leaving the country anytime soon. Not unless they find April's face.
The only thing that worries me for that are for handicapped people that are trying to get on like handicap benefits, because the system is difficult in and of itself. Well, actually, shit. No, I'm talking out my ass. I guess you can just be fat and pull it off. Never mind. Fuck it. Forget it.
I love how you were about to make a full-throated defense and abandon it
And then I just
immediately.
remembered that, yeah, there's a shit ton of people with their placards and their benefits. I'm like, how about you get a walk first?
You know, to be honest with you, Johnny, I don't really have that much compassion towards the handicapped. You know, in fact, sometimes I park in handicapped spaces while handicapped people make handicapped faces. And some have said that I'm an asshole. Yo-de-yo. 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 I am an asshole. Boo! Trash won't be collected on federal grounds. Yeah, you're breaking my heart. I don't give a shit. And then, by the way, horseshit. Trash will be collected on federal grounds. You know what you can do? Hire a garbage company.
Goddamn trash.
Pick up your own fucking garbage. There. I love how the people who live their entire lives on my tax dollars all of a sudden go, woe is me. I might have to do shit on my own. Fucking good. Food stamps may not be handed out. Oh, no, not those salt of the earth Americans who are always contributing to the economy. We can't lose them. So basically, if we have a federal government shutdown, a lot of people are going to have to learn how to be self-sufficient.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
I feel bad for the kids that get caught in the middle of it because I'm not talking about any one specific community or anything, so don't think I'm grouping any people together. But I'm saying I've seen this happen a few times where there is some people on the welfare dime seem to have kids in like successive years, like every couple of years, like to keep the programs going. And so now if you've been one of those people that maybe overinflated your family for the money and then that money's gone, now you have maybe a large expense that you don't fully, like something you didn't take on in earnest, and then maybe that makes it sours the home life and could lead to having.
I get that. There's definitely, I mean, there's absolutely consequences. There's a opposite and equal reaction to all of this shit. But again, where I start to lose sympathy is when it's all coming out of my pocket and every other working American's pocket. I go, good, fuck you, our turn for a little bit.
I don't have sympathy.
That's the bad.
I just feel bad for the kids.
Yeah, I do. That's true. But that's the problem with government benefits in general is eventually, and I think this is intentional, it turns Americans against each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like you get this check and these people who paid for it and watch you, not be grateful for it, get super resentful. And then when it comes time to take it away, we get mean about it because we're so full of resentment.
But again, we handle these benefits the same way the government handles spending. Like when you apparently double down, we give you, again, if you have a kid and you go, I can't pay for this kid. I need help. You need to help me. And we go, okay, we're going to give you some help for this amount of time. That amount of time comes to an end. You suddenly have another kid. So you can, I need more help. I've got the two kids. No. You should be automatically removed from help now because we explained to you, you have trouble, we'll give you some help, and you immediately made your problem twice as bad. That's a losing battle.
Hawk Not Top Gun, you've upset him. He says, the fuck are you talking about, dude? Now, I will say this, no matter what, I don't think we need to come in that hot, but I'm excited to see it. The people who actually worked for their entire lives lose their incomes, you're a fucking idiot. Who said that?
I guess.
Is he like defending federal government workers or...
Yeah, I think he's talking about you with federal government workers on the welfare thing. Because I was saying that people having kids and getting government handouts for having kids and then having more kids should be a red flag of, no, we can't keep helping you. You haven't learned.
So he's talking about me. Well, look, man, I see federal government jobs as bad. I see them as a welfare program because I need a job tied to production. I mean, there's some things that you can't, like a lot of healthcare jobs are not tied to production, but that's because the healthcare industry is a loss industry anyway, because you're treating, like the very nature of what you're doing isn't based on producing something. It's based on patching people up. So I just think as many jobs should be tied to producing for the economy as possible. Hawk Not Top Gun says, wah, I got to work for a living as you beg for $5. Did I say, wah, I got to work for a living? Believe I said other people don't. believe is what I said. Hawk, not Top Gun. You're coming in hot, buddy. I don't mean to yell at you like you're Katniss Everdeen, but remember who the real enemy is. Queso Donkey with $5. Thank you very much, buddy. He says, only parts of the government that shut down are ones that hurt people. Government doesn't actually shut down. No, they use that as fear-mongering. It's the same thing with the debt ceiling, Johnny. They always say, oh, so you don't want your grandma to get her Social Security checks? Well, first of all, the Social Security checks will keep going. Because they're paid for. There's a payroll tax that pays for the Social Security. I mean, it's running a deficit right now and will continue to until it's gone. But that will be paid for. It's a lot of extra. Hey, I bet you Ukraine doesn't get their checks if we cut the debt ceiling. So I'm not against that. By the way, Case.
God, I'd like Ukraine to start paying. I was under the assumption this was a loan. What do you mean we're not getting this money back?
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's a loan. By the way,
running the VIG this whole time.
For Hawk Not Top Gun to say that I'm begging for $5, that's insulting. I'm begging for $45. Hawk Not Top Gun, because we're $45 away from today's goal, and we've got about 20 minutes before we decide if MSO wins or loses today. $45 away from today's goal. If you want to be one of the people that finishes her off, go bananas. Follow Sid Saraf's example. Hawk Not Top Gun writes, haha, I'm just jumping out of the shower, actually. Coming in hot. Yeah, that's what I love about this audience, is there will be a guy who will come in and go, fuck you to death, you piece of shit. And then we'll go, whoa, dude, you okay? And he'll be like, yeah, I'm just kind of fucking with you a little bit. Like, okay, cool. All right, continuing on. Like they can say the most horrible shit to us, and we kind of read it and go, bro, you okay? And there's two roads they can take. If they hate us, they'll just keep writing the same terrible shit over and over and over, and we'll go, okay, you know what? We're gonna sit you down. We're just gonna remove you so you can, like, you need time to heal. Or they're like Hawk Not Top Gun, and we're like, bro, you okay? Like, is this all right? And they'll be like, oh yeah, I love you guys. Just go fuck yourself.
Just having a good time.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, Hawk Not Top Gun with a heart, and then says, love you guys. Love you too. By the way, fake Sid Saraf, allegedly, says, I am not Jewish. I love you. Nobody was accusing Sid Saraf of being Jewish. KF Sage says, Steel Toe can't take heated exchanges. They don't even do clubs. Sorry, throwback. I feel bad that I've made more money doing comedy this year than Kevin Brennan will. And I'm sure it probably heats him up bad that Gino is going to make more money doing comedy this year than he will.
Hell, we just kind of passed around the idea of doing another one like way later in the year. Just kind of like, yeah, we'll have to do that.
We'll have to do it. We'll bring, now that Rekida's in the arsenal, we'll bring Rekida out. Oh, God, if they're mad that we sell out venues now, they're going to be really mad because Rekida sells tickets. We found that out. Like when we did the Chrissy show, and Chrissy...
Well, it's because of how he does the interest.
And Chrissy had to address the family issue that she had, and we went ahead with the rest of the group. I mean, you and Rekida were the two guys, I think, who probably stepped up the most.
Yeah.
Because you went from 5 minutes to 30.
Nobody expected Rekida to do it.
No.
You just fucking cooked.
Kyle says, comedy? You mean the KKK rally you did? Yeah, I mean, if people are like sensitive SJW types, like cancel culture types, yeah, then they think it was like a racist, terrible show. I mean, if you're a giant pussy, that's how you saw it. But if you were there, it was a great time and a fun show and a full group. And I understand if it made you mad or jealous or anything like that. Look, if I was trying to pass myself off as a comic and I didn't get gigs anymore, I'd attack me too. But I'd also know that the root cause would be jealousy, unfortunately. Poor kids. All right, as we're 45 away and about 20 away from seeing if MSO wins or not today, let's continue on. I loved this question. You know how Robert De Niro recently lost a judgment for millions of dollars about how he treated employees?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now it's Money Watch and CBS are running these specials about like being a boss in the workplace and what does it mean and what is a healthy workplace and this and that. And I hate to take my misogyny for a walk here and say that the only reason this question's being asked is because women are in the workplace. But in this Money Watch, they're asking, Is it ever okay for your boss to yell at people in the workplace?
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? It's part of the job. Now, I will say this, you know, and actually coaching, training boxers has actually helped me a lot with like leadership and stuff like that, because you have to learn how to motivate people because they're going to get punched in the head. You do, like, if yelling is your go-to, you're a fuck up as a leader. Like, if your way of motivating people is just, yeah, you piece of shit, we better do this or it's going to be fucking... There are certain people, though, there's an old saying, you know, some people need a pat on the back, some need a kick in the ass. Like, being a good boss is knowing who needs to be yelled at and who needs to be encouraged. Like, there are too many bosses who worry, like, if they encourage people, they're going to look weak or soft or whatever.
Yeah.
But I can tell you this.
I'm always worried I'll give someone a kick in the back and someone else a pat on the ass, and I'll end up in trouble.
Oh, one of those things sounds lovely. And everyone knows you can't kick anyone in the back. That's high up there, you lying sack of shit. But if you're a boss who just yells at people, people are just going to, like, good people are going to resent you and just hate your guts. I think it was Bud Grant who said, you know, I never yelled at guys in front of the team. I always criticized them away from the team, because if you criticize a guy in front of his brothers, he's just going to hate your guts. But if you do it privately, and I think Benjamin Franklin said in that John Adams miniseries to John Adams, he goes, you insulted the man publicly. And he goes, John Adams goes, well, would you have me insult him in private? He goes, perfectly acceptable to insult someone in private. They may even thank you for it. But when you insult someone publicly, they tend to think you're serious. Benjamin, like, God, what's his name? God, he's in Batman as Falcone. Tom Wilkinson. Tom Wilkinson is so good as Benjamin Franklin that you're like, you know what? Fuck that. That's not Tom Wilkinson playing Benjamin Franklin. As far as I'm concerned, that was Benjamin Franklin. That's who he was. Like, John Adams is sitting there going, but Dr. Franklin, don't you believe in speaking your mind? And he goes, no, I'm very much against it. He goes, St. Thomas of Becket would have lived to a ripe old age if he would have just then nothing. Oh, fuck. Well, anyway, a high-profile legal battle between actor Robert De Niro and his former assistant has shown a spotlight on changing workplace mores. Even in Hollywood, an industry notorious for volatile and sometimes downright criminal bosses. Whoa, enough with the anti-Semitism, CBS. Jesus. I mean, you said it, not me. A jury awarded the actor's former assistant, Graham Chase Robinson, $1.2 million, finding that his film production company engaged in gender discrimination and retaliated against her amid allegations that he assigned her stereotypically female work and sometimes berated her. Well, what if she was better at the stereotypically female work than the guys were, and the guys were better at the stereotypically male work than she was? Is it illegal now? Have we officially reached it's illegal to say that stereotypes sometimes exist for a reason?
Apparently. The weird part is, though, certain stereotypes are allowed to apply to certain groups of people. But it just, but apparently if you're one of the victim groups, especially women, you know, stereotypes are just mean and hurtful. Women can do everything men can, Aaron. God damn it. They can be police officers and firefighters and astronauts and bodybuilders.
Yes, of course. As long as they don't have to compete against men.
Right. Because that would be totally unfair. They're way better at it.
But see, that's what I mean.
It's a little hypocritical.
You can't go men can do anything women can do anything men can do as long as they don't have to do it against men. Women can be Marines as long as we don't have to pass the same standards of being a Marine. Hey, women can be Marines as long as you change the definition of what it means to be a Marine. Wait, what? Hey, women can play basketball just as well as men, as long as we don't have to play basketball against men, because then we suck.
Actually, what was it? Was it Megan Rapinoe and the U.S. women's soccer team that literally said we can play soccer just as good as the men against men, and they played a bunch of former professionals, beer league aged guys who dominated them to the point that the game was called early on account of murder. Like
it was a senseless murder. Then there was, didn't the women's national team get beaten by a bunch of 16-year-old AAU players too?
It might have.
I think so.
Again, there's been a lot of, especially in soccer, a lot of, no, we can do it just as good as the guys. It's just running and kicking a ball. Yeah, they're faster and better at it than you are. I'm sorry.
They're bigger and stronger. When you run into them, you collapse like you hit a brick wall.
They've grown up with balls their whole lives. They understand them better.
They play with them better. So is yelling, this article is asking, is yelling discrimination at work? And again, I can't imagine that a workplace full of men would ever say something like this. Something so damning. Like, is yelling discrimination? No. Look, are there bosses who yell too much? Absolutely. Are there bosses who don't yell enough? 100%. Is yelling sometimes necessary in the workplace? Of course. Do some people act like they're God's gift to the job and they fucking drag ass and screw up everything? Yes, you need to. When someone is arrogant and incompetent, that's when yelling needs to happen. When someone is humble and incompetent, those are the people who need encouragement. You need to kind of push them along because they fuck up and they get really depressed about it and they get upset. You're like, no. You're in a good place. We're all right. You're going to get it next time. Here's how you do it better. Ba, 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 ba. But if a guy's like, man, I'm the shit, I don't need, and they're just lazy and they don't do anything, that's the guy you yell at.
Yeah, that's the guy you scream at like a motherfucker. But if you do it in private too, and you realize that maybe you went too far, or maybe the person took it in a way you didn't expect, whatever, you can adjust and bring it back or whatever.
Right.
You do it in front of everybody, and now everyone sees that dressing down. Now that's like, oh, he got it. You can't get away from it.
Yeah.
You can't hide from it. You can't recover.
Killer Beehive says yelling is discrimination against garbage employees. Carlos says, you've yelled at us before, and it was greatly needed. Wait, when do I yell? When do I yell? Stevie J says, what if you yell at the top of your lungs, I hear you, and I'm always here for you. Please share your feelings with the team. Well, yeah, if they see that as threatening, Stevie J, they just don't get you. Don't worry. That's 100% on them. All right, guys, last call. To say that we fucked up MSO today before he takes his win and we bust out the offering plate. Although we are within 50, so technically we don't need to. We'll see. Last call. We've got 10 minutes before we bust this bad boy out and see if we can knock out that last 45 today. Throw in, there's the links in the chat, Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, and also Super Chats, memberships, and gifted memberships. MSO says, I give up. Don't you do that passive shit trying to trick people into thinking that it's okay. You son of a bitch. I see what you're doing. You're good. You're good. We got about 10 minutes to knock out that 45. Otherwise, and we're bringing this bad boy out, and MSO gets the W. I say if we're within like 25, by the time that time comes up, we don't need to bust this out, and we'll be fine. But ultimately... we'll see where it lands. We're on the borderline of whether or not MSO is going to have a shot today. $45 is the number. I say 5-10 of you team up. Just knock the damn thing out. So, Johnny, yelling in the workplace. What's your fucking opinion?
I don't know. I think it's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I grew up working as a chef, man. Like, they scream at each other.
Yeah, like that Gordon Ramsay shit is not that's not like played up for TV.
No, it's fucking it is a high stress environment. So I actually got used to the idea that, you and maybe the two other people on the line with you, you're going to get at points where you're screaming at each other. But then at the end of the night, you're going to be smoking a cigarette. Be like, man, that fucking 10 top was crazy. Right after we got done with that bus, man, I'm sorry. I lost my shit. I thought the steak would be there and it wasn't. Just, like maybe try harder next time, I guess.
I was a server at a restaurant where the guy running the kitchen most of the time was the Greek owner.
Oh, Jesus.
Holy shit. And we had one of those kind of open rectangle like service areas where they'd put the food up there and you'd get it. And it was right next to the counter. So you'd have the counter, and then behind the counter, you'd have all the main dining area seating.
Did the people hear him shouting?
Oh, did they ever? I could be at like the main back table.
Was that a thing that like people went for? Like, no, there's like a show before your food gets here. You get to hear him berate everybody making it.
I've never done any research on this topic, but in my heart, I believe that as many people would not go there because that guy would scream, as many people would go there to hear the show. Yeah. And he would say like really hurtful shit. And like, you got to remember, a lot of employees are women. Like, he'd make women cry, not all the time, but once in a while I'd see some of these, and they all thought they were bad bitches and whatever. And when they fuck up, like, he would make some of them cry.
Yeah.
Because he would go, "What the fuck is the matter with you? What are you, stupid or something, man? What are you, dumb? What are you, lazy? What the hell is wrong with you? What do you drink too much?" Like, he would just cut really deep at people. And some of his servers were like addicts, like in recovery. And he would yell shit at them like, "What, are you drunk again? What, are you drinking? Are you using drugs? Or are you stupid?" And you're just like, holy shit, man. He didn't give a fuck. He would, and then he was so sexist too, because like he would yell at the women and ask them if they were drinking or anything else. And then I would come in looking kind of tired sometimes on like a Saturday morning to work a Saturday morning breakfast shift, which is where the money was. And I would come into work Saturday morning and be like, "How you doing, man?" I go, "Oh, good, Lou. How you doing? Good to see you, Louis." And he goes, "Hey, man, you hungover?" And he'd smile at me. Go, "You a little hungover?" And even when I wasn't, I would go, "Oh, yeah, a little bit." He goes, "Oh, man, fuck, you drink too much last night, man." I go, "Yeah, all right, we'll get to work." And it'd be jovial. But if a girl fucked up, he'd be like, "What are you drinking? You hungover? What, are you slow?
Whore.
Stupid slut. Serve the Euro omelet, you stupid bitch." He'd hit him. No, he never hit him. But it was so great working for him because he was one of those guys where you could palpably feel the sexism, and you'd be the beneficiary of it. So you'd go like, "Well, I ain't gonna rock the boat." But it was also one of the things where the women are like, "He treats the men so much different," and you go, "I mean, yeah, it's true."
Membership has its privileges.
Aristocock and Roots are gossiping like a couple of broads in the chat about my body and my clothing. Aristocock says green is not Aaron's color, and then Roots says colors are not Aaron's color. I mean, Jesus, in the next 5 minutes, at least knock out that 45 before you make me feel so shitty. You know what the worst thing about the insult of colors are not Aaron's color? You know why it's such a good insult?
Because it's true.
Well, thank you. And it also leaves you literally nowhere to go. But you can't go into another color because colors aren't your color.
Well, I mean, isn't technically black is just devoid of color, right?
Sorry, there were 16 jokes that I rejected out of my head and I didn't say on YouTube. Devoid of blank, devoid of blank, devoid of blank. I believe devoid is also, devoid.
That's my dad's name, Devoid. It's also what he left me.
Well, you guys not want overtime? What the fuck is wrong with you? You don't want overtime for this shit? Are you out of your goddamn mind? $5 from 383 Novocaine says, "I got yelled at for listening to vulgar and offensive content on the radio. Too many topics about buttholes." Hey, wait a minute. I thought they were talking about me. Roots Calhoun says, "Oh shit, it's Gumby and Pokey. Fuck." Jeff Hillman, Bell Biv Devoid. Jake in the Hudson says, "Don't relate, get out the plate." I got 4 minutes left to bring out the plate. They're going to handle that $40, I promise, and MSO's going to feel like a dick. Let's play this clip from Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York. Hey, guys, don't worry about anything you write on social media. Don't worry about anything you watch on YouTube. Don't worry about anything you type to people in a DM, because in no way will the government end up watching you. And in no way is New York going to be a microcosm or a testing ground for this kind of a thing. Would you like to hear from Governor Hochul?
Yeah.
All right.
Also, we're very focused on the data we're collecting from surveillance efforts, what's being said on social media platforms. And we have launched an effort to be able to counter some of the negativity and reach out to people when we see hate speech being spoken about on online platforms.
Ma'am, I don't think you're supposed to be telling us this. This is supposed to be the things that you talk. You mixed up your public speaking notes and your secret meeting notes. So did she just say that we're monitoring your social media, and if you say things that we consider hate speech, we're going to give you a talking to?
It kind of sounded that way.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that not a clear, slippery slope into people showing up at your house and taking you away for saying shit they don't like?
Or literally the government going, look, we'll just have to put that in your online file, part of your social credit score.
So when you go to get a mortgage or a bank loan or a job or a house or anything like that, it'll be in the file.
Our social media analysis unit has ramped up its monitoring of sites to catch incitement to violence, direct threats to others. And all of this is in response to our desire, our strong commitment to ensure that not only do New Yorkers be safe, but they also feel safe.
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job of that. Also, I apologize to Batman for saying he was the biggest fascist in Gotham. Clearly, I was wrong, and I want to openly apologize for that.
I have a problem with the whole not just be safe, but feel safe. No. Being safe is a large part of it.
Yeah, I'd rather be safe than feel safe.
And more importantly, I'm worried because there are some people who, quite frankly, won't feel safe no matter how safe they are.
Right.
Well, I don't feel safe.
They're called manic
that's your problem.
depressives. Yeah, it's called bipolar disorder.
Personal security is about everything for them. As I said, no one walking down the street or in a subway should feel they have to hide any indications of what their religious beliefs are.
Okay, but how is watching people's Twitter and having a talking to with them going to fix that?
Yeah, because you did just explain that you're going after people whose maybe their religious beliefs are that their Holy Land has been stolen by a bunch of colonizers, and it needs to be, according to their religious text, it needs to be, cleansed and stuff. Look, I'm not a fan of it. I didn't write the book.
Right.
All right. I'm just saying that's my religious belief.
Do you think she's stammering and stuttering so much over this because she realizes how fucked up what she's saying is?
Yeah, I think the taste of the bullshit is starting to get to her as it comes out.
We expect to see people celebrating their lives, walking about freely. And that is no longer the case because people are living in fear. They have a right to do whatever they want here in the state of New York.
What? Wait a minute. So that's the end of the clip. So they're living in fear, not from the government reading all the words they write and everything like that. That's not the thing they're living in fear of. That's totally okay. And they don't feel safe. Again, not because of the rampant crime or anything else. It's because they're not having their Twitter read by the government enough. Censor me harder, Daddy.
I don't feel safe, and it has nothing to do with all of these just undocumented, just immigrants just loitering around everywhere and the police being reduced. No, I don't feel safe because Uncle Sam isn't spell checking my tweets.
Exactly. Kyle says speech is more dangerous than the New York City subway. Yeah, I mean, apparently. Hey, I know you're still getting mugged and beaten up by crazy mentally ill homeless people, but I repeat myself, on the subway. But don't worry, there was a guy who was shit posting on a chat room somewhere, and we went and we talked to him.
Oh, and we arrested the dude who intervened and prevented the guy, the crazy guy, from stabbing somebody. So we've taken care of two problems today.
$4.99 from Hobo says this little totalitarian Catholic midget makes Cuomo look like Dr. David Duke. Of course, Hobo refers to David Duke as Dr. David Duke. He's got to get that respect in there. He doesn't want to be a dick.
It's an earned title.
By the way, thank you very much. That brings us to $35. Oh, wait a minute. Sid Saraf with $30 says, okay, now I'm just trying to piss people off. All right, so today has been the Sid Saraf show. We're $5 away. No offering plate today. Who's going to finish it up? $5 left. Go ahead, do your thing. Oh, wait, no, sorry, MSO. Wait a minute, hold on. Michael with $25 says, where's Dusty Rhodes when you need him? Well, you see, baby, the American dream, Dusty Rhodes, is not going to let the dream die in darkness, baby. Because, Kathy Hochul, you've been called out by the American dream, baby, because you're censoring the American people and their freedom to speech. You know what dangerous speech is? Dangerous speech, mama, is when your boss tells you that you got to work a double on Saturday, even though you told him that your son has a T-ball game that afternoon, daddy. That's hate speech. Hate speech is when you get a boot in the butt after 30 years and say, sorry, daddy, but a robot just took your job. That's hate speech, daddy. Hate speech is when Hobo Chili Recipe and Aristocock and Ruth Calhoun says hateful things about the way your titties look in your shirt, brother. That's hate speech. Sorry, Dusty. I needed the Aristococks to know that Dusty Rhodes isn't putting up with their bullshit.
Yeah.
They don't like
Dusty's titties alone.
Yeah. Dusty doesn't like it when you guys talk shit about titties. I just want you to know that. By the way, thank you, Michael, for the 25. 15 ahead for tonight. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. MSO says, hey, Sid Saraf, may your platform shoes fail you in a camel pasture. Wow.
That's hurtful.
Muslim insults are really rough. They really are. I forgot how much I love doing Dusty Rhodes. I really need, the listeners who complain, who say you don't do impressions enough, I agree with them.
Yeah. You just can't do the ones that kill you so much, like Stone Cold and...
Well, goddamn, you piece of trash. If you're going to sit here and challenge me and say that this voice is way too deep for me to do it and not come up with some kind of laryngitis, well, then you're a piece of trash.
What?
You can sit here and spout your Psalms and your John 3:16s. Well, Johnny 3:16s says I can only sit on my ass.
What?
I said he's got no legs.
What?
He's got no shanks.
What?
No gams.
What?
No feet.
What?
No shins.
What?
No kneecaps.
What?
His quads are shit.
What?
His tibia's busted up.
What?
He can't walk.
What?
He can't run.
What?
Can't play skip it.
What?
Hokey pokey.
What?
Soccer.
What?
Football.
What?
Tap dance.
What?
Gymnastics.
What?
Ballet.
What?
Football.
What?
A lot of shit you can do with your feet, I'm finding out.
What?
If y'all want Johnny to learn how to use his legs properly, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
Oh.
A bunch of what's in the chat now. There you go. Hobo says, now I'm trying to be extra racist. Oh, what a piece of shit. So that's why you'll never defeat the Aristococks. Just when you think you got them cornered, they show you we're way bigger pieces of shit than you thought we were. Hobo says every time Aaron does Stone Cold, his boobs jiggle. All right. Fine, you piece of trash. Now I'm doing it. No, I don't have any tits. No boobies.
What?
No milkers.
What?
No bazongas.
What?
No tatas.
What?
No nips.
What?
No feeders.
What?
No love balloons.
What?
No sex sacks.
What?
If y'all want Stone Cold to hold his shirt out like this so you can't see his titties, give me a hell yeah.
Hell no. It was so weird.
That's Stone Cold getting really self-conscious about his tits like a high school girl.
Or you're Taylor Swifting.
Yeah, Ambivalent Bastard says, no, I love seeing your titties. Well, then in that case, who am I to deprive people? Do you want to do this this Opie thing, him talking about Bill Burr?
Yeah, I wanted to hear what Opie was going to say about because again, he knew Bill Burr, and
oh yeah, I mean, again, he was He was part of the group that made him famous. I mean, the Opie and Anthony show, that was really big. There's two Opie and Anthony, or there's two Opie Bill Burr clips. One of them, and this is from the Misery Loves Clips Twitter account. Follow them if you'd like, well, stuff like this. I want to make sure I get all of the Opie clips. Opie denies defending Bill Burr and his wife because he hates Anthony. I need to find the first one of these because he posted a lot of them. Here we go. Male feminist Opie Hughes can't stop defending Bill Burr's wife because she is a strong woman, and in the process trashes Jim Norton and his show with Louis C.K. Okay, so this is kind of a clip where Opie, he wants to talk about the news of the day, and that's good. That's what you should do.
Yeah.
But when you use the news of the day to just sneak in jabs at the people you used to work with, are you really talking about the news anymore, or are you just using the news as a conduit to settle your personal vendettas?
I definitely think it's the second one because, I mean, it's been a hot minute.
This is like if Howard Stern tried to take the Bill Burr thing and make it about Imus. You know? It's just kind of weird that he goes from there to there. And by the way, if Opie is taking Bill Burr's wife's side in this whole thing, I have no doubt in my mind that it's because Anthony doesn't like Bill Burr and Bill Burr doesn't like Anthony. I mean, if you don't think that Anthony isn't always in the back of Opie's head, you're out of your mind. And when it comes to this Bill Burr thing, Anthony moves from the back of Opie's head way up to the front of Opie's head. So here's Opie talking about the Bill Burr, Nia Burr UFC thing.
I met the Nia. She's a lovely person. Nia goes way, way back in the New York City comedy scene. I hate to tell you this, but a lot of New York comics that you know and love like the Nia.
First of all, it sounded a little racist. But second of all, no, they don't. They like Bill Burr's wife. They're friends with Bill. Everybody who's married knows this. Your friend's spouse becomes your spouse and yours friend.
Yeah.
So, oh yeah, you guys got to quit hating on Nia, even though she's insufferable and remarkably unlikable. You can't have that opinion because maybe some of the other comics who are on O&A like her. Well, Opie, I don't give a shit. I think Colin Quinn's hilarious. If he likes Nia Burr, Colin Quinn and I disagree on Nia Burr. That's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
Still funny.
You don't get to do this thing where you're like, oh yeah, you guys don't like my take on Bill Burr's wife? Well, guess what? Colin Quinn likes her. I don't fucking care. Whoop-de-doo. Was that your big voila moment? Cool.
Who cares who likes her? It's still a bullshit thing to do to flip a guy the bird while his back's to you like a child, and then just go back.
Like I said, she looked like one of the Bone Thugs when she was doing it. She looked like she was like some kind of like hood rapper. Just like, oh yeah, I don't like Trump. Literally, it's making funny faces behind the teacher's back. That's all it was. Yep. But like Opie trying to go, oh yeah, you don't like Nia Burr? Well, I do, and so do people like Colin Quinn. I'm sure he's talking about people like Colin. And he's like, oh, so does Colin Quinn. Cool. Colin Quinn's allowed to think cunts are nice. That's totally fine. He's allowed to get along with a cunt. I think she's a cunt. It's okay.
She's actually a lovely gal.
She's seems
all
lovely.
right. Strong woman. She's a strong woman.
Hey, do you guys like Bill Burr? Cool. Put a chick in it and make her lame and gay. That's the end of Bill Burr.
And in this society, there's a lot of people out there that don't like women in general.
Oh, that's what it is.
Certainly don't like a strong woman. Hey, Bill, you got to keep your woman down. Keep her under control. I heard that a lot, too.
It's a good steel toe impression, actually. I got to give him that. It's a good impression of the show. I mean, look, when the guy's got you dead to rights, he's got you dead to rights. What am I going to say? He doesn't have to keep his woman under control. That's not the message. The message is fucking, most people's message was poor Bill.
Yeah, and by the way, no one had a problem with her because she's a strong woman. It was her being a cunt.
Right.
And I don't care whether you're a man or a woman. That is incredibly childish to pull that kind of like, I'm going to flick you off and I'm going I'm going to just like kind of stick my tongue out at you
Yeah.
while your back is to me because other people are going up to you. You're at a public place where there are hundreds of other people. You couldn't find anyone else to entertain you for a few minutes except fucking making faces at Donald Trump.
Like, even anti-Trump people, you don't see them defending her. You're like, yeah, that's a fucking cringe thing to do, dude. Like, that's just a really cringe, childish thing to do. So nobody's like, yeah, Nia Burr's a strong woman. If a guy did that to Donald Trump, I'd go, what a fucking pussy. That's not a strong person move. That's a pussy move.
If a person started chanting, let's go Brandon at Joe Biden, I'd be like, okay, cringe.
Yeah, you're gay.
You're
Because
not.
as much as I don't like Joe Biden, and as much as I hate government in general, I'm not going to be a twat if the guy's like in front of me. First of all, if the president's in front of you, no matter who it is, you're like, holy shit, that's kind of cool that I'm right behind the president. You know?
Someone get me a butter knife. I may never have this chance again.
But the pretty plus more with the no one likes Bill Burr, knowing that he just sold out Madison Square Garden, and then everyone was attacking her. And then the best part about it was that then she said, next you're going to tell me Friends is funny, the TV show Friends. And then I retweeted that, and I just wrote, welcome back. This is the question.
Is there, like, here's my thing about Opie. Is there anyone who can take a topic that is interesting on its own and turn it not interesting to listen to?
I don't know if anyone can do it other than Opie. He certainly does it better.
Nobody swings and misses quite like Opie. Like, nobody goes, I've never done this more with a personality than I have Opie. And look, call me arrogant, whatever. I'm better at this than
arrogant
Opie is. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm better at taking an interesting story and holding people's interest. I have never done this with anyone more than I have Opie, where I go, oh shit, yeah, this is a good topic. But I'm bored. I'm bored. You took something I wanted to hear about and you bored me with it. Like,
And
you know
she
what?
made
In
a
fairness,
stupid
let me point something out. Like me going too long with the Ryan Kinel thing today. I took something that we were making very interesting, and I stretched it out so long that even I started to get bored. It happens, but nobody does it quite like the Opster.
Today, why are people so bothered by what Bill Burr's wife did? Who gives a crap? It's a stupid politician. We should be flipping the bird at every politician out there.
Whoa, bro, yeah.
Edgy, dude.
Bro, we should fight the power, rock the vote. You got to fight for your right to vote. Kill Whitey. Like, what?
It's not like Trump's a good person. Trump takes sledgehammers to everybody.
Okay, so cool. All right, let me adopt that. I love this argument tactic. Adopt the point your opponent just made and embrace it. Yes, you're right. He's a piece of shit to a lot of people. So, Nia Burr and Donald Trump are both pieces of shit who act shitty in public. There you go. Good.
Yeah.
We figured it out.
How does one wrong justify another?
I will totally accept Opie's point. Donald Trump takes a sledgehammer to people. All right? Nia Burr acts like a cunt in public around him. Both of them are true. There you got it, Ope.
I think Trump can handle it. If Trump can handle it, then maybe you should be able to handle it.
Did we?
Oh, I know this is not not a popular opinion. I understand that.
It's not that it's not popular. It's that it's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. No, you're strawmanning this. Nobody said that Trump can't handle it. We just said it was a classless shitbag move that was really cringe.
We literally all called out the person who did that and went, that's shitty. Yeah. Like, oh, it's fine. He can take the joke.
We know he can.
That's shitty. Yeah. I don't care if he can do it.
We're aware that he can take the joke. Yeah, it's one of those internet people do this a lot. They get really insecure when they're kind of like beaten, and then they switch what it was about. They're like, oh yeah, these people who are criticizing Nia Burr, they're just triggered, but Trump can handle it. No, none of us were triggered. It's like when that porn star was no-selling Alex Stein, and he was like, oh, you're triggered. And she's like, Alex, I'm sitting here listening to you scream at me. I'm not upset. It's the same thing with Opie. We're like, no, Opie, nobody here thinks that Donald Trump is not capable of handling it. And Nia Burr did not trigger us in any way, shape, or form. We're criticizing her. We're saying she looks like a childish douche. That's not us getting worked up. That's us. I mean, she's the one who put the fingers up. If anyone's worked up, it's her.
Yeah.
I understand if I just took my tongue and just started lopping. Or is it lapping? I think it's lopping. Lopping Trump's you-know-what.
How does someone who was in broadcasting so long speak this way publicly? Like, how is he this bad of a public speaker?
I don't know.
I would get way more people, but I can't do that. I can't.
No, you wouldn't. No, because you have to be interesting while you do it, Opie. Don't do this thing where you think, oh, if I flipped and did this, I would be way more popular. No, you'd still be unlikable and not very good at broadcasting. That's like me saying, oh, man, if I just became a TikToker who did challenges, I'd be huge. No, they still wouldn't like me because I look funny and I say dumb shit. Still wouldn't work.
I can't. Because unlike a bunch of you, I'm not dishonest. The dishonesty of the old Opie and Anthony fan base is ridiculous. It pisses me off because
Fair.
Bill Burr was a huge part of Opie and Anthony, a huge part. And when Jim Norton went off to Hollywood to be in the Louis C.K. TV show, that was a stinkeroo, unfortunately. We invited Bill Burr to be, on the show full time until Jimmy came back.
Right, that's the end of that clip. I mean,
Awesome.
yeah, but people change. Like the Opie and Anthony fans, Opie, are now 10 to 15 years older than they were when Bill Burr was on the show. And Bill Burr's 10 to 15 years older. Then, I mean, people change.
And he's kind of
Go ahead.
he's dropped down his he's kind of dropped his edge a little bit. He's kind of tamed himself down now because he's doing different things. His career has grown and changed.
Absolutely. Let's go through one more clip here, and maybe we can get some other stuff done during overtime. Somebody sent in a super chat that upset Opie. It was about, and this is ultimately part of it. I don't think it's all of it. Just like I don't think Nia Burr is the whole reason why Bill Burr has changed. I don't believe that either. But he says, you're only defending Bill Burr and his thing because they hate Ant. They called his wife his thing. Truth is, Bill Burr hates you too, and you know that deep down. Stop cucking. Now, I don't agree with that last part, but I do think that part of the reason Opie, and this is human, I wish Opie could just admit the human parts of him. Like, yeah, sometimes I shit on stuff harder because I hate the person associated with it. Yeah. It's totally normal. It's a human emotion thing. But Opie's like, oh no, I'm just the arbiter of, like, I'm just telling it like it is. You hate Anthony. He's in the back of your mind all the time, and you're taking this as a chance to slip a little extra knife dig in.
Yep.
You're only defending Bill Burr and his thing because they hate Ant. Truth, that's really just stupid. I don't care. I don't know what happened to the Opie and Anthony audience. They've lost their minds. You're only defending Bill Burr
they just don't like
his
you.
thing because they hate Ant. That's just stupid. That's just stupid. I don't live my life wondering what Ant's up to.
Well, but that's not what he said. But you think about him a little too much. Wasn't it the end of last year where Opie said he's not going to talk about Opie and Anthony in 2023?
Yeah, and then he made a whole bunch of fucking videos.
Right. So don't do this thing where you go, oh, you just think that I'm thinking about Anthony all the time. No, that's not what he said. He said that you're defending Bill Burr partially because they hate Anthony. And yes, I have no problem believing that's why you're going harder in the paint. And I'll tell you why, Opie, because you're human and so am I, and I do the same thing. If I don't like someone, I go harder in the paint on something associated with them.
That's just natural.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, Opie. Stop denying your humanity. You look like a cyborg.
Truth is, Bill Burr hates you too, and you know that deep down stuff. Thank you.
This
is just the ridiculousness of what used to be such a great audience. The Opie and Anthony audience.
Time out. I was part of that audience. You guys hated most of those fuckers even when the show was on because they were insufferable. Stop pretending that the Opie and Anthony audience just started getting cunty in the last 10 years. They've always been insufferable retards. And I say that as one of them. You can't just go, oh, you guys have started criticizing me now. You guys were never this shitty. They were always this shitty. They were always some of the biggest group of malcontents you ever wanted to be associated with.
Nice O-face pause, by the way.
Oh, he's coming hard.
So
he's thinking about Nia. He's making some jizz in his pants.
great. And now you have to deal with crap like this that couldn't be further from the truth.
You know what you should do is let it get you worked up.
Just because you say it doesn't mean it's true there, Luigi.
What's with the words and the
wished
voices?
Anthony the best. He went through some kind of major heart surgery. It's up to him to explain all that, but I think he's pretty much said just that. I wished him nothing but the best and a full recovery, but I don't want anything to do with the guy because I just don't want to be around him anymore. So where's this coming from? This is just garbage.
I don't know, your multi-year history of not being able to let shit go.
And
Look,
the fact that they know this is going to get you worked up. Case in point.
I'm not
doing?
Yeah, I'm not denying that this guy's trolling you. But two things can be true. The reason that he's trolling you is because for years you've been continuously showing that Ant is in the back of your mind. So this idea that this is coming out of nowhere is silly. And by the way, I love how he goes, oh, he had his heart thing and I wish him a full recovery. It's like, oh, well, then you're a great guy. You didn't hope that he dies. Hey, I'm literally doing the bare minimum of what you do when someone has a life-threatening issue. Aren't I the best?
Just garbage. Yeah, I'm aware that Bill and Anthony had a thing. And I'm aware that Joe Rogan tried to fix the thing between Bill and Anthony. It didn't work.
Ooh, gossip.
I'm aware of all of it.
I'm aware that I wasn't invited to any of these conversations.
I missed that.
Because I can't get on Joe Rogan's show and Bill Burr won't return my calls.
Thank you. I missed that. That was a good catch. Yeah. I know that Joe Rogan and Anthony and Bill and all these people tried to get in the middle. He goes, and I also know that I was not invited to any of these conversations.
But why would that influence my relationship with Bill Burr?
Because you've always let that happen?
Why?
You've always said, like, after you guys broke up, oh, this person chose Anthony or this person chose me or this person, blah, blah, blah. That's why you're not friends with Rich Voss anymore, because you thought that he chose Anthony.
Take it back a second. I want him to ask me why.
Oh, okay.
Would that influence my relationship with Bill and Anthony? It didn't work. I'm aware of all of it.
Have some coffee.
But why would that influence my relationship with Bill Burr?
Because God's dead and we're alone.
It's too many whys.
Why?
You want to hit it again?
Because God's dead and we're alone.
I went to one of the Madison Square Garden shows.
Did you get invited backstage or did you have to go like the rest of the plebs? Did you have to go buy a ticket, sit in a seat, and when Bill Burr got off stage, that was the last you saw of him that night?
And then you posted a picture of you standing outside the venue saying, loving to be here with my crew.
Oh, yo, Bill, you know, you're playing Madison Square Garden. I'd love to see it, you know? It was more like I reached out because I wanted to see him personally.
And?
You know what he did? Me and my wife, literally front row tickets without even here. Oh, my God, and here. Here's a patch. Come backstage after. I would love to say hi. This was after, you know, Bill was becoming a massive star in L.A. He never forgot.
Oh, this was years ago.
Oh,
this wasn't recently. This was a long time ago before any of this other stuff. Okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, my God. Yeah, look, man, I don't think he would be defending this Bill Burr thing if there wasn't like an Anthony element attached to it.
And to sit there and simply not be able, like we said earlier, no, this has nothing to do with Anthony. Moving on. But that he dug in, he lost his shit, he had to take a sip of his coffee.
Yeah. Bill Burr was funnier when he was drinking, says Kyle. A lot of Bill's really good stand-up shit, well, of course I would say this, was when it was, like, in my opinion, telling very truthful jokes about women. But then he got with a woman, and that happens a lot. And I don't think that's necessarily who Nia is as a person that changed him. But I think it's just getting into a relationship and finding a woman that apparently makes him happy that softened his edge on that particular topic. And then if he had any good material about people who have kids, when he had a kid, it probably dulled the blade on that as well. Look, Bill Burr, we found out in the last few years, is no Louis C.K. because Louis C.K. had that rare ability to have things in common with people, but still shit on that thing.
Yeah.
Like you said, when he made the Eric Clapton joke about his baby, he goes, you got to close shit with the door open or else your baby crawls out the window like Eric Clapton's stupid baby. And somebody said, oh, come on. Would you think that's funny if it was your kid? And he goes, no, but I assume someone else would. And like that attitude is so rare. And that ability to be self-aware and be that analytical is so rare that it makes Louis C.K. truly special. And I honest to Christ believe that if Louis C.K. would have been a good boy and played the Hollywood game and let people write for him and produce for him and let all these hands be in the pie of his successful TV show, that he would still be above Bill Burr. Bill Burr lets everyone else get their hand in. They let everyone else wet their beaks, so to speak. And Louis didn't. Louis said, I want to be in charge of everything. I want to write it, direct it, produce it, run the music, everything else. It's my creation and I want to make sure it's handled right. And Hollywood went, who the fuck is this asshole? Does he realize the amount of shit we have on him? And they thought Louis got too big for his britches. So is it any wonder why when the Louis stuff comes out, comics, remember how many comics went, oh yeah, this was kind of a known thing for a while that Louis used to do this.
Yeah, it wasn't a big shock. And even people who supposedly were supposed to be offended by it were like, yeah, I know he asked me. Like, again, it wasn't like he was forcing himself on people like, and now this is happening. No.
Right.
No,
he asked them nicely if he could jerk off in front of them. But yeah, it's just they destroyed Louis because he wanted control, not because, oh, I'm sorry, we hit the goal a long time ago. I should take that down. Sorry, guys. But Louis wanted control. They took him down. Bill plays the game nicely. He has a career. And that's why I've always been kind of hesitant. I've been less aggressive than maybe fans and other people of shitting on Bill Burr for quote unquote changing. Because I understand why he did it. He has a great career. He has a family. And he's kept that career going. And all he had to do was sacrifice a little bit of who he is and a little bit of control. And he had to make little compromises along the way. And again, I don't think it's all the wife's fault. I don't think you can lay it at the feet of the wife. I think a problem a lot of people have is they don't want to believe that one of their comedy heroes willfully changed to get along. They don't want to believe that Bill had some say in him tempering his act a bit so he could have more opportunities.
That's what happens with all of them, though. It's the slippery slope to them owning you, and then you just going, yeah, I guess we should all be whatever gender we want, and why would we ever speak against Israel?
But yeah, I mean, look, Carlin didn't die broke, but Carlin had to work the road until the day he died because he had to keep the money going because he had tax troubles and all kinds of other shit, and he had to get himself back in the black again. He had to do the road until he was an old man. Louis C.K. couldn't keep his TV show. If he would have let someone write for him, direct for him, to produce for him, to not own the company that broadcast the show, if he would have sold it out to a production company, they would have defended him on those charges. They would have defended him on those issues. And they would have made sure that Louis C.K. was taken care of because he was a great earner and he was a good piece of property for him. But because he was his own man on his own and he owned the whole thing, they went, fuck this guy. Let's bury him.
We better go put him under. Yeah, it's sad because it was a really good show, but didn't the show end and then he did another show after that?
No,
Lucky Louie became
Lucky Louie just kind of flopped. I'm talking about the show Louie.
Okay.
He had more control over Louie than he did Lucky Louie even. And it was starting to win Emmys. So off you go.
So now you got a real problem.
Yeah. Ambivalent Bastard says, you can be funny and broke, but if you're going to make a career of something, you do it the way that makes it a career. Yeah, that's why, I try not to be too hard on Bill Burr because he chose a path and he could not be who he always was and still go down that path. He made a choice. Carlin would still be alive. Carlin would be alive still if Super Chats were around, you're saying. Wait, what?
No, I think Carlin just kind of got old and died at a certain point.
You see, at a certain point, people, they get really old, and then they do this thing called, they die. And Carlin had serious heart problems, too, his whole life. He had a heart attack.
Imagine.
Yeah, he had a heart attack back in the 80s. I can't imagine that any of the drug use had anything to do with that. But
no, what drug use? George Carlin drugs? No.
He also, when he was in his 60s or 70s, he checked himself into rehab. He was drinking too much. He said, by his own admission, he goes, I was drinking too much wine. I was taking too many pills. It's because that road life in your 70s is not conducive to living much longer.
Yeah, it's kind of rough.
Silver Wolf says, funny and broke. Hi, Aaron. It's mean-spirited and hurtful, sir. It's mean-spirited and hurtful. Aristocock says Aaron needs weight loss drugs. See, that's hurtful too. I'm gonna go to the gym and I'm gonna work myself harder than I've ever worked myself, Aristocock, because of how badly that hurt my feelings. I want you to know that, and I wanted to impact you. Oh God, I want to end on this today.
Okay.
The Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department put out a tweet yesterday about like how bad drugs are, but they wanted to reach the kids. So they tweeted out something that they thought the kids would find hip when it comes to not using drugs.
I'm going to cringe really hard, aren't I?
Look, that's up to you how you take this. I'm just presenting it. Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department News tweeted the following. Not frontin' on this campaign. It is meant to stand out. Hashtag street pills kill. And the poster says, no cap, those pills are sus. Hashtag street pills kill.
See, we're using their lingo so they'll understand the message. It's not that they've learned that drugs are dangerous and you shouldn't do them. It's that we haven't put it in a way that they understand.
They thought they were cap before, but they're informing them that they're no cap. These pills are sus. Here, let me tell you how kids think. Because I'm hip. I know the kids. Let me tell you how the kids think.
You married one.
They see this poster, and they don't see no cap, those pills are sus. You know what they see? This is where you fucked up with your poster. Those pills objectively are really cool looking. They're colorful, they're bright, they've got etchings in them. It's kind of a colorful deal they've got going on. They're going to see you guys writing no cap, these pills are sus, and they're going to go, ew, gross, cringe. But what are those pills? I can't identify them. They're all colorful and blue. I thought they all came in Advil and Tylenol colors.
What happens if I take one?
Exactly. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Thank you very much for being here, all of your support. For the second morning in a row, actually way more than that, I think fourth or fifth morning in a row, none of this. None of this. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Sid Saraf, for being the man today. Is he jumping into the Chandler seat? He very well could be. That's going to do it. Johnny, you are back on today at 2 o'clock Central Time.
Yep, on Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, or Rumble. I put the links to all 3 channels in the chats there, so if you guys want to go to one of those and follow, we'll be live at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Perfect. And tonight, April will be making her return if I can revive her corpse. On tonight's evening show at 7 p.m. Central. Take it easy, everybody. Also, nobody noticed that I've had the evening show template up all morning.
You made it the whole show.
All right, take it easy, guys. Talk to you tonight.